Once again, the Pistons had an 8-point lead heading into the final frame, and once again, the Knicks made a push and got the crowd into it. This time, though, unlike Saturday, there was no 21 to nothing run. The Pistons pulled out a 100 to 94 victory, giving them home court advantage as the series, now tied at 1 win apiece, shifts to Detroit. This is the Pistons' very first playoff win since 2008, if you can believe it. Now, moving over to the other game in the NBA last night, Kawhi Leonard scored 39 points, was 15 of 19 for shooting, and the Clippers even their first round playoff series against the Nuggets with a 105 to 102 win in Denver. But the big game was around here last night. The Capitals got a huge 3-2 win over the Canadiens in overtime. Alex Ovechkin got to play hero as well. So Ovi got the scoring started in the first period, and then also got the assist on the second goal. But then it was in overtime where he scored his first career overtime playoff goal to win it for Washington. It is hard to believe that he's never done that before, but he just keeps proving that old dogs can learn new tricks or at least find some new ways to score. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Let me take you to the Queen side.
B. Mitch and Finley on a Tuesday, celebrating a Caps Game 1 victory.
Hell
How about that? That was a scary end to that one.
Yeah, I didn't like the end. and as I'm watching it, I forgot the guy's name that was calling in landfill. Remember the guy that's really mad at him? He was talking about how they take these lulls in games and stuff, and we basically called him a hater. Well, that third period, that guy should have been running around the house saying, hell, I know what I'm talking about. It's moments where you got to clear the puck. And instead of just clearing the puck, lift it over somebody's head.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to hit these low things right past guys. And for some reason, hockey players, they get that damn the stick on the puck anytime you think you're going to keep it low.
They're so good at that.
Yeah, but flip it over the top and get it out of there. When you're being bombarded with shots, you need to get it the hell out of there any way you can. And I think it got to that point where, oh, Lord, here we go. But you know what? The grade 8.
He's incredible. That was the one thing that scared me going into this.
Showed up once again, baby.
That was the one thing that scared me going into this was there were too many times in the last couple of games that just puck possession in their D zone was just, they couldn't clear the puck. And the first two periods, you weren't worried about it because they were checking everybody.
Yeah.
They were just hitting everything that moved. They were flying all around. And then that third period, I don't even know that it was as much a lull as it seemed like maybe they were a little bit tired from how much they were flying around hitting everybody in the first two periods.
But it started off, I mean, you look at the game, and the majority of the game, they were doing their thing. But then just that little period where, you know, what's the little bitty kid, Caulfield? Bruh. That dude is like the smallest guy on ice. He's a jitterbug. You cannot, he was all over the damn place. But the thing is, they just have that little period, whether it's lull, tired, whatever it is too much. And you can't continue doing that. You got to clean it up.
I was listening to G&D. They were out at City Tap House in Penn Quarter yesterday. They had Tarek El-Bashir on. And Grant asked Tarek, who's the player that I'm going to hate coming out of this series? You know, just whether they're a pest, whatever it may be. And I think his name's Brendan Gallagher. And right away, like 2 minutes into the game, he's already mixing it up with somebody. Mm-hmm. I think that's the guy that I forget who got him with the high stick, but they didn't call it with the cross check. I think like him and maybe TVR.
You were following through, so you can't call it. I have seen games that is called high sticking, And now in this one, when you follow through, you can't call it. Well, how else do you call it? If your high stick going back, that's what they call it?
In the power play, when they had the trip on John Carlson right off the top,
Man,
how do you miss that?
I listen, man. Some of these refs are, I think, just straight idiots. I'll put it out there. But the thing that kills me is, when else is the stick high? When you're following through, right?
Mm-hmm.
So every time you call a high sticker, you can't terminate, and one of those guys wasn't following through. I think you have to have control over it at all times. What if you hit him in the eye and messed his eye up?
Yeah, I mean,
it's just a problem.
What was the one that they got called? Who was the one that got called later on in the game when he accidentally caught? Was it Dowder up top? So yeah, I mean, it's
he not following through?
It's just insane. It was wild. There were some bad calls, some missed calls. There's no doubt about it.
But they got the victory. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters. They win game one. Alex Ovechkin is still incredible, right? I mean, the ability that he has. His first shot was awesome.
Just keep that
thing keep that thing low. Mm-hmm. Can't see where that thing's coming from. Goalie's blocked out. That thing gets in there. He gets the assist on the Beauvillier goal, and then also scores the game winner in overtime. First, which is crazy because I was watching ESPN last night. I know Joe B's call was great as well, but I was watching ESPN, and Sean McDonough was saying he's never done this before. He's never scored an overtime playoff winner, and then 10 seconds later, he scores an overtime playoff winner.
That's what you're just doing. Whenever you say something like that, it's a challenge. But what I learned lately, he has crashed the net a lot. And the thing about it, with his hand-eye coordination, you get a rebounding puck, he can hit it, get it where it needs to go quickly. And he was able to lift that one, real quickly. So the whole thing about Ovi, he has exceptional talent. And when he adds other stuff to his game, that's a problem for the other team. I still believe that we're looking at Thompson was playing great, but he needs help from his guys. The second goal, hell, I thought it was one of our guys that basically got him knocked down and had him outside the net. When what's his name? Suzuki?
Yeah.
He scored. He was way outside the net and right next to one of our guys who was interrupting him. So you can't do that to your own damn goalie.
Yeah, that was not a good play, but I thought overall they played really, really well, except for maybe a 10, 15-minute stretch there in the third period. So it was good to see them get the win. Going to talk plenty of Capitals today. Coming up at 11 o'clock, we're going to get into the NFL draft with Thor Nystrom. At noon, your guy Barstool Nate going to join us. We'll talk plenty of Caps with him, and then Alan May going to join us coming up at 1 o'clock. We'll dive into everything. If you guys want to hop in on the phone lines reacting to the Game 1 win for the Capitals, 3-2 over the Canadiens in Game 1, 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. I think that Logan Thompson yesterday was solid. It seemed like there were a little bit of shaky moments when he had to play the puck, when he had to decide if he was going to come out and play the puck to his guys or what he was going to do. But I think outside of that, I think in terms of saving and in his ability in net to block shots, I thought he looked really, really good.
I'm scared the hell out of it because he was out away from the net. And he waits, and then here come a defender right next to your guy. What if it doesn't get to your guy and he just slaps it in the neck and you're not set up yet? So, maybe it's just a little rust. So I wrote off everything that he did not good as rust.
Well, and you got to be happy with a guy that hasn't played for a couple of weeks, three weeks or so, to come back and end up saving the shots that he did and play the way that he did. You got to be happy with that. 33 saves on 35 shots, and I thought some of those were some really difficult saves he was able to come up with and kind of bailed them out a little bit. I thought defensively they were fine for the first two periods. It's really the case that final 15 minutes or so where they just didn't look like the same hockey team. But the thing that I really like, B-Mitch, is coming out right away. You heard from just about any analyst that understands this game better than we do, frankly, in terms of the Canadiens are a smaller team. They're a faster team. They're going to try and get up and down, use that speed. And Washington came out and said, we're the bullies. We're going to hit you every chance we get.
The way you slow down small guys, you make, like I always tell people, if you take a guy, let's say he's 5'10", 180, 190, and he wrestles with a guy 6'3", 234, that little guy going to get tired rather quickly. And that's what you need to do to him sometimes. Just go at him and beat him up. And when you beat him up, you got to have success against him because they don't in that game, as we saw, you slow down a little bit
yeah.
too, because the big guy gets a little winded too. That little guy has longer. He can go longer, and all of a sudden they were able to do that, and it caused little issues late, but we got it out. And I think hopefully that gets their focus back on what they need to exactly do.
Yeah, I mean, they needed to get game one, right? Especially the way that they started that game. It would have been a real disappointment if they were not able to capture game one after starting up 2-0, playing so well in those first two periods. But they do close it out, and I think this is a huge momentum boost. And I don't know that it's a crusher for Montreal because they showed those last couple minutes that they can play with the Capitals. But I think the way that they came out, we asked the question going in to just about everybody that was on this station, whether it was the Junks, whether it was us, or whether it was G&D, about can they flip that switch? I think they answered our question in those first couple of minutes of the game. They definitively can flip that switch because they did. They look like a totally different hockey team, especially in those first 10 minutes. But the first two periods in general, flying all around the ice, hitting everyone. They looked more like themselves, passing the puck around, able to dominate in the offensive zone. It's really the only blemish is those final 10 minutes or so when they gave up both those goals. But I think overall, that's a really good hockey game you can feel good about.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you win it, you find all the good, but I think also it gives Carberry a chance to be able to correct some things. We won this game, but we can't let these things happen. And if they correct those things, I think things will be good for them.
Yeah, and I think it was fun just seeing some of those guys fly around. I thought Ryan Leonard, my guy, did pretty well. And got to give credit to Landfill. He called an OV goal, which he got two of them.
Called a Dow.
He called, and who else? Did you call Stromer assist, right? Strom got an assist. Yeah. So credit to him. And Anthony Beauvillier was awesome last night, too. He's someone that has playoff experience, not with the Capitals, but with the Penguins. And
you quickly get in the game when you have experience.
Yeah, and he played really, really well. I thought his goal was really, really pivotal. That was something that they needed at that time to go up to, because that was the only thing that was missing from those first 10 minutes or so when they were flying around, is they couldn't put one in the back of the net, but they were dominating. Because I was a little bit worried. You get a couple minutes in there when they're flying around, you're like, oh, this Montembeault guy is going to stand on his head, and we've seen that before where the Caps dominate, and then this stupid goalie on the other side gets hot.
Yeah. What was the guy back in the day? What was his name?
There's plenty of series. I feel like you can choose
it was
from.
just one, but he just did everything against him. I'll get it eventually. But it was some years back, and he just, no matter what they did, like he had 4 people back there with him. He just stopped everything.
Well, and that's the beautiful part last night, too, about getting Logan Thompson back in the net, is I thought he looked really solid, but we were talking about him having to shake some of that rust off. Well, it's already shaken off, right? That was game one of a playoff series. Now you don't even have to worry about it. Now the question's not who starts in net game 2, who starts in net game 3. There's no question. It's Logan Thompson, and if something needs to happen, if he loses form or whatever, then you can go to Charlie Lindgren. But now Logan Thompson's ready to go. Charlie Lindgren's ready to go. And if you can get back Faravari, which it sounds like there might be a little bit more injury there than what they're leading on. They're always very vague with hockey injuries, so who knows when he gets back out on the ice. But if you get Protas back, then you're going to feel even better about yourselves.
I mean, the thing with Protas, the way that they're talking, it seems like very late in the series, but you hope it's sooner. I hope they just being a little bit cautious and not trying to get us overly excited, but him on the ice would be a hell of a plus for him.
Oh, big time. Yeah. I mean, just that size, that skating ability would definitely be helpful. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. The Capitals win game 1, 3-2 over the Canadiens. Don is in Ashburn. Don, what's going on?
Hey, fellas. Hey, so, that 10 or 15-minute period in the third was bad, but they were missing some passes throughout the game, and I think they'll get their mojo back and start hitting on those, because there were parts where they felt like they were dominating. They just couldn't connect on passes. But if you go back and watch that goal that Ovi scored in overtime, he actually kicks the puck back to the goal line, or actually back to Bolivier when he makes that first attempt on the shot. It was pretty incredible because he was moving across the net, and then he, with his right foot, he kicked the puck back and got that. That's how that first shot got off, and then he centered himself to get the game winner. It's pretty incredible if you watch it and see what I'm talking about. But go Caps, man! They needed that win.
Oh yeah,
appreciate it, Don.
Definitely needed that.
Yeah, I mean the stuff that Alex Ovechkin, because obviously
I'm not amazed at nothing he does anymore.
You can't be, because everything that he does is just you should expect at this point. But there's some people that are just gifted with an innate ability of whatever it may be. But for him, it's just he has a knack for finding the back of the nets.
Yeah.
Like it just doesn't matter where you're at, what he's doing, where you get him the puck. Because, I mean, there was even a spot last night where Dylan Strome probably had a better shot than Ovi did. Ovi was in a really bad angle, and Stromer's like, could I take the shot or should I just pass it to 8? And he passed it to Ovi, and there was still a chance there that if Luc Dubois could have got his Pierre-Luc Dubois could have got a stick on it. It was right there in front.
It's the thing about Ovi is where he's normally going to score from, but when he starts to get closer to the net on that second, like that overtime goal, there's not a goalie out there that want to see that.
No.
It's a lot of goalies with a lot of confidence, and listen, I believe it's the toughest position in all of sports. We can throw quarterback out there all we want. Everything is set up for the quarterback to do good. Can't hit him hard, can't hit him high, can't hit him low. Everybody's blocking for him. That damn goalie, when that puck leaves the stick, he probably can't even see it. And then when he gets in position, it may hit a body, hit a skate, hit a stick, and it can change direction. And sometimes they still stop that. That's the toughest position in sports. And then none of them are confident enough to say, I want Ovi sitting there shooting pucks at me.
I love how where he's going to shoot. He scores his first goal from his office.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was Kobe Bryant said, in order to be, I think it was dominant, or in order to be legendary, you have to be predictable. Because you know what I'm going to do, and you still can't stop it.
Bam.
And Ovi's going to set up over the top of that left circle, and you can't do anything about it.
Nothing. Because you could be sitting there, you don't know if it's coming high right, high left, low right, low left, or he's going to hit you with one that may be waffling a little bit, and it jumps down on you at the end. You never know.
It's just incredible because, B-Mitch, this guy's 39 years old. He looks like he could still play another 5 years.
What were we talking about earlier? About people want to automatically write people off when they hit 30?
Yeah.
That itch is gone, okay? Let's get that straight. Athletes today, the exceptional ones, go way beyond 30. Stop fooling yourselves about, and then the people that still using that analogy, go lay in front of a car tire. Let it just bump you and roll over your head. Because, that's stupid. People can go a long ways over 30, man.
So last night, Alex Ovechkin with 2 goals and assists on 4 shots. This is my favorite stat, if I'm looking at this correctly. Lars Eller and Brandon Duhaime had 5 hits. Taylor Radish had 4. Beauvillier had 4. No one tops the grade 8 with 7 hits.
Hey, how many goal scorers do that?
Not many.
That's what I'm saying.
And not many level of, what was it, Cole Caulfield was on ESPN last night after, remember, he got decked in the second period. And I think her name's Emily Kaplan asked, what did you make of getting hit by Ovi? He's like, I wouldn't recommend it.
Dude, that dude, how tall is he? Caulfield.
He's not very big.
And Ovi's 6'3", 238.
Mm-hmm.
Moving that fast, hitting Lil Man. Lil Man went airborne, didn't he?
Yeah, he definitely did.
Yeah.
Well, and credit to Caulfield, just 5'8", 175 is what he's listed out on ESPN.
That's Rory McIlroy.
Right. Rory
that
around
is Rory McIlroy.
That's Rory running into Derrick Henry.
Yes.
It's insane. But yeah,
I'm with Caulfield. I wouldn't recommend it.
No, I would not recommend it.
Wouldn't recommend that at all.
I thought they came out with a really good game plan, really physical. And that's something that I think we were worried about if they could flip the switch. And I think anyone that was worried about that, watching those first 10 minutes of the game, watching the first 2 periods, you felt a lot better. Now, they just got to make sure they play a full 60, because that's the main thing there, because you saw the Canadians get a little bit of rhythm there in the final 10 minutes or so. But outside of that, you got to feel really good coming out of game 1 with a win, 3-2, especially with Montembeault playing as well as he did. The Capitals still finding a way to win. That's a good one to have. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. The Capitals are up 1-0 in their first round game in the Stanley Cup playoffs after a 3-2 win. Alex Ovechkin doing something for the first time, a playoff overtime game winner. Continue talking about the Caps next here on P. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. The Cleveland Browns and the New York Giants are fielding trade inquiries for their early picks in the NFL draft. Now, although the Titans are not entertaining offers for their first overall pick, sources are telling ESPN that the Browns, who have the second overall pick, and the Giants, who have the third, have received a lot of trade calls over the past 48 hours, and neither of them are rejecting those calls. So the expectation is that teams that are looking to trade up to number 2 or number 3, they're pursuing Colorado two-way star Travis Hunter, Penn State pass rusher Abdul Carter, or Boise State running back Ashton Genty. All 32 teams still have their original first-round pick this year, which has just led to a historic lack of trades in the lead-up to the draft. With Thursday's first round just 2 days away, this is the closest to the start of a draft without any trades involving first-round picks in the common draft era. Well, maybe the Giants or the Browns will make a trade there. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Chikrin is there too. As the puck comes toward Beauvillier, Ovechkin was in the vicinity, and a shot here from Beauvillier. It's hit, they score, and Ovechkin got it. His first overtime game winner. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Montreal. Alex Ovechkin, the overtime game-winning goal. Caps lead the series 1-0.
I was John Walton on the call for the Capitals Radio Network, heard right here on 106.7 The Fan. Here the playoffs, all playoffs long. Hopefully plenty more games to come right here on The Fan. B-Mitch, he got us fired up for going into the game yesterday, and his calls of game winners always get me fired up as well.
Oh, hell yeah.
John
Definitely.
Walton, one of the best in the biz. The Capitals get a 3-2 win in overtime. Alex Ovechkin with 2 goals on the night. If you want to hop in, 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Jonesy. Jonesy, what's going on, man?
Hey, other guy. I don't know you, but hey, 30-30, B-Mitch, what's going on?
What's happening, brother?
I'm just messing with you, Toby. How you feeling, man?
I'm doing great, man.
Check this out, man. I 2/3 of the game I love. It's the last one was I was sitting on a respirator. You know what I mean? Because it was setting up to look like he was about to lose. But Obi, man, the dude is a road beast, man. Heart robot, all the way, 100% straight 8 beast. He plays it. And Dylan Strong, can't say enough about that dude. I think he's going to be that dude when Obi finally pretty much say, hey, he's hanging up the daggone skate. But B-Mitch said it once before, about a few years back. You cannot let a team come in at the ending of a game and give them confidence, because often that's how games are stolen.
Yeah.
But luckily, we was able to get away with it. They're going to have to come with it in game 2, because these jokers is going to be coming out there hunting for blood.
Oh, yeah, they got a little confidence now.
Go ahead.
That's it. They got a little confidence now, so you got to make sure you got to kill that. Yeah.
Can't give them no confidence, and that's what they did. So you got to bring it strong coming out here. You know, like we do on S-Talk, bring it strong. Don't bring it at all in game 2. It's gonna be a tough one.
Oh, yeah.
Other than that, fellas, y'all have a good day. Hang out with my boy Jaywalk, and I'm good.
All right, bro.
I appreciate it, Jonesy. Yeah, he mentioned.
You gotta be careful hanging out with Jeff, man. We don't know.
He mentioned Dylan Strome. It's kind of crazy with what his career had kind of come into. He scored 57 points in 2018, 2019 with Arizona, and then with Chicago. So had a solid season there. And then after that, 51 points in 18-19, only 38 in 19-20. And then eventually ends up with 48 the year before he didn't get tendered, and ends up in Washington. And since then, 65 points first year with the Capitals, 67 points last year, and 82 points this year. Dylan Strome has been spectacular. The way that he has turned into a really, really good player where you had no idea who was going to fill in for Nicholas Backstrom now that he's kind of finished with his career. You had no idea who was going to be that guy. And Dylan Strome steps right in and has been spectacular in his time in D.C.
There's a clip out there with Mike Tomlin talking about people who like to say guys can't do stuff. He said he loves to hear coaches say that. He said, isn't that your job as a coach to find people to do it? So what he's done since he's gotten here, not only does he have players that have done exceptional things, he has a coaching staff who can get him where he needs to go. And normally once you get that confidence, then all of a sudden what you have in you comes out. So we'll talk about that later on too, where, you get the guys coming out the draft and everybody go, oh, this guy can't do this. Well, if you're a coach, you're supposed to get him to do it, right?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I think that's the ultimate thing. The Caps know how to get, just like we talked about Dan Quinn yesterday with his staff. They know how to get the best out of people.
Captain Todd said we can change the name of the show. It's the B. Mitch and the Other Guy Show. Or we could call it B. Mitch and Friends. Let's get out to Crazy Drew. What's going on, Drew?
Hey, Toby. Hey, B. Mitch.
What up, brother?
Hey, so the thing I wanted to say is one of the things that makes sports great is sometimes these storylines, and you do get the feeling with Ovi getting the all-time goal record that this is a season where some amazing things can happen, and yesterday was just another example. But I got to say, I just give these guys a pretty good chance of going all the way and getting the cup, and I think that would be pretty amazing. The one thing I think with hockey that's a little different than some of the other sports is a little randomness, and I think that's what we saw last night with those 2 goals. I mean, they did let up a little bit, but some of that was just the weird bounces. They're skating on ice and all that stuff. And so, I think if we can just overcome the randomness of hockey, this team's got greatness in store for it for the year. And it'll be one of the great seasons of all time. So I'm excited.
All right, man. That's
Appreciate
a good way
Drew.
of saying it. The randomness of hockey.
I mean, there is.
There's some random crap that goes on out there. I promise you that.
There really is. There's puck luck. You got to get lucky with the way the puck bounces. That's what I was saying. It's just so crazy, B. Mitch, because the way that the ice changes over time, the puck's going to bounce differently. It's just such a crazy sport where you never know.
If the Zamboni guy don't do a good job, you got a problem.
Right? I mean, it's just an insane sport. But to see them come out play the way they did early on in that game, I think was really encouraging because that was not the team that we saw over the last couple of weeks leading into the playoffs and trying to get back in shape of playing the way they did earlier in the season, coming off of the goal chase. And so seeing that again was refreshing because that's the team we saw earlier in the season. And now it's just about maintaining that, having that energy. It was really encouraging to see them flip that switch. They're minus 650 now to win the series against Montreal, so they're pretty heavily favored to do so. And obviously they're the 1 seed. They should win this series. But it's just so crazy with hockey. You never want to take anything for granted. So getting game 1 is just massive.
Totally. Because the last thing you want, you'd be the favorite and you give up home field, home ice. Get caught up in that home ice advantage. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, and the atmosphere looked electric last night. It always is, but it looked great last night. It's going to be electric
when they get to Montreal, so you might want to get game 2 as well.
Yeah, I saw a couple of Nationals pitchers were hanging out right there on the glass behind the nets.
Mm-hmm.
Jake Irvin and Mackenzie Gore were at the game last night, taking it in. I'm going to go over to Nats Park a little later, maybe ask them about their experience. But yeah, it seemed like a great crowd, a good win for the Capitals.
I really like seeing that too, like all the other sports getting into it. That makes a world of difference.
Well,
you get the people in the town supporting each other. It's good stuff.
What was it like during your time playing here?
Yeah, I mean, we went to a lot of the basketball games. It wasn't all the baseball, and hockey wasn't that good back then. But we went to the basketball games a lot, and everybody showed up at the football game early on because we were winning all the time. Now it's flipped. The team that wins all the time are the Caps.
But it's kind of cool to see when you have those relationships, like that 18-19 run where the Capitals won and the Nationals were always there.
Oh, yeah.
And then the Nationals won and the Capitals were always there. It was cool to see that relationship.
True.
And for the longest time, with the previous ownership of the Commanders,
nobody wanted to deal with him.
No one wanted to be around.
They went for the players and the team, but they didn't want to go for him.
And now that has changed, right? They're embracing everybody.
Drastically
the Wizards obviously embracing because of the same ownership as the Capitals. So seeing all the teams back together again,
but
it's
what
nice
it does,
to see, refreshing.
More than anything, one team wins. All athletes are truly competitors. They're like, oh, we got to get one now.
Well, and so
they don't just sit back and want to enjoy you doing it. They want to be able to do it too.
That's what I think is interesting. There's a new series out on Netflix. If you haven't checked it out, it's about the Red Sox. They followed them last year. And there's a clip when the Celtics showed up to a Red Sox game with the championship trophy, and the guys walking through the clubhouse before the game and saying what's up to Jason Tatum and whatnot. And I can't remember who it was, but one reliever was talking to Joe Mazzulla, head coach of the Celtics, and they were just chit-chatting, and he's like, seeing you all do that makes us want to get one.
Hell yeah.
How much does that push? Like, when you have success with one team.
Listen, man, if I see someone getting the love from the city, I want to see the love from the city. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to sit there and just be a fan. If you are a person getting paid to do a sport, you see somebody else getting all that love, you want to experience that. And you don't experience it by just showing up to the game and watching them. You go and work a little harder. You start doing things you weren't doing before. You know, ask them questions. Hey, man, what did it take? You know, was it the team, or did every individual comes back a little stronger, a little better?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the team is a lot stronger, a lot better. And if you can get your team to do the same thing, then maybe you get that opportunity.
Well, I bet you for guys like Jake Irvin and Mackenzie Gore, who haven't been here when the Nationals were good, right? They came over after 2019. They've been here after. It probably was, I wouldn't say eye-opening, because they've seen the stadium packed before, but maybe not all Nats fans. Like when the opening series was here, it was the Phillies, so you had a lot of Phillies fans mixed in there. It was still an electric environment, but not the same as all 20,000 people wearing Caps jerseys cheering for the same team. I bet you that does motivate them. Like, I want to see Nats Park like this.
I think, was it Jaden that said, like, he wanted to get Northwest just like that, because he saw some game, I think, last year, and it was packed. He wanted to see the same thing. It creeps in.
Yeah.
It creeps in, man. And if you could can you imagine getting Northwest one day, just all burgundy and gold? We don't see all them other teams.
It's
they
always
could be on the outside trying to get in, but the hell with them being inside.
It'd be nice.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to have it back to that, because I never got to experience vintage RFK. I never got to experience all well, you were part of the reason we had vintage RFK.
It was special, man.
Well, and I watched all the VHS tapes. I was indoctrinated as a kid. That's why I'm a diehard.
You don't have to be rude from my VHS tapes and all that crap. Ain't that damn old.
I mean, that's what I watched, right? And
probably had some real back there too.
Oh yeah, the stands shaking. We want Dallas. All that stuff gives me chills thinking about it. I didn't even get to experience it.
That was special, man. I hope they can, as we move into that, I hope they can get the stands on the opposing side to rock just like it did then.
I bet you that's an intimidating environment.
Hell yeah.
Like, that's what Josh Harris talks about, right? He's wants to be welcoming to the home fans and the home team, but intimidating as can be to the opponent.
Hell yeah. If they see the fans making the stadium move, what do they think the fans could do to them?
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying?
That's true. Want to get into some NFL draft talk. There's some rumors floating around right now that there could be some movement in the top of the draft, or at least some teams are fielding some calls about potential trades. We'll talk about it next here on B. Mitch and Finley.
When you're looking to sell a house, you want to get a closer, just like Ovi was last night. And that closer is our friend John Leahy in the Fine Living Group. Margaret and her husband were looking for a home in Annapolis and neighborhood, which they specifically wanted to target. After John Leahy and the Fine Living Group showed up to show them the property they love, the listing agent let them know that they already had 2 offers in hand. As John and his team began strategizing, 3 more offers were presented. Still, the Fine Living Group told them not to worry. After working on a few tweaks in regard to Margaret and Sergio's offer, the next day they was told their bid was the one being chosen by the seller. Over all 5 others, perhaps even more impressive, it was under contract in only 5 days. Do you need Margaret's pre-approval? You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. That's what I mean by John being a closer. John, we talk about our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time. And that's why I trust my guy, the closer, John Leahy. You can call John today at 301-900-3052 or hit him online at johnsellsdmv.com. Or even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
Away.
You know that song?
Mhm.
Don't be confused, baby.
Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP.
You
Some people call me
want
the
it,
other guy
you
alongside
got
B.
it
Mitch.
forever.
We did get some bad news about the Capitals about 15 minutes ago. Sammy Silber reporting, maybe some others as well, but that Martin Fehervary is going to be out for the playoffs.
Oh, damn. You know what, though? Here go my positive thinking. Every time you see a team make it somewhere, they overcome something.
This
Maybe this would be now we need to have Protos back for show now.
And they've been relatively healthy.
Yeah.
So maybe this is the adversity, but Martin Fehervary out for the playoffs. He underwent surgery on his meniscus. So bad news for the Capitals on their defensive, on their D side. Martin Fehervary going to be done with surgery on his meniscus. We'll get back into the Capitals in a little bit. Right now, I want to talk about the NFL draft. There's some rumblings. I believe Peter Schrager, now of ESPN, formerly NFL Network, is reporting that the Browns and the Giants are currently fielding calls on the number 2 and number 3 overall picks. I don't know what team is going to want to come up there. So the first logical answer, I'd say, if you're fielding calls on the 2nd overall pick, if you're Cleveland, is 9th overall with the Saints. If they're not buying the news that the Giants are going to pass on Shedeur and go with Abdul Carter, which I saw a little bit earlier today. I think Todd McShay was talking about that. If that's the case and they want Shedeur because of their quarterback situation, I could see them wanting to come up to 2 to make sure they get Shedeur. I don't see any other scenarios, though, where you want to come up there unless someone's just...
Didn't he mention they were trying to go up to get, what's it called, the Travis Hunter?
I just don't... Are you going to trade up for Travis Hunter like that?
Listen, as much as I don't believe someone's going to let him play both sides, someone is going to believe that this is a once-in-a-lifetime type talent, and I need to go get him. Somebody going to do something a little stupid. Every year somebody does something stupid.
Yeah, of course.
But I mean, as smart as they are, all the knowledge they have, somebody does something a little crazy, and they could.
But, I mean, if you look at teams that could potentially trade up to 2 or 3, obviously not going to happen at 4 with New England. I don't think that Jacksonville needs to move up for any guy. The Raiders, maybe. I still don't see a reason that they would need to move up unless they wanted to leapfrog the Jaguars. Listening to Ryan Wilson on with the Junks a little bit earlier today, he was saying that there's going to be some pondering in the Jaguars draft room about taking Gentry. If the Raiders are set on Ashton Gentry and they say, only chance we know for a fact we can get him is go up to 3 with the Giants.
See, that's the thing of it. It's more than just one. I don't know at this point, based off of what I've heard and what's been out there, I don't know if a team is moving up to go get Shedeur.
Well, so then what?
But I think other positions, maybe somebody they're moving up to get.
Would you move up for Abdul Carter?
Yeah, I'll move up for him. I'll move up for Gentry. Ease quickly.
So
Gentry is different, man. Like we just talked about it yesterday about watching Saquon break through the line and then run away from people.
Yeah.
He has that capability. And there are teams out there. What is the best partner for your quarterback? A running game, right?
Yeah.
This dude could take a lot of pressure off of some of these young quarterbacks.
Do you think that speaks higher to the prospects that we're talking about, those top level guys, or maybe that teams aren't as worried about losing out on a 2nd round pick because they don't view it as big a deal this year?
Every year, we find a bunch of teams who look at it and say, can't miss, once in a lifetime. You got to forget about what everybody else is doing. If I'm a guy with a young quarterback or even an older quarterback, somebody but our running game sucks, and I see Gentry there, I'll go get him. Because like you stated, the first contract isn't astronomical.
Yeah.
You'll figure it out later if you want to move into a second one. But hell, if I got him for 5 years with a young quarterback or an aging one that needs to take some pressure off of him, why not?
Yeah, I think you're not going to get some team to make some crazy move from outside the top 10 to 2 or 3 for one of these guys, I wouldn't think. But I guess it would make some sense if you're the Raiders and you're looking at the Jaguars who are supposedly in on Genti and you really want him, or if you're the Saints and you want to make sure you get your choice at quarterback instead of risking that the Giants could potentially take Shador or whoever you want at 3.
It comes down to what you assume the other team is thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at Abdul Carter, okay, guy was supposed to, he's very good. So the league is about quarterbacking and getting at the quarterback. Those are the top 2 positions. And then they move the receiver and the guy to cover the receiver, DBs.
Yeah.
If I think that guy is going to be that next level type dude, like if Michael Parsons was coming out today and they knew this stuff they knew, there's no way he gets to 11.
Yeah, I want to dive down a little bit deeper on this a little bit later on the show, but what do we think the plan, or where do we think Shador ends up going? Because I can't, I don't see a reason why Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston would preclude them from taking him at 3. I understand that you want to get a really good player. There's no question that if you're looking at the top 3 players in the draft, it's probably Genti, Abdul Carter, and Travis Hunter in whatever order.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have an option at one of those guys because Cam Ward's going to go 1. Doesn't really matter who the Browns take. You're going to still get an option at one of those guys. They're not going to take Genti, so they probably take whoever's left of Carter or Hunter. But do you want to miss out on the quarterback? Because listening to some of the people talk about this, you got to think in their best option is probably taking one of those guys. But is it best for Joe Shane and Brian Daboll to take Abdul Carter and they still don't have quarterbacks?
They're dealing with self-preservation, though. The last thing Joe Shane wants to do is draft Shador and thinking that one day Mara might say, oh, you know what? Or either Daboll, and think that it might be better if let me go get Deion and let him coach this team. That troubles people. But as Fred stated yesterday, if I'm Shador and I start dropping down in the draft, you might be happier because you're going to be going to probably a more stable team than some of these sucky teams that pick it in the top.
No question.
Because the teams that pick it in the first 5, 10, they're normally not that damn good.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Shador, and we're going to dive into this a little bit more later, if I'm Shador, I'm hoping I fall to 21 and end up in Pittsburgh. I think that's a perfect
That'd
situation.
Be a great place for him.
I think that'd be a perfect situation for him.
But you have to believe that Daboll, he drafted Jameis. He understands what Jameis is capable of. I mean, he traded for him. Then he goes and he signs for him. Then he goes and get Russ. Russ, people say what they want because he's strange. Okay?
No doubt.
I saw Russ at the basketball games last 2. But Russ' numbers are not terrible when you look at them. Okay? And now you go to New York, he has neighbors. He has a guy who can run past people. He can shake them up, do all kind of things. Russ might get a little bit more interested and can probably play. And I think they're looking at the veteran quarterbacks might be better for us at this point because they need to win.
Yeah.
There's no way possible that they could go around losing and think they're going to stay around a long time.
Yeah, I think that's the interesting part about this is which is best for them. Is it winning with the veteran or is it maybe being mediocre and trying to win some with a Shador and maybe saying, let us stick around? It's an interesting spot. And I think that's the thing. That's where the league gets interesting because it's a self-preservation league. If in their best interest, they probably just take one of the best players. But do you consider the quarterback? Who knows? That's something that we'll dive into a little bit later. Coming up next, Thor Nystrom going to join us. Want to get into some NFL draft talk. First round of the draft comes up on Thursday. We'll dive into it next here on The Fan.
Ovechkin was in the vicinity, and a shot here from Villiers. They score, and Ovechkin got it. His first overtime game winner.
I don't know if you can believe it, but that was Ovi's first playoff overtime goal in his career. Thanks to 2 goals from Ovi last night, including that game winner and a goal from Anthony Beauvillier, the Caps take game 1 of the series 3-2 from the Canadiens, and Ovi makes a little bit more history this season. And Dallas Mavericks general manager Nico Harrison made some of the most out-of-touch comments I've heard in a very long time. He says he's miscalculated the depth of love his club's fans had for Luka Doncic before the trade that sent him to the Lakers. He said that he knew that Luka was important to the fan base, but he didn't quite know it was to this level. Despite the persistent calls from fans for him to be fired in the last 2.5 months since the deal, Harrison's doubled down and said that this was still the right move for building a championship contender in Dallas. Good luck with that. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Hour number 2 of B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. It's time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And bring in our friend Thor Nystrom talking about the NFL draft. Thor, what's going on?
How you doing, boys?
We're doing good, man.
So I wanted to start. We're getting reports today. Peter Schrager was on Get Up on ESPN today saying that there are potentially trades that could happen in the top 10, looking at Cleveland and maybe the Giants at 3. And James Palmer added on to that saying, quote, I know a team in the top 10 that is head over heels for Travis Hunter. They have been for a while. Any idea who one of these teams could be? And do you think there's a possibility that they trade up to 2 or 3 and take Travis Hunter?
I would say that there's 32 teams you could describe their feelings about Travis Hunter that way. So I'm sure teams are trying. You know, like if we were sitting in that seat, are you not going to call to Andrew Berry and just try, right, and just see what it would take? I would be beyond stunned if Cleveland did that. Travis Hunter, not only the best player in this class, we haven't seen something like Travis Hunter before. Don't get cute with this, Andrew Berry. Just pick him at 2.
Hey, but the thing about him, he's saying if they don't let him play both sides, he don't want to play football, which I think is just a lie. Will a team allow him to play too much on another side of the ball? Because at this point, they don't let people really practice today because they're worried about injuries.
Yeah, that's an interesting question with Travis Hunter. Of course, he's going to play both ways, and that's what he has wanted. He was playing both ways in the FCS. You know, some people are like, "Oh, why would he play both ways on his rookie contract?" And you know, increase his injury risk. Who's doing it in the FCS? So he's been talking about this for a long time. He wants to be the Shohei Ohtani of football. So he's going to get that opportunity to play both ways. But to your point, that is the interesting one here. The topical thing here is the amount of snaps that human body can handle in year one without severely elevating the injury risk. We haven't seen a guy like this before. This is a unicorn. It's something new. And so it's going to be your analytics department doing regression analysis of the guys who played the most snaps in all the previous years of the NFL. What can we find? Can we ballpark a snaps count per game that's not going to, go beyond sort of our risk threshold of where we're comfortable at with the injury risk there. And then, of course, the medical team as well. You have to protect Travis Hunter from himself. And honestly, you have to protect the coaching staff from themselves. Because if they had their druthers, they do what Travis wants, which is 100% snaps on both sides. Got to get a cap in there for the rookie season. And then we'll just see after that if we can add extra snaps to that in the future.
Talking with Thor Nystrom from Fantasy Life. Another guy that's going to go early is Ashton Genty. What spot do you see? It seems like a lot of people think that he could end up going to the Raiders. Maybe the Jaguars snatch him up a pick before at pick number 5. Where do you think he ends up going, and how good do you think he's going to be in the league?
The Raiders are the last stop on that sixth slot. That's the last stop at the train depot. If he gets there, that card's going to get turned in real quick. But the 2 slots ahead of that are pretty fascinating. It has been assumed that the Patriots will just take Will Campbell. Why? I haven't gotten a good explanation on that. Will Campbell cannot play tackle in the NFL. His arms are too short. We've never seen a tackle with wingspan that short, arms that short, even hang, much less succeed. Will Campbell's a guard in the NFL. And when it's like, why, you start asking the question of why would you take him in the 4th slot? It always comes back to, he was really good in the interviews, really good guy. It's like, I want more out of the 4th slot than that. I wonder if they are leaning into that Will Campbell thing with their sources so that more questions are not asked. And I wonder if there is a mystery target there, and it could be Genty. 5 slot, I've been told for a while that Jacksonville likes Genty. Would they take him for themselves? That I don't know, but it is a new administration. It is a new coaching staff and an offensive leaning one. So that is in play, as well as a trade from a team looking to make the swing up the board. Whether to beat the Raiders for Genty or whether to beat the couple teams behind there for Tyler Warren. I've heard to watch out for the 49ers. 49ers have an enormous amount of draft equity. All these picks, 49ers are looking to move up, and I think the targets would surprise people. They want an offensive skill star, whether it be Warren, whether it be Genty. It's a team that plays positionless football. So the 4 or 5 slots are the really interesting ones to monitor for Genty. But yeah, if he gets to 6, that's a done deal.
We're 2 days away from the draft, and we've heard all kind of stuff from Shedeur being good, Shedeur sliding. People are, I guess, leery of him being Deion's son. All this. Where do you think he ends up going?
I'm going to say 9 to the Saints. And if he gets by them, I think there's a real shot of Cleveland in the mid-teens. Cleveland's another team with an enormous amount of draft equity, trading up into the teens to stop Shadir's fall. Those are the 2 scenarios that I see playing out there. The Saints make a lot of sense, but I don't know if the Saints, if you're basically looking to quasi-tank this coming season, because you have no chance anyway. If you're going to do that, you probably wouldn't want to press the quarterback issue, especially with Arch Manning on the horizon. I don't know if we can convince Arch to come out after 3 years. The other 2 Mannings, they stayed 4 years, and that was not the NIL era. But they're making decisions on different things. But that's how I sort of see the Shadir thing. I also think there's about a 15% chance he could go in the 3 slot to the Giants. 85% Abdul Carter. I still strongly lean that way, but the ownership group traveled with the coaches, the Giants, to Shadir Sanders' last workout. And as you guys know, when it's a quarterback, that's when the ownership group gets involved with the decision. Mm-hmm. So I think you have to put that at around 15%. But assuming that Giants go Abdul Carter, I'm going to say the Saints.
We are familiar with ownership calling in and drafting quarterbacks around here.
Oh, yeah.
That's bad memories on that one. But thankfully, we're fine now. Sticking with the quarterback position, what do you think the chances are that more than 2 quarterbacks go in the first round of the draft? And specifically for Washington, do you think that there's a chance that someone early in the second round that wants a quarterback would be willing to come up to 29 to maybe draft a Jackson Dart, or if Jalen Milroe or whoever it may be at that spot?
My thoughts on this have totally changed over the last 10 days to 2 weeks. Before, I would have said a 2-1 favorite outcome, or even a little bit better, under 2.5 quarterbacks. Now, I would totally flip on that, as kind of the books have as well, to go over it. And one thing, where it tipped this off was the invites to Jalen Milroe and Dart to the first. Now, Dart was taken off the invite list, so I'm curious there if he declined the invite. Milroe's going, though. And I think between those possibilities and that, the Steelers being a quarterback needy team back there, and then the teams at the top of the second, you have a couple teams with the quarterback needs that are projected to go in different directions with the first round pick, right? The Browns and the Giants. Those Browns and Giants could easily, like I just mentioned, trade up. The Browns, if they can't get Shadir, that's not a possibility for them. That trade up, you can do what the Panthers did last year with Xavier Legette when they traded. I think it was a 6th round pick to go from the 33rd slot to the 32nd with the Bills. Bills took the receiver they were going to take anyway, first pick of the second round, and Keon Coleman. They picked up an extra 6th round pick. You could see Cleveland making a similar trade like that, a slot or 2 up, so they can give the 5th-year option on Milroe's contract. But because of all those factors, I'm definitely going over 2.5 quarterbacks first round.
Or we normally are picking in the top 10 or somewhere close to it, because we normally are not a very good football team around this town. We have changed that a bit and Picking at 29, who do you think Washington takes?
I think it's going to be a two-way edge. I think I'm gonna say Shamar Stewart. If Michael Williams falls down there, I think it'd be Michael. I think Michael's going to go a little bit above that. I'm going to say Shadir Sanders. You guys know edge is the biggest need there, and they don't want the one-trick pony pass rusher. They wouldn't have gotten frustrated with Dante Fowler if they were targeting a guy like that. They want the guy who is going to set the clean edge and play team concept football and run defense. That's Shamar Stewart. Shamar Stewart, the pass rushing thing, we'll see if that ever gets there. 4.5 sacks over his career, but the athletic profile, of course, is high end, especially north-south. He's an absolute load and tremendous in run defense, which for me, that puts a pretty high floor on that prospect. People talk about him as like boomer bust. I actually don't think so. I think the ceiling's a bit lower than people think, and I think the floor is way higher because he's an awesome run defender. It's exactly what Washington's looking for. That would be the name I would circle.
When you look at the other side of the ball, receiver, running back potential at 29, do you think that they would go there over going with an edge rusher if they are enamored with Emeka Egbuka, or maybe if they wanted to go ahead and take Trevion Henderson if he's available at 29? Do you think that would be a possibility there?
I think the higher probability outcome would be if one of those couple guys, the two-way edge guys, doesn't get there that is worth that slot. I think you bail. I think you trade down. And at that point, you can get to the top of the second, the two guys that fit really well, Landon Jackson and Nick Scorton. Both those guys are going to do exactly what you want there. And also, you would be in the position for a more acceptable to me slot for Trevion. Like, let's say that those two guys get popped in between, right? And so the two-way edge still is not available to you. Trevion Henderson would be a great fallback option at that point. So I think that's how it will play out. Trevion, and I love the idea of bringing him home, of course, and I love Trevion as a prospect. I comp him to Reggie Bush. He's like a more aggressive Reggie Bush kind of. But I would rather do that early second because of the depth of this running back class. And then Washington, you have the other need, the two-way edge, and then, of course, the boundary cornerback. So that's how I played if I was Washington.
We hear this draft is not like most. I guess when you don't have a lot of quarterbacks coming out, it normally gets knocked down some. What is the position that you think is the best in this draft?
Running back for sure. This could be the best running back class the last 25 years. Wow. Right? Like so that one for sure the top. And then number 2, I would say interior defensive line. It's a pretty stacked class there. Edge is pretty close. Edge might be 3 or 4. I think this is a really good edge group, but those would be my top position groups.
Talking with Thor Nystrom from Fantasy Life here on B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. We always talk about the first round. Second round, Commanders picking at pick number 61, assuming that they weren't to go edge rusher in the first round, or they traded down and did go with the Trevion Henderson, whatever it may be. What kind of options would they have if they wanted to go back in the edge market, or even if they wanted to double up, frankly, if they wanted to take an edge rusher at 61?
The guys there, I would be praying that Nick Scorton fell there. I think probably that. JTT, the last name I'm not great with, but the Ohio State edge rusher, I think would be a fit there as well. Those maybe Jordan Birch as well would be one other name that I would toss out, a guy that could set the edge for you. But yeah, I would rather. I want if I'm Washington, knowing exactly specifically what they need. It would be, I need one of those two guys laid first, or else I want Scorton or Landon Jackson in the first 10 picks of the second round. I think you need to come out with one of those 4 guys to address like specifically what your top priority is.
So off of that, so you think that's kind of the fall off, that if you don't get one of those dudes, that's kind of the end. And if that's the case, then you kind of feel like maybe they failed a little bit.
That's what I'm monitoring if I'm them. Yeah. Like, and I want to do it. I want to do it at the right price point. I don't want to take Scorton or Jackson with the first round slot, right? Like you want to get the assets at the correct price point. So it's a little bit of a 3-dimensional chess game, of course. And you're going to monitor that. And if you're Washington, you're praying that edges don't start flying off the board. Like last year with the quarterback in the offensive tackle position, it was like everyone is jumping over themselves to take one of those positions. You're just hoping you're not in that scenario. I don't think we will be. But, yeah, that's what you're monitoring. And again, for me, that first pick, you want to come out with one of those 4 guys because then your top need as a team is addressed. You can then move on to the running back thing, be it the boundary cornerback. You feel you can get one there, late second round. But the problem for me with waiting for the late second round for that edge guy is for sure one of those 4 guys is going to be off the board. Then you have to go down to the next tier. And if you want to fix that, now we have gone in jeopardy of another season that being an issue.
If you're looking at this, if you're Adam Peters and you're sitting there, and obviously edge rusher is at the top priority. I think we've talked about that. It sounds like you're kind of in agreement there. What else do you feel like you want to walk out of this draft with if you're Washington?
Receiver, running back, boundary cornerback, edge. Those are for sure top. And then I think the next one would be tackle. I would like to get a tackle where we can kick Brandon Coleman inside. I think that's where he belongs. I think his game will play up there. I don't know if you can do with the picks. I don't know if I could get a guy day one that can help me with that. Maybe a developmental one with tackle, prioritizing some of these other positions. But yeah, that would be my other one.
Looking at this safety class, good safeties. Do you think there's someone that they maybe could target there at 61? Because you look at losing Jeremy Chin, they bring in Will Harris, but maybe they could find someone there that can kind of step into Chin's shoes.
I think for sure that's a possibility. I don't think Amanwari is going to fall down there. That could be Amanwari could go closer to the mid-second, I think, than people are realizing. But that could be one option there. As far as other safeties, the guy that I really like he doesn't play like Chin, but I like Xavier Watts from Notre Dame because he's such a killer in coverage. I don't think he's going to be there. Maybe Andrew Mukaba. That's another really good coverage guy from Texas. He'll be there. That would be another guy at point too. But yeah, probably those guys. Safety, it's a little bit tougher because if you get boxed out of the Starks, Watts, and Manwari group, you're either going with the nickel guy or else you're hoping that you can develop a guy as a starter. So that's a little trickier position there.
Real quick, go ahead.
The corner from East Carolina is slipping me right now.
Siobhan Ravel.
What's his deal?
Ravel, coming off the season-ending injury he suffered in September in practice, but I think that guy is going to be had for a discount on draft day because of that. He was one of the most dominant press man corners that we had in college football the last couple of years. Just totally shut down with that. The measurables speak for themselves. It's the reason he gets the Tariq Woolen comparisons there. Like I said, it's a depressed price point there because you missed most of your last season. You're coming off that injury. You're coming up from the G5, but that guy's legit. That for me, that's a late first round prospect, and he's going to go in round 2. So I think there's definitely you're going to get a discount there.
A couple of corners that seem to be falling that were maybe consensus one of the top guys coming in was Will Johnson and Benjamin Morrison dealing with some injuries. Where do you think those guys could go? And do you think that maybe some of the flaws, whether it's the injuries with Morrison or maybe some of the play this past season for Will Johnson, will knock them down and maybe also hurt what they can be as players in the league?
Yeah, I think with Johnson, you're looking at mid first round. There is a possibility he gets into the 20s because of the poor athletic testing there. And on tape, there was some struggles with his back to the quarterback, which speak to that. In his own system, though, I think he's going to be awesome. It's a guy coming forward when he can have his eyes on the quarterback. He really good instincts. The trigger downhill, he jumps passing lanes. So very good for that. But he's got to find the right system fit, like I said. And then Benjamin Morrison. No idea. Benjamin Morrison, no idea because of the hip injury. And hip injuries, that's really where you are leaning so heavily on your medical staff and how did they see that stuff during the combine rechecks and that sort of a thing. Just because it's a hip thing, we don't know. We don't know with those medical teams. How are they seeing it, each individual one? So that Benjamin Morrison is a first-round talent that you would think would go in round 2. But if the hip injury, if that news is a little bit scarier and makes teams more trepidatious, possibility falls into round 3 and then just becomes the shoot for the moon thing.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Maybe someone can get a really, really good player there in round 3 if he can stay healthy.
Yep.
Appreciate the time, Thor. Enjoy draft coming up on Thursday, man.
Hey, thanks so much, boys. Always good talking to you.
That's Thor Nystrom from Fantasy Life joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Coming up next, want to dive into the Commanders' offensive line. You heard maybe there's a chance that they could try to upgrade the O-line there from Thor at the offensive tackle position. Did they do enough, and how close do you think that they could be to elite on the offensive line? We'll talk about it next here on B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. We've got the Battle of the Beltways coming to Nats Park, 6:45 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. You can listen live to Game 1 of this 3-game set versus the Orioles. Mitchell Parker's on the mound for Washington, and he's had an electric start to the season. He has a 1.85 ERA. Now, the Orioles, they're coming off a really tough loss, 24-2 to the Reds. So hopefully the momentum can continue in the Nationals' favor. And as we inch closer to the 2025 NFL draft, the betting odds are kind of giving us a bigger piece to the puzzle as we try to figure out where people will end up. Well, in the case of Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders, there's a new favorite to take him in the draft, and that's the Pittsburgh Steelers. At FanDuel Sportsbook, Pittsburgh is now the betting favorite to take him at some point in the draft, while the Giants have the second highest odds, the Browns follow behind at third, and the Saints, who had been the betting favorite, move down to fourth in the odds. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP today. Appreciate Thor Nystrom for joining us. Last segment coming up at noon. We'll have Barstool Nate. 1 o'clock, we'll have Alan May. Plenty of Caps hockey talk coming up a little bit later on in the show. Was just showing B. Mitch a video of Jaden Daniels running into the facility in Ashburn.
Like ran a 4.2.
It looks like it ran a 4.2. So I was just looking it up. Today is the first day of phase 1 of OTAs for the Commanders. Phase 1, according to commanders.com, consists of the first 2 weeks of the program. Activities are limited to meetings, strength and conditioning, and physical rehabilitation only. So just getting out, getting the body a little bit loose, getting back into form.
Your job is playing football.
Yeah.
Why do you have to be told you can't work out? And that type of,
it is weird.
Listen, that is one rule that I thought was the dumbest thing when I played. If I am a guy who plays this, my body is my tool. Why shouldn't I be able to always go to the facility and work it out? Because this is what I hate. If you tell me I can't come to the facility to work out and I go somewhere else, you tell me it's non-football. If I'm always trying to be in shape, anytime I work out, it should be football related, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Absolutely. One other thing, too, before we get back into the Commanders, tonight at Nationals Park and tomorrow, going to be giving away James Wood bobbleheads, or oversized. You look on the stream on YouTube, I'm showing you James Wood bobblehead.
Hey, oversized, that's just how big he is.
It's a regular size bobblehead, but made James Wood sized, right?
Yeah, he's big.
So make sure you get over to Nats Park one of the next 2 days. Beltway series against the O's, James Wood bobbleheads. Want to talk about the Commanders, though, as they get their OTAs phase 1 underway today. Offensive line. Looking at the O-line, it was interesting hearing what Thor Nystrom had to say about bringing in another tackle, maybe to move Coleman inside to guard. But when you look at this O-line now, B. Mitch, it's a different unit where in the last couple of years, I wouldn't say you felt great. Nope. If you felt good about the line, you were probably being a little bit bullish. If anything, they were average. I think now when you look at it, when you bring in Tunsil, you have Allegretti at left guard, which I'm not sold on Allegretti, but I think he played fine.
He played well.
I think you feel good at center at Biadish. Cosme, I don't know when he's going to be back. I tend to be a little more.
Like Brandon Coleman at guard right there.
Exactly. And I kind of think that if Cosme is back anytime before week 10, which would be around that 9-month mark from the time that he had the surgery on his ACL, then you feel good anytime before that. So he should be back at the end of the season and for the playoffs. So if that's the case, you feel good about that position. And then right tackle is either going to be Coleman or Wiley. And I think whoever loses that position should then just shift into right guard, right?
I think at this point, Wiley has played guard in the league. I think it may be smarter to move him in there and let Coleman play right tackle. And then when Cosby comes back, boom. Because although you're thinking about the present, you're thinking about the future.
Yes.
Brandon Coleman can be your guy for the next 5-10 years. Wiley's not going to be your guy for the next 5-10 years. And we have seen Wiley play. Some games, outstanding. Other games, So
more of the
at
games.
that point, you begin to say Coleman could be your right tackle for the long haul. Allegretti is efficient enough to still be right there. And then you got Biotis, your center. I think it's a formidable line.
Yeah, you feel a lot
With
better.
a sixth man, when Cosby comes back, you still got Wiley who can be swing. He can play guard or tackle, and then you start adding some other pieces to it.
Well, and I think when you look at Coleman, I don't want to move him into guard because that's last resort to me, right? Like once he goes into guard, you say he can't play tackle. Maybe he can get out there in a pinch if you need it for injuries. But for the most part, once you move him into guard, he's staying in guard, right? Like
But,
you don't
but,
see.
but the thing about it, like I think people make that guard tackle thing a little. If I got a guard who's a Pro Bowl guard every year, I'd much rather that guy be there instead of trying to force him outside. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Because when we drafted prior to Cosby, went down to
Brandon
Sheriff. He moved from tackle to guard. He was your best offensive lineman.
Yeah.
For years. So the guy, like, I want the best 5 people on the field. I don't care what you played in college. It's now at this level. Dallas did it. The Eagles do it. They get the best offensive lineman on the field. A lot of those guys were tackles. They moved them to guard. But we have the mindset still where, oh man, they move him to guard, it's done. No. They move him to guard, he's the best one. And what do? They just road grade people. If he moves to guard and he's a road grader, cool with me.
Well, and I don't even look at it as a negative. The reason I'm saying it is like you mentioned Brandon Sheriff, you mentioned Sam Cosmi. Once they moved inside to guard, they're not moving back out to tackle. So I want to see if he can play tackle at a really solid level. I'll leave him at tackle because that's more valuable than
That's why I
guard.
say play him at tackle now while Cosmi is out.
Exactly.
Because he gains more experience. And to say this kid was a rookie 3rd-round draft pick that came in last year playing left tackle, he did what most young people do. He hit a wall. But he was able to come outside the other side of that wall and play some okay football.
Yeah.
He wasn't terrible.
Exactly.
He wasn't the worst offensive lineman.
I don't know that I looked at last year when Brandon Coleman was playing left tackle and said, ooh, liability. There were times when he was getting beat, no doubt about it. But I also didn't look at him as the biggest weakness to your point. So I think for me, I'm giving him another chance to play offensive tackle at right tackle. If he shows that you still want to upgrade there, then you kick him inside to guard, and I think he'll be a really good guard. So it's not even a negative. You know for a fact that he's going to be one of your starting 5. It's just figuring out the right place for him. You feel good about that, right? Mm-hmm. And I think when you look overall at this line now, over the last couple of seasons, you felt weaknesses.
Yeah.
You felt like there were spots where you're like, uh-oh. And I don't know that you feel that same way going into this year, especially when Cosmi comes back, because the big thing is you have that left tackle position solidified.
Yeah, I feel more comfortable this year than I did in a long time.
I mean, since when? It's been a while.
It's been a while. Especially since Trent left.
I mean, it probably goes back to when Trent was here, because even when Charles Leno was here, he was a serviceable left tackle. He wasn't a plus
turnstile
at left tackle, right?
Turnstile.
So, I think
he's a swing a lot. He swing open, and they ran right past him. And I mean, it's very subtle. If you look at it, guys will widen a little bit on the edge and come straight line quarterback. And the way he swiveled his hips and hinged, couldn't block him. And they run straight to the quarterback. That's why I never ever thought he was like a great one over there.
Well, and even so, he was not, you clearly think he's worse than I did. But regardless, you have to go back to the Trent Williams days, probably when you felt good about that left tackle position. And now you feel good about the left tackle position. Mm-hmm. You feel good about the center position. I think mixed on Allegretti, but regardless, you feel fine with him there.
Allegretti will fight. That's what I like about him. He's not the greatest, but he's not going to quit. He'll keep fighting and fighting and fighting. A lot of guys just give up on plays. The thing about him, he's a mauler and he's a brawler. When you got those guys inside that does it, all a running back needs is a little bit to get past them.
Yeah, and I think the other side now, with figuring out with Wiley and with Coleman, they're going to have a competition at right tackle, and I think that's going to bring the best out of both of them, hopefully. And then, whichever one doesn't win, maybe kicks into right guard. I think the guy that slept on, and I think you noticed a difference when he was injured at times last season, is Tyler Biotis.
Oh, yeah.
I think bringing in a veteran center to be able to help out with Jaden as a rookie and now going into his second year. I think Biotish does a really, really good job on the interior of that offensive line. And so suddenly, years past, you'd look across the line and maybe feel good about one spot. I think it's the opposite, where you feel good about most spots, and maybe you just don't feel great about, one or two of them.
But and also this is a draft where you still have an opportunity to try and pick somebody.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I was listening to. The Junks driving in this morning, Ryan Wilson of CBS was on them, and he was talking about maybe them drafting Gray Zabel, who's a tackle, potentially a guard or center in the league out of North Dakota State. And they were like, that'd be a little bit of a downer. And I don't know that it would be, because if you drafted a dude who's a stud on the offensive line, B. Mitch, and wherever you put him, if you suddenly have that as a weapon, suddenly the running back position where B-Rob struggled last year, Eckler was good when he was on the field. Suddenly they become better. Yeah. Suddenly Jaden can stand in the pocket a little bit longer.
See, that's why what we look for, we're always looking for sexiness. That's the only thing that anybody
That's what Jeff looks for.
Looks at when someone steps on the field. If they're in a sexy position, we always look for skill positions. But if you don't have offensive linemen, the skill positions don't look as good. If you put a guard on your team and that dude is legitimate and he's consistent, it makes the quarterback better. The receivers have more time to get open. Your running backs have bigger holes.
Yeah.
Your tight ends get time. Make your team better. Anything that improves your team, that's a plus. I don't care about, you know what I don't like? When everybody starts running around just happy and yapping. A quarterback, yes. But just because you pick a sexy position does nothing for me. If we're not talking about the position when it comes to week 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, why are we so excited about we draft a guy, we get excited, and they don't show up nowhere? So I care about offensive linemen. I just believe O lineman, D lineman, that's how your team get better. Yes, you need a quarterback, but you put a great quarterback on the team and have a suck-ass offensive line, he's going to suck.
I mean, look at Shedeur Sanders, right?
Be real.
If Shedeur was behind an offensive line that was legit, I think there's no question he'd be the number one overall pick. But because of the O-line and him having to figure stuff out on the fly all the time, I think that's part of the reason he gets knocked.
People that try to knock him don't even look at that. Think about that.
I mean, how many times, B. Mitch, when you watch Colorado, is he catching the snap and immediately running? And he's not an athletic quarterback.
Yes. So if you just look, if people stop assuming and listening to what someone else says and look at the game, you will notice the fact that kid did what he did with that offensive line.
Yes.
It'll tell me more about his dad than it does about him. He don't know how to put together an offensive line. Okay. He was Guy Pickett. He don't know how to put together an offensive line. But he excelled even with that bad offensive line.
Well, and I think, too, when you look at the team that just won the Super Bowl, that's what everybody looks at, right? When you're building a roster the next year after a team wins a Super Bowl, you look at that roster and say, is there something I can learn? Well, what's the number one takeaway from watching the Philadelphia Eagles? Have a good O-line and have a good D-line.
Yeah.
Yes, Saquon.
But
yes, Hurts. Yes, A.J. Brown.
But what everybody said, man, we got to build up a line like the Eagles. And then when the draft comes along, all they want is the sexy picks. That's why I'm so glad that most people that does media are not inside of those damn war rooms.
Most definitely. Most definitely. Keep the draft talk coming as the Washington Commanders getting set for the first round of the draft coming up on Thursday, pick number 29. Maybe take a look at some of Ron's drafts, because Landfill has on here biggest draft butts.
Why do we have
Washington
to do that,
history.
Why are you torturing us?
Maybe we'll just look at Ron's draft. We'll talk about more NFL draft coming up next year on The Fan. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP today. About 12 minutes. Barstool Nate going to join us, talk some Capitals hockey. Continuing to talk about the Commanders and the offensive line, I think it's an interesting discussion about if they were to draft an offensive lineman, B. Mitch, I think some fans might be underwhelmed. Frankly, it doesn't really matter because to me, when you look at what this team's priorities need to be over the next couple of years, any move that you make that helps Jaden with a weapon or protects Jaden Daniels is a plus because that is your dude right there.
Them to do stuff to help Jaden.
Well, and you know what's so funny?
If you don't, then you're not really a fan.
It's funny, B. Mitch, because you bring up a good point that whenever we think about when Sam Howell was here a couple years ago, before they had the quarterback, what did everyone call in and say that this team needed? They said, this team was built on the offensive line. Give me the Hogs of old. Give me this and that.
Yeah.
And now that you have the quarterback, everybody's like,
you know why? Because they think their quarterback is a magician. You know what? You know what happened to quarterbacks that have to be magicians? They get hurt.
They get hurt.
If you get offensive line and you make their job easier, then they could be real effective with all the abilities that they have.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is if they can add, whether it's offensive line, whether it's another weapon, because to me, that's the one thing with the offense. I feel like right now they can get by with it. I think so many people, when they look at it and I say I want a weapon or I say I want to do this, it doesn't necessarily have to be a 29. But whenever I say it, they're like, oh, well, Jaden can. It's not necessarily what Jaden can do. I know he can do it. He showed me last year that he can do it with subpar in a lot of cases around him. I get that. I don't want to have to rely on that because
I don't want him to have to do that every time.
Exactly
when
right.
he strains and stresses to do stuff, that causes issues.
Well, and
he
so
needs to be able to do it very, very under control.
I mean, think about it. Michael Jordan, when he was with the Chicago Bulls, before Scottie Pippen was there, he scored 63 points in a playoff game. He can do that. Doesn't mean I always want him to do that. I need to get him help, right? And so Jaden has showed you that he can be a special player. He showed you that. I don't want to always have to rely on that because there are going to be times when maybe he's going to be a little dinged up or, like you said, you don't want to put him in a risk where more is on his shoulders, and in turn, that leads to him having to run more and putting him more in the harm's way.
For everybody
help
that
him
gets underwhelmed by offensive line, I'm going to take you back to the Philadelphia Eagle game in the season when he was a little banged up and the offensive line was banged up. He didn't get much time at all, did he? So if he's banged up and the offensive line is healthier, maybe he could do a little more. Or if he's healthy and the offensive line is healthy, he can do a lot more. Stop thinking that it's all about just having the sexy positions and understand the engine and the transmission, offensive line, defensive line, is vitally important.
Well, and they need to get a run game going because last year they didn't have much of a run game in the second half of the season, and that can help them out as well. And so adding...
What helps out the run game?
Absolutely.
Not the running back necessarily. Everybody was about running back. If the running back has no holes to run through, then he can't run through them.
Correct.
Get a better offensive line overall, and I guarantee you'll have more success on your offense.
Because they had an anomaly last year, B. Mitch, where they were playing ball control football, long sustained drives, being efficient, without running the football. That's not usually how you draw that up. Usually the way you play long drives and keep the ball and play ball possession is running the football 10 times on a 14-play drive. They weren't doing that. It was all Jaden.
But there's a man who has done that for years now with a Hall of Fame quarterback, Andy Reid.
Yeah.
That's what they do. They have 12, 13, 14, 15-play drives with swing route, little screen, middle screen, the little shuffle pass. They throw it on the edge on the flat. Then they'll try one down the field. Then they come back and they'll run Pacheco. And they'll throw him a swing route or a screen route. And at the end of the play, at the end of the drive, it's 15 plays. It might be 10 passes. And the running game wasn't that effective. But it gets you running and moving. And when you could get a defense having to react to what you're doing, you could kill them. And I think Cliff did a fantastic job of doing that last year. And people were so concerned about your quarterback that other guys were able to have great years. You get a better offensive line, then everybody has superb years.
I can't stop watching this video, B. Mitch, of Jaden just running into the facility. Big old smile.
You ready to rock?
Ready to roll.
You ready to rock?
I just, I don't ever want to get to the point where you take it for granted that this team has a special quarterback that loves football. He doesn't want to do anything else but play football, right? Like
I love it.
you see him occasionally in commercials, but very rarely compared to other guys. He is here to play football and win a Super Bowl.
And if he
someday.
decides to get commercials, I have no problem with it.
Yeah, no
because
problem either.
He should capitalize off everything he can while he can, but he wants to play. Just the mind that he has, I want to be good, very good at football. I want to be great at football. That's going to lead him a long ways.
And even just listening to him with Gruden yesterday, when we were playing some of those cuts, he says the right thing.
Mhm.
You don't have to worry about him saying something crazy. He's never going to give clickbait. He's never going to give anyone else bulletin board material. He's just going to go out there and play ball, and he's going to do it darn well.
Well, I can say this here. He may not say it in front of a camera or
Exactly
a
right.
microphone.
Yeah.
But I think he says stuff on the football field.
And
that's when you want guys to be
ahead.
irritated. Because you know what? When you get a little irritated, you do something stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Like you try to come late, you give us 15 yards. Or you try to show me up and you do something and you let somebody go past you. And I think he's brilliant at what he does.
And by the way, he's good enough to talk trash on the football field because he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
Oh, yeah.
And he plays in D.C.
And most of the good ones do say a little something.
As they should. As they should.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Barstool Nate going to join us, dive into the Caps game one win over the Canadians next here on the Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp. CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. Milwaukee Bucks All-Star Damian Lillard said he will return to action in Game 2 tonight against the Indiana Pacers. Lillard has been out since March 18th with a blood clot in his right calf. Now tonight you also have Grizzlies versus Thunder. OKC leads that one 1-0 in the series. Timberwolves look to go up 2-0 on the Lakers. Game 2 is tonight. But before that, right here on The Fan, you can listen live. First pitch of the Battle of the Beltways, 6:45 p.m. Mitchell Parker is on the mound for Washington facing off against Orioles starter Dean Kramer. Now, the Orioles are coming off a really tough loss, 24-2 loss to the Reds. Now, the Nats are returning home from a 10-game road trip that they are glad to be back from. Make sure that you tune in Game 1, Battle of the Beltways. That'll be today, 6:45 p.m. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
I know Jeff ain't complaining about me taking too long coming back from a break. I know that ain't happening. Is that what's going on, Jeff?
Yep.
Aren't you the one supposed to be talking on the air?
Yes, I am. To be fair, that was a little bit long, but I was filling in for JP, so that kind of happens.
Yeah, it happens.
Time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline, bring in our guy, Barstool Nate. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Nate, Caps up 1-0 in the series. What's going on, man?
Hold on. Explain what just happened. They're mad that you let the song play too long?
Apparently.
I think that was good. I like when it gets into the chorus. I think that was all right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why, Jeff just wants to cause problems.
He wanted to mess with Toby. That's all that was.
It's typical
That's
Jeff.
all right. That's all right. Yeah, just do some trust falls after the show. You'll get back on the same page.
Nate, give us your take on the Caps game last night. Yes, they won the game, but that third period had me worried like hell.
All right, B. Mitch, I'll put it this way. For the first 48 minutes, the Caps played the most physical hockey I think we've seen all season. The Canadians could not skate with us. They could not outchance us. They could not out-hit us. They could not do anything. The final 12 minutes of the game, I don't know if the Canadians saw something or if it was just a matter of the Caps taking the foot off the gas and hoping to coast to a win. But, yeah, you can't do that in the Stanley Cup playoffs, even if it's game one, even if you're the 1 seed. It has to be, maybe not 100% like that first 48 minutes, but you can't go down to 50%. Let's find a happy medium at 75%. So the Canadians put 2 in, went to overtime where Ovi just had to put the team on his back as he does to give us the win. I can't say that I'm worried. I can't say anything like that. I think the Caps proved that we are the better team, that we belong to be the 1 seed, et cetera, et cetera. My original prediction was Caps in 5. I think Montreal does win one in their home building, but the Caps are a better team. We just are.
Yeah, I think the most encouraging thing for me, Nate, was, you saw them get back into that lull a little bit at the end of the game, but we were all wondering going into the series if they could flip that switch, and they answered that resoundingly yes in the first 2 periods, especially first 10 minutes of the game.
Let me speak on that real quick. I have never seen a narrative about a 1 seed who locked up the playoffs in mid-January, it feels like. I mean, the Caps were so good that we locked up the playoffs in the 1 seed so early that the national media started this narrative that the Caps are actually bad. It's one of the more bizarre things I mean, there's a lot of the national media is a lot of people from Canada, and we're playing a Canadian team, and our star is Russian, and we've always known that there's this bitter rivalry that they created between Crosby, who's Canadian, and Ovechkin, who's Russian, and the Caps, et cetera, et cetera. And so you got these Mark Messiers and these PK Subban who are just saying that the Caps are like bad now because down the stretch when we had everything locked up for weeks and weeks and weeks that we lost a few games. That was the point. We were so good that we could rest the guys and take some days off. That was the entire point of locking up the playoffs so early. So, no, I was never concerned about this team of veterans, guys like, Tom Wilson and Ovechkin and Carlson and the best coach in the NHL behind the bench. I was never concerned that we weren't going to just, flip the switch back on, not even for a second.
I understand what you're saying, Nate, but you can lose something when you don't play your best hockey. And I think that's what the people are trying to say, where will they be able to get back to that? That third period was not what they played. And if they played a little longer than the third period like that, they're going to have a problem. So can they just get back to what that rhythm was before they took the foot off the gas?
Yeah, absolutely. The Caps were so good this season. They understand how to play together. It's the most tight-knit, group of players I think we've ever seen. Still a little shorthanded. Thompson played, I think, pretty well last night coming back from injury. Protas, Carberry saying he could play this series. So, him coming back would be.
We lost somebody else today earlier.
Yeah, Faravari done
so
for the
Martin
playoffs.
Faravari going down, just a solid defenseman. You don't want to see that happen. He tore his meniscus April 15th, which just stinks. But, it's next man up mentality. It sucks that he goes down. He'll miss the rest of the playoffs. But it's kind of like what I was saying with Protas. If you can't win, without one guy, then, you can't win in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Guys are going to go down. Guys are going to get hurt. I think this team is built to withstand injury. I think we've seen it all season long. So, no, I'm not worried about, losing down the stretch in the regular season, and I'm not worried about 10 minutes of the third period last night.
Yeah, I think overall, what'd you make of Logan Thompson getting back in the net? I felt like overall he was solid yesterday. The exception that second goal was a little bit frustrating, but I think overall you got to be happy with getting him back in net, because personally I was thinking maybe you go with Lindgren since he'd been playing the last couple of weeks, but now you kind of don't even have to worry about the rust or anything. He's got a game under his belt, and they happened to win the game as well in game one. Thought he looked pretty good returning to the net.
Yeah, I wanted LT in the net if he was healthy. I think he was clearly the better goalie all season. The dude went 31-6-6. That's just absurd numbers. 7th in the league in goals against for the regular season, and tied for 9th in save percentage in the regular season. Logan Thompson is the best goalie on this team. He gives the team the best chance to win. And, as you said, besides the second goal where he was wildly out of position, I think he played extremely solid. I think the defense didn't play their best, but LT was back there just standing on his head when he needed to. So, yeah, I never for a second wanted anybody besides Logan back there.
Talk with Barstool Nate on the Rude Guest Hotline. What do you want to see them a little bit better at in game two? I mean, I think those first couple periods were good. So I think you found some positives against this team, but they did give the Canadians a little bit of hope with that third period. What do you want to see them do a little bit better in game two?
Well, at the very beginning of the game, Connor McMichael had two kind of point-blank scoring chances that if one of those two goes in, I think the series is over, like in the first 5 minutes. But Montreal, to their credit, they withstood a lot of early chances from the Caps and kept themselves in the game. I want to see the Caps score early and often. I want to see them, just bury these chances, convert when they need to. The hitting is going to stay, the intensity is going to stay. The good penalty kill is going to stay. All that stuff is going to stay. I just want to see them get ahead early and not have to, give us all heart attacks when we don't need one. I think the Caps are that much better that it shouldn't have been stressful last night, but it was. And that's what happens when, you play in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Stuff's going to be stressful. It's not going to be easy. I want to see them come out game two and, put two in early and win the game 4-1. I don't want them playing overtime every night. Ovi needs his rest. Ovi needs, just to take a little break.
Well, I was going to ask you what your prediction was for game two, and You gave that to us right there.
I honestly, I think 4-1. I think the Caps come out, play their game, and the Canadians are just a mess out there. That's my official prediction.
What'd you make of Ovi? I mean, he's just so special. You talked about putting the team on his back and those things. He's so special, and for a season that had him break the record, all these things, first time scoring an overtime playoff winner like that, and in game one of this momentous season was so special. I don't even know, like B. Mitch was saying earlier, you can never be surprised by what this guy does at this point because he always just lives up to the moment. But just how special was that?
Yeah, it reminds me of like Tom Brady when he was playing on the Bucs. And people are like, how is Tom Brady doing this? And then he's like, oh, yeah, he's Tom Brady. Of course he's doing this. We shouldn't be surprised. Ovi's having 2 goals, 1 assist, 7 hits, and the game-winning goal in overtime. But it's so special to see. You're like, this guy's 39 years old. He's done it all. He's the all-time scoring record holder. He has the Stanley Cup. And he's still doing this. It's so impressive. We just got to drink it all in, soak it all in, because we don't know how much longer we have with him in the league. We know he's under contract for next season. We don't know what's happening after that. And he's still out there. I tweeted it last night. He had a game at 39 years old that most players in their prime couldn't even dream of having. And that was just game 1. So, and he gave an interview. I don't remember with who. He goes, yeah, like it's the playoffs. It's every shift matters. Like you don't take a shift off. And when you're seeing your 39-year-old captain play like that, it inspires everybody up and down the lineup and roster. Where you're like, oh, if Ovi is playing like that, I got to play like that.
So you coming to the game tomorrow?
Dude, the schedule is wildly unfortunate.
Man, stop making excuses.
We don't have
you coming to the game tomorrow?
Well, here's the thing, B. Mitch. Barstool Nate doesn't travel for first round. You know that. So if I have to travel for a first round game, something is very, very, very wrong. We should win in 5, and I'll see you for the second round.
Okay.
Or I'll see you for a potential game 7 at home.
You're making an excuse. I understand.
It's not excuses. I have too much faith. B. Mitch, I have too much faith in this team that has to travel for
But you want to see the whole
thing,
Nate. Sometimes you want to see it all the way along the way, not just at the end.
Brother, I go to as many games as possible. I can't take off work like JP every 2 minutes.
That is valid.
Hey man, like JP said, you gotta use them.
and to be fair, Nate, I thought I'd filled in enough at this point to be known. I was referred to as the other guy earlier today, so maybe JP needs to take a little more time off.
No, you're known. You're like a broadcaster's broadcaster. People look forward to you on the air.
Well, I appreciate that, Nate. I wasn't fishing for a compliment there. Well, what do
Nate,
you?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was.
How far? Seeing how they played coming out, how far do you think this team can go? I mean, is this the team that you think, if they can keep up the sort of play that you saw early on, that can go on a full cup run, or what are some of the things that you want to see them do to make you feel a little more confident going forward?
100%. I think we saw it during the regular season that when this team is at their best with all 4 lines going, that they can be an unbeatable team. I think they're the best coached team in the league. I think we have all the depth. I think the power play is unbelievable, and 5-on-5 is unbelievable, and the penalty kill is unbelievable. Protas was a big part of those last 2, the penalty kill and the 5-on-5. And when he's back, it's just he's 6'12", 400-pound monster out there.
And Nate. 6'12". That's just 7 feet, dog.
Yeah, he's 6'12", 400-pound
Don't say
monster.
6'12". I hate when people say something like that. 6'12", you can't say that.
That's what he is. I don't make the rules. So I think once he's back, it's just a whole new dynamic to the team. And they go as far as they go. I don't think there's a ceiling on this team. I think the cup is what everybody has their eyes on. I don't think there's a single player in that locker room who does not think that this team is not good enough to win the cup.
Talking with Barstool Nate on the Rude Guest Hotline. How good of an addition has Lavillier been? I mean, seeing what he was able to do last night, and it was someone that's brought in at the trade deadline.
Yep.
And once again, just another example of why this Caps front office is just such geniuses. He provides a goal for this team when they needed it last night and has that playoff experience, and he showed it last night. He was awesome last night. He's been awesome since they acquired him.
I was going to say, besides Ovi, I think he was the best player on the ice. They traded a second-round pick for him, and people thought that was a bit steep. but he's still young. He was the fastest player out there last night. He was involved every time he was on the ice. It looked like a scoring chance was happening. I was very, very impressed with him. It's crazy. The Caps are now his sixth team in 10 years, and he's good and
he's a hired gun,
everywhere
brother.
He goes. What's that?
He's a hired gun.
Yeah, I mean, I love him. We have him under contract, and he playing with Ovi. It added to Ovi's game having a guy who's out there skating 1 billion miles per hour. Beauvillier just was so impressive, and he's a gamer, and he's always been a gamer, and I'm glad we have him.
All right, Nate, this week also is the NFL draft, and you got the 29th pick. I know you used to have been having the early picks. Are you going to be patient enough to wait and see what Peters does, or do you feel like everybody else now, I'm starting to hear, they got to go with the sexy pick? No, I don't want sexy. I want something that's going to be here for the long haul.
Yeah, it's interesting. We have 5 picks in the whole draft. And so I think I'm now with a lot of people who think we're going to trade out of the first round and just start trying to accumulate a few more picks. This team we know does need depth. We do need to get a bit younger in the depth area. If there's someone at 29 that Adam Peters feels is like, I need to take him, cannot miss, use that 29th pick. Otherwise, just trade back, get a couple more picks. We don't have a third. We don't have a fifth. I wouldn't be terribly upset either way. If we take someone at 29, that says to me that there's someone there that we need immediately. And if we trade back, that means Adam Peters sees the wider scope of this draft and says there's a few players that we can get in the 3rd and 5th round that I think has more value than the 29th overall pick. So whatever he does, I'm happy with.
Is there something that you want to walk away from the draft with, even if it's not necessarily in the first round, but is there a position, a player, maybe someone, a running back, something? Is there anything that you're like, I want to walk away from the NFL draft with this, or I'm going to be a little bit disappointed?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think we went to the NFC Championship game last year. That's to put it, I always think about this. One game from the Super Bowl in Jaden's rookie season.
Yeah.
So there's nothing I'm, stamping my feet over here about. There's nothing to complain about. There's nothing that I'm saying this team needs to do better. I'm trusting this front office with my life, more or less, where when they make a decision, I'm 100% on board because they've given us no reason not to trust them. They're not the Dan Snyder era. There's no reason for me to sit here and say, well, I think we should do this with the pick. No, I totally trust Adam Peters and the squad he has put together. And whatever they do, I'm saying that's the right move.
I'm asking you this because I can't stop thinking about it. Have you seen the Commanders' Twitter today with the video of Jaden running into the facility?
I have not.
You need to look it up. Just it gives you all the feelings of like a little kid once again seeing that your team is good.
Yeah.
Like
We're back.
I can't stop thinking about it because I almost you forget that like that dude is our quarterback. Like that dude is so special. And you never want to take it for granted. Like we're watching this OV run. How special is it to have him? And then there's also a quarterback in DC that, to your point, took this team to an NFC Championship game in his rookie season.
Can you believe
it's
it?
Awesome.
Yeah, we are very, very lucky to be DC sports fans right now. We're about to get Cooper Flag on the Wizards. We have the best quarterback in the league in Jaden. We have Ovi going on a Stanley Cup hunt after breaking the record. And we have a baseball team. So it's a good time to be a DC sports fan for sure. This video is amazing, by the way.
I'm going to be over at Nats Park. They're giving away James Wood bobbleheads tonight. So at least there's that for the Nationals. There's James Wood. There's a couple of guys. But yeah, to your point, at some point, this team needs to win some ball games. Nate, it's always good to talk, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, Nate. Take care, brother.
Let's go, Caps. That's Barstool Nate. He joined us on the Rude Guest Hotline. I want to continue talking about the Washington Capitals. What is your confidence level that this team can continue playing like they did in the first couple of periods, that they can get through this series and have a long Stanley Cup playoffs run? 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in on the listener lines.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to a new height. So whether it's a big blast or an apple taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Brian to claim your Dinger Tuesdays profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. What a scene it was last night at Cap One Arena. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs did not disappoint. We got free hockey last night as the Caps and Canadians needed an extra period to settle the score, and D.C. did just that. 2 minutes and 26 seconds into the extra session, it was the great 8 Alex Ovechkin saying, "Adios, Montreal."
Chikrin is there too. As the puck comes toward Beauvillier, Ovechkin was into vicinity, and a shot here for Beauvillier. They score, and Ovechkin got it. His first overtime game winner. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Montreal. Alex Ovechkin, the overtime game-winning goal. Caps lead the series 1-0.
John Walton on the call via the Caps Radio Network. Ovechkin's game-winning overtime goal was his first in 44 playoff attempts. Not so good news for the fellas. It was announced earlier this morning the team would be without defenseman Martin Farivari for the remainder of the postseason with a knee injury. And that's baseball on tap tonight as they begin a 2-series homestand with the Battle of the Beltway. Nat Tenot set to lock horns for the next 3 nights. Mitch Parker on the bump for D.C. It's a 6:45 first pitch. Coverage gets going at 6:30 with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler right here on the Fan. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage, all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Top line stand here. As they will not yield to the second unit. Strome going to be the puck carrier across center. To Wilson right side, driving into the zone. Across to Ovechkin, a shot, he scores! Alex Ovechkin leads it off here in game 1. It's a power play goal. It's 1-0 Washington.
Welcome back. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. Appreciate Barstool Nate for joining us in the last segment coming up at 1 o'clock. Alan May going to give us his breakdown of the Capitals' Game 1 victory. Right now, talking with you guys, 800-636-1067. You'd like to hop in on the listener lines. Your level of confidence in the Capitals, and then moving on after a good Game 1, I would say, overall. Not great final 12 minutes or so of that game, but overall a good Game 1. How do you feel coming out of that one, B. Mitch?
When I look at the people from Vegas numbers of minus 650, I'm confident because they normally know more than I do. But no, let's just say they got a game that they need to get last night. And I'm sure Carberry and his group is going to make sure they understand what they need to do better. As Nate stated, they had secured this thing a long time ago. And it's hard as hell as a human being to stay balls to the wall if you are already in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now they got to get back to that rhythm of what they were at. And if they do, it's going to be a problem for a team like Montreal to beat them.
Well, and the reason that I'm more confident coming out today is because of what I saw those first 10, 15 minutes of the game.
Uh-huh.
You were worried about, okay, can this team flip the switch? We've talked about that all day today. And they showed that they definitively can. It's not something either where it was like, ooh, they sort of flipped it.
Uh-huh.
They look totally different. Right? Like, they look like the Capitals team that was motivated. And we're hearing all leading up to the series about how Montreal is a fast team. They're smaller. They're going to be skating all over the ice. That didn't look like that early. The Capitals were flying all over the place. They were the one laying the lumber. They were hitting, and they were ready to roll. So I think seeing what I did early on in that hockey game, aside from the fact that it took them a little bit to finally put one in the back of the net, but just seeing that level of hockey again from them was really, really encouraging.
Yep.
Gave me a lot more confidence going forward.
And as Nate stated, there were a lot of opportunities that they just missed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and if you begin to pile those up a little bit more, and I've said this for the most of the year, it's not just Ovi. It's cool that he leading the way, but it's not just him. Which I think now, if you go focus on Ovi too much, somebody else gets you. You know, you get Strom and all those different guys can come get you. So I think this is the better, especially early in the playoffs. As they go farther, they're gonna have to be what they were early in the season, not be a semblance of it. Be what they were.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's what this series can be about. Is Montreal's a really good hockey team. They're one of the hottest teams coming in. They had a 1% chance at one point this season to make the playoffs, Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
And here they are in the playoffs. So they've had a really good run. But this is a chance for you to get back in shape. This is a chance for you to kind of get back to what you once were, like you're saying, so that when you go forward in these playoffs, assuming you're able to win this series, that when you're faced tougher competition, you're going to be back to the team that we saw that earned that number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. They're going to need that sort of play. So seeing them kind of get back to that early on in the hockey game was encouraging. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. What's your confidence level in the Capitals after what you saw last night? Let's get out to David in Fairfax. David, what's going on?
Hey, thanks so much for taking my call. I love your guys' show, and I've been a Cap season ticket holder for about 25 years.
Were you at the game last night?
Oh yeah. I'll be at every one of them.
Love it.
And electricity, fantastic. First 2 periods, wonderful, and third period, a big lapse. And to your point, exactly. The thing that makes the Stanley Cup playoff so special is 4 7-game series. You're going to have lapses. You're going to have a period off. The key for me is when you have those, and you're playing another professional team. Montreal's got plenty of talent, and like you say, they're hot. Is you have to have those momentum swings be 4 and 6 minutes long, not entire periods. And after a game like last night, you hear all the right words. Hey, we got to do this for 3 periods, not 2. You got to translate that into action the next game. But certainly, you got to win ugly sometimes, and you might lose a game or 2, even 2. But you got to really bring it the next time. And I have good confidence that they're certainly going to get past Montreal, but 1 game, 1 period at a time. And they've got all the horses and the chemistry's there. There's no reason that they can't learn from these kind of games and move on. And I see this going 5 games maybe, but don't spend more time with Montreal than you absolutely need to. Thanks for taking my call.
I
appreciate it,
100%.
David.
I agree with him totally.
I think the one thing that maybe the reason you saw a little bit of that lapse in the third period is the way that they came out with so much energy and hitting so much is maybe it was a little bit too dialed up. And in turn, you have an older hockey team that maybe wore down just a little bit in the third period. So I think if they dial it back just a hair, Mitch, and find that perfect balance, but I'm not worried about them going forward because at least just seeing them get back to playing the way that they did in those first couple periods, I think you're going to see more of that versus the lapses that you saw in that third period.
Yeah, the lapses, like he said, yeah, you're going to have lapses in these playoffs, but we saw down the stretch there were a lot of them too. And you don't want that to become like an issue where it becomes something that happens often.
Well, and this
more
is
often than not.
This is kind of different from what we saw during the regular season too, in that this team is usually awesome in the third period.
Yes.
That was their period where how many times did they go into the third period trailing by a goal or 2 and they'd come back and at least salvage a point by going to overtime, or they'd come back and win the thing. So I think this was a little bit different, seeing them really crush the first 2 periods and struggle in the third. I think once they finally figure out their legs again, get back into form, and I think that's what the series can be about.
Yeah.
Get out to Carlos in Severna Park. Los, what's going
what's
on?
up, brother?
Hey, listen, I was at the game last night, all right? Listen, I'm going to give you my Shannon Sharp, all right? Montreal, shopping at the mall, Chris Paul, Paul Wall, we ain't scared of y'all. Capital 5.
I love it. Caps in 5.
Capital 5. Listen, extremely high, all right? I know this this Canadian team is young, all right? And that's why I say 5, because I think we're just going to get humbled a little bit. But cup-wise, this team, there's nothing like a team that cares about each other, and this team cares about each other more than any team I've seen. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
All right, brother.
Appreciate it. Yeah, they're an interesting group where it seems like they are closer. It almost reminds me of how this Commanders team was this season, Mitch, where they're a good team. They've obviously got a lot of talent.
Yeah.
But they're maxing it out because the closeness of the group, the chemistry that the group has,
you don't want to
special.
You don't want to let your teammate down.
Yeah, and you see
that means something. People don't understand that when your team is close, they play better. It's just like it's something about family, like family. When you want to go out there and make sure you don't let your family down, you can do some exceptional things. But if you're not close knit as a family group, you don't care. You know, some people be cheering against their family. This team is not cheering against each other.
No, they want to play for each other. They play really hard. Let's get out to Toothpick in Texas. Pick, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Hey, what's good, B? Hey, Toby, listen, real quick, I love the intensity. My guy Nate said that they're going to get one. I want to see these guys get none. I want to see them dispatch of these Canadians as quickly as possible. Like you said, let Ovi get some rest, right? And move on and get ready for the second round. Let whoever they're going to play in the second round have a full series. But let the Caps get some rest. Let Alex sit back, relax, and let's go on this Stanley Cup run, man. The scene yesterday was amazing. I like the energy and the hitting too. So, yeah, man, I'll get back with you guys when we talk a little NFL draft.
Hi, bro.
Appreciate it, Toothpick. Yeah, I think the big thing is seeing their strategy come out. They're going to play physical.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to play that way, it would be nice to get some rest, especially going into some series that are going to be a little more. They're going to have guys that can match up a little bit better. Because frankly, like we were talking about earlier, Derrick Henry against Rory McIlroy, aka Alex Ovechkin leveling Cole Caulfield. That's not exactly a fair
fight. Lose most of those.
Yeah. So getting into a series where they're going to have some bigger guys is going to be. You want to have some rest going into that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this team understands where they're at. And I think, like to your point, I think Carbs is really, really good. I think he's one of the best coaches in the league, if not the best coach in the league. They're going to be able to point out what the issues were and fix them. And it feels even better coming off of a win.
Yeah. You can lean on them a little bit when they win and they didn't play their best. But if you lose, you want to kind of coddle them a little bit. But he can lean in and say, hey, we make one more mistake, we lose that game. We won it, but let's get to the point where we can make a mistake and not they won't be close.
Yeah, exactly right. Let's get out to Keith in Leesburg. Keith, what's going on?
What up, Keith?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking the call. Look, I need the secondary line to start putting some pucks in the net, but Michael needs to finish off those chances he has. I think the Caps get it in 6. I think Montreal is a better team at home. We still have to go on the road for 2.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to go up and play against Montebello and up in Canada. The other thing that kind of scares me a little bit was the loss of Martin. Martin led our team, was one of our leaders in our team with hits. And that's hard to replace. And I don't know that you're going to get it in Bear or Lexiev. The other part that really terrifies me is I keep thinking of Montreal. I'm having flashbacks of 2008 when we were a number 1 seed and they were an 8 seed and Locke came out and blocked.
Halak, that's that damn goalie I was talking about.
Yeah, Halak.
Yeah.
He overtook that game. You get a hot goalie in the playoffs, and you can go deep. I mean, real deep. So we've got to figure him out early. We've got to figure him out quick, and it can't just be the Ovi line putting the puck in the net. You've got to get some other guys putting it in there. So I do like what I saw. I like both periods. I love the overtime. We were all over them in overtime.
Yep.
They were like, hey, we're not going to wait for a mistake. We're just going to go get it. And they went and got it. And I loved it. So, go Caps. Hopefully it's 6. I would love it in 5. We can rest them. But as long as we take the win, that's all that matters.
Absolutely.
Thanks
Appreciate it, Keith.
Hi, man.
Yeah, I think,
Yaroslav, that's his name? Halak.
Yeah, I mean, hot goalie can be the difference in these playoff series. I'm kind of hoping now, too, that you got Logan Thompson back in net. It'd be kind of nice to have it on the flip side where you've got the hot goalie. Obviously, we've seen that in 2018.
Yeah, let the hot goalie be us.
But it'd be kind of nice if Logan Thompson, because he was spectacular most of the season. He struggled a little bit after the 4 Nations, but before that, I mean, this dude, his record, I think it was something like 31-6-6.
Yeah,
this dude is awesome.
Spectacular.
So if you can get that sort of goaltending again, and I think he, was able to get back on track a little bit, getting back on the ice. Let's get out to Andy in Monrovia. Andy, what's going on?
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's going on, Andy?
I just wanted to say that I spent the entire third period watching closely Ovi and what he was doing, and I think he spent a lot of time not playing defense. And the other 4 guys on that shift were just struggling, and that's why they were on their heels, and Montreal had the puck in the Caps' end the entire time in the third period. And it was great that he scored the overtime winner, but I think they were lucky to win that game.
Yeah, I don't know if I fully agree with that. Appreciate it, Andy. I don't know that I fully agree that they were lucky to win that game because there were also chances that they could have scored, like we talked about McMichael. So
they were
I think,
more aggressive down the stretch, but they
think
did allow them back in the game.
I think if you were to grade it, I think the Capitals were better on 40 of the 60, so 2 periods, right? I think they were the better team last night, but you can't give those chances to his point because sometimes the puck doesn't go your way, and even though you outplay a team, you still lose. So you can't have that. I see the Rooster walking around. Maybe we'll get him to hop by, give us his thoughts. I know he was down at Capital One Arena talking about the Capitals as they are up 1-0 in the series after they beat the Canadians last night 3-2 in overtime. More to come here on B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
B. Mitch here. Now that I'm a licensed motorcycle rider, I can't wait to take advantage of this incredible weather and ride this spring. I especially feel good about it because I know that Law Tigers have my back. They're more than lawyers. They're riders too. They've supported injured riders and their families for over 20 years, and they're advocates for the riding community that I'm now so proud to be a part of. The Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. Visit them at lawtigers.com. Calfus and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
Welcome back. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. Joining us now, the Rooster, Chris Russell. Show starts at 2 o'clock, right? That's what I hear.
2 o'clock, yeah. Just here early. Had lunch in the neighborhood. Just strolling
out,
on
right?
by. Yeah, exactly.
Just hanging out.
Show on the podcast.
How was
whatever?
How was Capital One Arena last night?
It was pretty electric. I mean, I've been there for a lot of playoff games, Stanley Cup Finals, all that good stuff. I mean, it felt, maybe not quite the pandemonium of a Stanley Cup Final, but it felt very good to have the juice and the energy in a playoff game. Unleash the Fury was great. Obviously, the explosion after all the goals, great, especially the overtimer. And I think, I don't know about you guys, but that's more than just an overtime goal. That's Ovi's first overtime playoff goal, which I've been saying all year is the most amazing thing, that he's never had any of that with all the goals that he scored, right? Never had any. And I tweeted it last night, literally 5 minutes before the puck drop. And I was like, I mean, I'm just putting this out there just because it's game one of the playoffs.
Just manifesting.
And literally a couple hours later.
So, in other words, he did it because you called.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I understand.
He was putting on a show for me after the Capitals gagged one up in the second half of the third period and cost us each probably about half an hour.
Did it get kind of quiet in the building?
Yeah, I mean,
it was rather quiet in my house
until
I started yelling, and my piece was running. What the hell was going on?
Yeah.
What are you yelling for? I'm like, you see this game? I don't watch that.
You're not a thrower at the TV.
No, I don't throw
guy,
at my
right?
TV. That'd be the dumbest thing to do.
Yeah,
I've considered it before.
You got to throw it to TV. You got to get a new one.
When I was
your
young,
mama go kill you. You go break that TV.
When I was younger, I remember living in Chicago. My son was kind of maybe 1 year old, maybe a year and a half. And I remember throwing a sneaker at my television, and my ex-wife looked at me like I had 18 heads and she wanted to strangle me. I was like, okay, all right, time to grow up.
So what was the environment like, and seeing them come out the way that they did last night was huge?
Yeah, I mean, Spencer Carberry, when I asked him after the game about coming out and setting that physical tone, they got into it early. I mean, on the very first shift, Anthony Beauvillier, and then Brandon Duhaime and a couple of other guys got into it. And it wasn't even the Tom Wilsons of the world, although eventually he got going and Alex got going physically, and I think wound up with 7 hits or whatever it was. But it was the other guys that came out and sprung them and got them physically oiled up and ready to go and into the game and get all 4 lines cranking. And then eventually you get the Ovi snapshot goal from the office to give them a 1-0 lead. Then you get the 2-0 lead. Again, Beauvillier, I thought it was a high stick at first. I thought they were going to take it away. I was glad that they obviously didn't. I thought he had a great game. But Spencer Carberry, when I asked him, said that was the best first period they've played in probably months. You would like to have a better than 1-0 lead at the end.
Yeah.
But, okay, I think, as long as you kind of look, it's easier to do this because they won. If they lost in overtime, we'd all be going, how do you blow that game to that team? And, here we go again, whatever.
100%.
It's easier to do that today, right? But you kind of have to juxtapose how good they were in the first 40 minutes, how bad they were essentially in the last 9 or 10 minutes. And the first goal was off, a bad bounce off the skate and whatever. And then the second goal, Logan
I don't know
Thompson,
what the heck was going on there.
Logan just gets out of position thinking that he's got to get
he was on his back.
A short side stop.
And the only person that was real close to him was his own teammate, who I think kind of affected him a little bit.
Well, he flopped as he shifted over and lost his balance, and then he couldn't get back over. And poor Nick Dowd is sitting there trying to take a BB to the chest or the head, and luckily, in sort of a way, they didn't hit him. And just went behind the net or in the net, I should say. But anyway, so I mean, that was really the only negative. I mean, you'd like more than the 3 goals. Got it. I understand you don't want to totally rely on Ovechkin, but I thought they were really good with the puck. I thought their entries were pretty good the first 35, 40 minutes, or exits, I should say, and then entries into the zone. I thought they had plenty of chances. Again, Beauvillier, I think Brandon Duhaime played really well. Connor McMichael had 2 near goals in the first minute and a half of the game.
Yeah, you'd like to see one of those buried, but he had some good chances.
Yes, he did.
What did you think of Logan Thompson in net again?
Well, again, outside of that second goal, which I looking back live, I was like, did he get shoved? Then you look back and he got himself out of position trying to anticipate and make a save on the short side stuff. Great idea and concept because you can't give up a goal in that spot. And you're trying to cover as much as you can, but you got to make sure that you don't get out of position, right? So the second goal is they can't clear it. It's a furious rally by Montreal. They're hacking and whacking. You kind of sense that they were going to bury one there, but you'd prefer Logan Thompson not to get himself out of position. Other than that, I thought he was great. I mean, short side leg pad save after short side leg pad save, really, really good in that area. And then Montreal started to crank it up maybe about 6 minutes to go in the first period and started to get some pretty decent chances off some different looks, Suzuki and Caulfield and whatever. And both of those guys eventually scored goals. But I thought he was good once outside of the second goal again, which we just talked about. And I thought I said it. I don't know how you guys felt. Like the first 3 shots on goal Montreal had were like, just like walk in the park type saves. And there was nothing challenging. But for a guy who hadn't played in 3 weeks, I thought that was a good thing that he wasn't tested right away because I was worried about his timing and his rhythm. And I think that got him a little bit into the game.
Were you feeling like he was going to start game 1 or did you kind of think
I
Lindgren?
did not think he was going to start
I was leaning
game
Lindgren.
1. Yeah, same with me. I've been leaning Lindgren for the last week and a half, 2 weeks. I did not.
They've been doing some different little way of handling things.
Yeah.
So you might want to go opposite of what you normally think.
That's fair. And Carberry said, look, and here's what we just can't possibly know. What the goaltending coach, Scott Murray, sees in practice and shooting sessions before practice and whatnot, the things that he's looking for, timing, rhythm, seeing the puck well. Again, I mentioned the leg pad. He was really good. I know that's technical. Leg pad, short side. Those things I can't
from you,
see.
Roos.
I can just what?
We expect technical stuff from you.
I'm sorry, B.
I honestly thought in terms of his ability to block shots, I thought he was on point last night. The thing that I was most nervous about was him handling the puck.
Yeah.
When he would have decisions to make, whether he was going to come out and play the puck or not, he seemed like he was a little bit hesitant on those.
Yeah, I would agree. I didn't see
And them clearing the damn puck.
Well, but that's been a problem for a while, right? And they had nearly one off of Matt Roy and a turnover at the blue line, which almost cost them. There were a couple others, obviously. And that's part of, look, I think Logan Thompson has struggled a little bit, to your point, Tobes, in that area from time to time during the regular season, and so is Lindgren, where they've turned the puck over and they almost had the near one, which almost cost them. And again, you make those kind of mistakes against better teams. Not that Montreal didn't play hard. They did, especially in the final 11, 12 minutes. They played hard, but they're not.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. This is not even the Montreal team in 2010 that beat the Capitals. I know there's some similar storylines. David Alf was called up. I know they've got a good rookie defenseman. That's not PK Subban. That's not Yaroslav Halak. That's not the guys that they had up front. Hal Gill, who was a big tree of a defenseman. That's not this team. Even though they're 1-8 seeds and all that, this team, now what this team is, that top line, Suzuki, Cole Caulfield, and the other kid who I can't pronounce, Yara, whatever his name is, they were number 1 in the NHL in like goals, not only goals scored, but goals per shift or something like that. And like 4 different categories since the Four Nations break when they made a massive run.
That's the Rooster coming up next. Alan May going to join us. I'm sure Rooster going to have plenty of Caps talk on his show coming up at 2 o'clock.
At 2.
At 2 o'clock.
Yeah. All right.
Alan May going to join us next here on B. Mitch and Finley.
We're brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. The Caps got their second season underway last night at Cap One Arena in a physical matchup versus Montreal. It was the return of Logan Thompson in net. He was brilliant, registering 33 saves on 35 shot attempts. But it was the grade 8 Alex Ovechkin coming up huge for DC. He lit the lamp twice in the 3-2 overtime victory, including the game winner.
Chikrin is here too. As the puck comes toward Beauvillier, Ovechkin was into vicinity and a shot here for Beauvillier. They score! And Ovechkin got it! His first overtime game winner! Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Montreal!
Ovechkin's goal gave the Caps the 1-0 series lead. John Walton on the call via the Caps radio network. DC will regroup before taking the ice tomorrow night for game number 2. NFL offseason program underway for a number of teams, including the Commanders, who had their players report for work this morning. The GM of the Commanders, Adam Peters, set to address the media this afternoon ahead of Thursday's draft. You can hear his presser live at 3 p.m. during Grant and Danny. NBA playoffs continue tonight as Indiana looks to take a 2-0 series lead versus the Bucks. Good news for Milwaukee. They'll get back Damian Lillard tonight, who's been out since March the 18th with a blood clot. Nats baseball on tap tonight as they begin a 2-series homestand with the Battle of the Beltway. Nat Tano set to lock horns the next 3 nights. Mitch Parker gets the start this afternoon for DC. It's a 6:45 first pitch pregame coverage. It's going to 6:30 right here on the Fan. There's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course than a Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. It's tea time. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Final hour of B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. It's time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and bring in from the Monumental Sports Network, Alan May. Alan, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, doing great, guys. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you, Alan. Hey, man, you said last night to me you wanted to see them be beast. And I don't know how you saw that little period in the third period, but I think they were beasts for the most of the game. What did you think about the period, that third period where they kind of slacked off a little bit?
Well, I thought actually what happened last night, for the first 50 minutes of the game, they imposed their physical will. They played aggressive. They were super physical. They had everyone in on the hit parade. It started with Ovechkin and Beauvillier, and then Wilson got it going, and Dubois, and everyone was getting in on the physicality of the game. And there were just a couple of errors late in the game that led to the last 10 minutes being kind of a cluster, and just simple little play of not getting the puck inside the blue line in the Canadian zone, and it came back to haunt them, and all of a sudden the game was tied up 2-2. I didn't like the penalty that was called on Pierre-Luc Dubois. I thought that gave the Canadians life when they scored. But it was really about, after that goal, a couple of the Caps players started going off script and not sticking to the game plan as to where their pucks were moving to. And Montreal's a team that loves transitional offense, and that kind of played into their game. So lessons learned, and I expect the Capitals to be, a 60-minute team next game and not have to go to overtime and just dominate in the first 3 periods.
How important was it to see them come out and show that physicality early on? Is that something that you think they can continue to play that physical throughout the series, or they have to dial that back a little bit now that they've set the tone so they can play that full 60?
There's no way I would dial it back. They're a far bigger team than Montreal. Montreal's smaller in stature. They don't have the weight that the Capitals do, and they certainly don't have the physical pedigree of a lot of the Capitals players. I think they have to play that way, and they've been playing possum with the National Hockey League for about 6 weeks, 2 months. They really made the playoffs months ago, and the way they did it, they were playing playoff hockey through the first 60 games, and they were involved. When you think of it, all the comebacks that they had, they were never out of a game. They might lose a game in overtime, or they could have been down a couple, but they found ways to scratch and claw to get back in. And I think, it came down the stretch. If they would have continued to play like that, they'd have had no emotional ceiling. They'd have been worn out.
And so that's why I think that they can go out and continue to play that physical again. And Montreal's defensemen didn't want to go near the puck. The forwards were getting belted all over the place. So to me, that's how they have to play. Take away the middle of the ice, force Montreal to play defense in their own zone, manage the puck, and you will win the game tomorrow. And you won't have an overtime to worry about. And it's pretty simple to me what their recipe for success has to be.
Caulfield is not that big, but he can skate, man. And he moves around. What do they have to do to try to contain him?
Well, make him play defense. Don't let him have the puck. His line loves to score off the rush, and they're awesome at it. And that guy, he's not the tallest guy, but he is jacked. And players bounce off of him for the most part. Ovechkin got him with a good one last night. But that guy, he's not scared. He's been an elite goal scorer at every level that he's ever played at. He had 37 goals this year on a team that had to work really hard. And, they didn't, to get in the playoffs, and a team that doesn't have a whole lot of threats. He's their number one threat. So the biggest thing is play in the zone and make sure how you manage your pucks there. Like, don't take a sloppy shot that ends up going around the boards and giving him and his centerman, Nick Suzuki, a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-2 with their right winger Slavkovsky. So wear them down. Don't let them have those, odd man rush opportunities, because they're very good at converting on those. And as a matter of fact, that the goal that tied it up last night was on a play that didn't get in the zone. That line was out there, and they flew down the ice, and they created chaos around Logan Thompson and all throughout the Cap zone, and they got the game tied up.
Talking with Alan May from Monumental Sports Network. Toby Altizer in for JP today on B. Mitch in Finley. We get the news today, Alan, that Martin Ferravari is going to be out for the playoffs, had to have surgery on his meniscus. How big of a loss is that, and who's going to have to step up in his stead?
Well, I think last night the guy stepped up for him was Alexiev, and he was solid. He was super physical last night. It's the best game I've ever seen him play. He came close to crossing the line a few times physically, but I loved it. I loved him playing, and he was very noticeable. And I think by the end of that game, every single guy in the Canadians knew who he was. He only played 8 games going into last night. He's had an excellent attitude. He went out there. He was cross-checking, hitting, getting the puck out of the zone. Didn't really make any mistakes with the puck. And for a guy that, no matter how hard you train, no matter how great your attitude is, there's nothing like playing in a game, and he only got in 8 of them. So I thought he was a stud last night. And it's hard to fill in a Ferravari. Ferravari's an unsung hero of the Capitals. He's a guy, I don't know how many times he's been hit in the face this year with a stick, a puck, an elbow, ate the boards a few times. But the guy's a warrior, and he didn't miss a game until the end when he hurt his knee. He would have played all 82 games. He got hurt in game 81 blocking a shot. And then I'm not sure if it was the twisting as he went down on that shot that put him out for the rest of the playoffs. But, he's one of those guys. So Alexiev just has to pattern after him. And I wouldn't really change a thing if I were him. The way he played last night, the coaches have to be ecstatic. He's 6'4". He's been chomping at the bit to get ready and get going. I just love that he went out there last night and he didn't just put the jersey on. He damn well owned it, and he played with like he's never gonna give it up again. So that was great. If he can replicate that every game of this series, it'll be great news for the Caps.
Was Anderson trying to bait Wilson when he just knocked him down right there? The ref called nothing, but was he trying to bait him?
Absolutely. He was trying to get Wilson to retaliate, and he got away with it that time. But one thing I do know is he can be a shy player at times. He jumped Wilson earlier in the year, and they dropped the gloves, and I didn't think Will should have dropped the gloves because the other player had to jump on him. But if he wants to stand in the middle of the ring with Tom and go at it, old-fashioned, the old Western way, he's in a lot of trouble. And if there's a separation in the score that's more than 2 goals, if it's a 3-goal spread, you won't be hearing a whole lot of Josh Anderson, in my opinion.
What's the adjustment that you want to see them having going into game 2?
The biggest thing is how the puck comes out of the defensive zone. Tape-to-tape passing, or you just got to get it over the blue line no matter what. Nothing sloppy in zone. They know that, and they did that by and large. They were very good at it last night. And Montreal's defensemen pinch in very deep. They'll go all the way to the goal line on the wall inside the Cap zone. And the Caps got to make sure they manage the pucks to get past those guys when they're that aggressive. And it'll lead to all types of scoring opportunities. And then when you get to the opposition blue line, you've got to get the puck. If you can't skate it in deep, you've got to throw the puck in. If you've got to get rid of it, throw it in deep. It's got to go past the hash marks. At least I would love it if it went behind the goal line. And they didn't do it last night a couple times, and it came right back in the third period. It was back-to-back shifts, and it came back, and they scored a goal. So that, and then when they have their offensive, we saw last night the 5-man cycle, which means all 5 Caps players playing inside Montreal's zone and dominating. Continue to do that. Wear them out. Younger teams are still confused defensively. It's not that they're dumb. They just don't know yet, with all these young players that were big goal scorers wherever they came from. They've got to learn that part of the game. And, a lot of people have been making comparisons between, Montreal and the Washington Capitals since 2010. There's only 2 guys on the ice last night that played in 2010. A young John Carlson and Alexander Ovechkin.
Wow.
And none of the Montreal Canadiens were there. And the only guy that was on that team that's still in the league is Max Pacioretty, who's sitting out in Toronto right now. But the comparison back then, the Caps did not know how to play without the puck. They were all offense. This team knows how to play without the puck. They know how to play with the puck. And when they play with emotion and physicality, they're a very hard team to beat. And that's why they were first place most of the year in the National Hockey League and in the Eastern Conference. And not too many people had that on their bingo card. And they've assembled a very solid team. And they just got to continue making great decisions and play with that type of physical impact and intensity that they did last night.
Talking with Alan May from the Monumental Sports Network here on B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. What'd you make of the officiating? We talked about the hit after the whistle on Tom Wilson a little bit earlier. Also, they missed a clear trip on John Carlson on the power play in the first period. What'd you make of the officiating last night?
Well, I don't think it's ever good when it comes to the playoffs. They usually kind of end up being too much of a topic. And to me, last night, they were too much of a topic. But in the same breath, I will say this. They missed things that the Capitals did as well last night. A cross-check early by Alexiev would normally be called a penalty. It wouldn't be a 5 like everyone in Canada wanted. It'd be a 2-minute cross-check. There were a couple other instances. I thought maybe one time Alexiev threw some haymakers in a scrum. I thought he could have got dinged up there. Happy that he didn't. And it's just, one of those things. I think, and a lot of people stick up for the referees. I never do. They always say they got the toughest job in sports. I don't care.
The guys playing got a tough job too.
Yeah, they're highly compensated, and I never see them getting fired when they blow a game. So, players lose careers when they blow a game, and then, teams get rid of them.
Yeah.
But, hopefully they're not a story, and how you make them not a story is just dominate all game long and keep them from, affecting the game. But, they were too much of a story last night, and, there was other things that I didn't like, but I'm just going to keep that to myself. And hopefully, I don't know if it's going to be the same crew of guys, but I hope not. And I just want the Caps to continue to play physical, stay out of the penalty box. If you go to the penalty box, take someone with you, and that's the best way to play the game. But that high octane physicality that we saw last night, I loved it, and so did every person watching that game, and every person, certainly everyone that was at the game. They got, that was a treat. That was incredible. And that place was pumping all game long. I loved it.
Well, you just pumped me up. I'm gonna be there tomorrow night, Alan. I just needed a little bit. Yeah. I needed a little bit more to push me. I'm going. So
well, it definitely. You know what? Just because the Caps came down the stretch, and anything's possible in any playoffs. And I got home to watch games last night. There's 2 teams I still cheer for: the Dallas Stars, who I played for, and I've lived there forever. Edmonton, where I grew up. And, I said, well, Edmonton was down 4-1. So I said, I'm not going to watch the rest of that. I'm going to watch Dallas. They're in it tight. And Edmonton found a way to score a bunch of goals, like 4 goals in the third period, and eventually lost with about 46 seconds left. But that game was outstanding late. And so I had that game on my iPad. I had the other game on the tube, the Dallas. And I had never seen a Dallas team play with so much desperation as last night, as they came from behind and won that game in overtime. That was one of the most intense physical efforts I've ever witnessed in a National Hockey League game. So last night was a great night for the National Hockey League with the excitement of the games. And if you've got an opportunity to go to a game, don't be so damn dumb and get your ass there, B-Mitch.
Hey, I've been to a lot of games, Alan. I've been to a lot of games, but I was offering. I said I got to make sure I'm going to call and ask later. But I'm like, I'm going. Put my foot down.
Yeah, you better. I'm telling you, that was a Monday night game.
All right.
So as the week goes on, the games always get better and better because I think the fans also bring, a better element of themselves. Most people don't like Mondays, and then they amp up as the week gets going.
As they get close to the weekend, they start to sip a little bit.
Yeah, it's old school thinking. Every day of my life is a Friday or a Saturday. So it's everyone else. Have fun at the game tomorrow.
All right, brother. Gotcha.
Al, it's an awesome time of the year. Appreciate you joining us, man.
Thank you, Alan.
All right, take care, guys.
All right, brother.
That's Alan May from the Monumental Sports Network. You can check out all his great work on Monumental, also on Twitter at @AlanMay_16. Yeah, that's going to be an exciting atmosphere tomorrow. I mean, I'm glad that they won game one because there's a little bit of nerves if you lose game one going into game two, but I think it's going to be a rowdy environment tomorrow at Cap.
Oh, that's definitely going to be that.
Can't wait for it.
So, Ahmed, I hope you heard me because I know you listen.
Hook us all up.
Yes.
Hook us all up. I'd love that. Want to take a look at the 2025 NFL Draft, which begins on Thursday. Adam Schefter put out an article with some things that he's hearing going into Thursday's first round of the NFL Draft. We'll dive into that next here on The Fan.
We're brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. The legend of the Great Eight, Alex Ovechkin, continues to grow as the Caps look to win their first playoff series since 2018. Caps lost 4 out of 6 to end the regular season, but they were dialed in last night, taking Game 1 from Montreal 3-2 in overtime, and it was the NHL's all-time goal-scoring leader who sealed the deal. 2 minutes and 26 seconds into the extra session, Ovi saying that's all she wrote.
Chikrin is there too. As the puck comes toward Beauvillier, Ovechkin was into vicinity and a shot here for Beauvillier. It's hit. They score, and Ovechkin got it. His first overtime game winner. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Montreal.
John Walton on the call via the Caps radio network. Not so good news for the fellas. It was announced earlier this morning that the team will be without defenseman Martin Farivari for the remainder of the postseason. NBA playoffs continue tonight. The Pacers look to take a 2-0 series lead against the Bucks. Good news for Milwaukee. They'll get Damian Lillard back. He's been out since March 18th with blood clots. Out west, the Lakers will try and avoid going down 2-0 versus Minnesota. That one set the tip-off at 10 p.m. Nats baseball on tap tonight as they begin a 2-series homestand with the Battle of the Beltway. Nats and Orioles set to lock horns for the next 3 nights. Mitch Parker on the bump for DC. It's a 6:45 first pitch. Pre-game coverage gets going at 6:30 right here on The Fan. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your next purchase. Get your office in championship shape today at PVI.com. From the Crop Medcat 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Welcome back. B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. NFL draft coming up in 2 days. And Adam Schefter has put together a list of things that he's hearing going into the draft. Going to go through a couple of these things.
Shefty.
So one of the things that I think is interesting about this is what happened last year when Kirk Cousins was signed to go to Atlanta, and they ultimately decided to draft Michael Penix Jr. So in this article, he says, publicly, the Falcons have said they're not interested in trading Kirk Cousins, but that they'd entertain offers if the right deal was on the table. Privately, they have had discussions with teams and have asked for a lot in return. One of the things that they're asking is for any acquiring team to pay $20 million of the $37.5 million. To date, no team has been willing to do that, and no team is expected to be
y'all
willing
let
to
him
do
go.
that.
I'm not doing that. The hell wrong with you?
He also says there's a feeling around the league that a team, whether it is the Vikings or the Steelers, might be willing to pay down roughly $10 million. So, B. Mitch, if I asked you 3 options here, which one do you think is most likely? Kirk Cousins gets traded before the draft, Kirk Cousins gets traded after the draft and before the season or during the season, or Kirk Cousins is with Atlanta all season long. What are you thinking?
Oh, man, you didn't give me the one I was expecting. Kirk Cousins get released.
You think he's going to get released?
I mean, what they going to do?
Before the season?
If nobody sits there and trade for him, I believe he'll get traded. Out of the 3 you gave me, I'll go during the draft. You didn't give me that. You said before the draft.
Well, yeah, I mean,
during the draft.
Yeah, I think so.
I think somebody will work something out like that.
Because I think it's for a team, I would maybe want to play the draft and just see, because if I get someone that I want
what the Steelers
available.
Did, basically what the Steelers did last year is what they're asking. But the Steelers only have to pay $1 million for Russ. Denver paid 30.
Yeah.
So right now, Kirk, they asked him to pay 20 of the 37. I think some team is going to try and come in with the trade or something like that and say, we'll give you 18. They're going to have to take it because they have nothing else offered.
Yeah, and I think that's,
anything that they can get taken off of their books, they're going to be willing to do it.
That's why I think last year was crazy, because I think you end up in the right spot. So Atlanta deserves some credit there. But this is why it was just baffling that they decided to make those combo of moves together, where If you decide to go pay a quarterback in free agency, totally fine.
He got paid before the draft.
Well, but this is where I think it's crazy. Like you can go sign a quarterback, right? That's fine. But then you draft a quarterback, and part of the benefit of drafting a quarterback is that quarterback on a rookie deal. But when you're already paying your backup now, $30+ million, you kind of lose some of that. They end up in the right spot because they at least have a quarterback, but it's still an odd situation.
You pay him, all right, and normally they go by the other team's doctors. Then their doctors go in and do a little quick pass by, drive by. Then you get him in your building, and you notice something about him, or you notice a little more in depth that this guy is not going to be around for a while. We got to get one. Then you go get one, and you realize we got to get rid of this money. But it basically tells me that the owners make more money than they tell us.
Well,
that's what it tells me.
That's for sure.
And like everybody else could be thinking what they want. As a former union guy, I think the owners are lying about how much money they make. And I think the players better find out and get some of that.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what ends up happening there with Kirko. But, yeah, I don't know that there's...
I don't think they keep him under the roster that long unless they just plan on losing.
It's just too much of a distraction, too,
right?
It's
a distraction, and it also, you cannot build you a team completely.
Exactly.
If you got him on the books at 50 plus, right at 50 mil or whatever it is, you can't build a legitimate team and think you're going to be competing.
Yeah, and you lose the benefit of having Penix.
And then you take your young quarterback through hell. He might end up coming out of that thing with PTSD.
The next thing that Adam Schefter has here on his article of things that he's hearing, talking about Shedeur Sanders, where could he end up landing? We talked about this a little bit earlier, but the Giants are an option at number 3. You have the Saints at number 9, especially after the Derek Carr injury. Maybe the Steelers at 21. They also make a point in here, too, where people are looking at Shedeur a little bit differently, because this is an interesting point that he brings up, saying that he's a rare player whose NFL experience is going to be a reversal of his college experience, where he played for his dad, Dion, throughout college and didn't have the chance to be on his own. He's going to end up doing that at the NFL level, which is a little bit different than most people who go off to college, and that's kind of their first experience on their own. Not to say it's a negative or whatever. You take it for what it's worth. But it is intriguing with Shedeur where he could end up, because to me, I think out of all the quarterbacks in this draft, he probably has the highest floor. I think you can turn this guy into a solid pocket passing NFL quarterback. There are some red flags for sure. I'm not talking Dion or anything that. I'm talking more so about on the football field. But I think you can turn this guy into a solid NFL quarterback. But I don't know why so many people are down on this guy, thinking that he's going to suddenly fall into the 20s.
The thing about him being around his dad shouldn't be a negative in my book. I watched a lot of players whose dad is always around the facilities. And there are a lot of coaches who have allowed Andrew Luck's dad was always around. And guess what? He had access to his son consistently. Manning to his sons. He might not have been coaching them per se, but he was right there being their mentor the whole time. And maybe, just maybe, the fact that your dad, who's been through it, has given you some tidbits that will help you along the way. Also, on top of it, he's not about to start making money today and lose his damn mind, because he had money around him his whole damn life.
Yeah, it's true.
So maybe, just maybe, that his dad being around and doing the things he did has put him in a position where you don't have to be concerned about some of the stupid things that young people do.
Yeah, and I mean, no matter what market he goes to, whether it's New York, New Orleans, wherever, the spotlight's not going to be too big for him, because he's had the spotlight last couple of years at Colorado.
See, that's the whole thing of what I'm trying to say. And I'll say this. He may be a little flashy, a little brash. Who is it? But you haven't heard much negative about him at all. So it's like we always find things that go on to find a negative in, like, these kids and stuff like that. But what negative has surrounded him?
So 2 questions. Where do you think he ends up going? And then what situation is best for him? Because I still think that the Giants probably end up with him. If it's not,
I think the Saints are, well, I would say the Steelers is the best position for him.
I agree on that.
Then the Saints, then the Giants, because I don't trust those.
I don't either.
People make a decision in New York.
But I think,
and I know the New York media will love to pounce on it.
Oh, big time.
So yeah, so no, I would be honest with you, to deal with that at a young age. Yeah, he has lived more than young people his age. But that media up there, different.
Well, I think he can handle it. But I think
he probably could, but
I think
it's
that the
relentless, though. It's not one person, not two. It's whole companies.
I'm more so worried like the team around him wouldn't be able to deal with. I know they're in New York. I understand that. They're used to it.
But you need your team to help you
extra,
succeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a little extra there.
And then when that one player come in, especially the young guy, and all the stuff surrounds him, it can make a lot of people on the team turn against him.
Another thing in here, what to make of Jalen Milroe's invite to the NFL draft. You buy into that? You know, we were talking with Thor Nystrom a little bit earlier.
I've seen people get invited and didn't get drafted.
Yeah, and I don't know what to make of this because
I would say if you know the guy's not getting drafted, don't invite him because that's embarrassing as hell.
Well, and that to me is where I'm interested. Like if you told me if Jalen Milroe was not invited to the NFL draft, no chance that I would think that he's a round one quarterback. Maybe you could take a flyer on him in round two, but I would not think that he's a round one quarterback. But he gets the invite, and it just opens the question of like, is something going around in league circles that we don't know about that this dude could end up in the back end of the first round, and someone wants to take that gamble and risk?
More than likely, there is something going around that we don't know about. But I just don't think you introduce it, you invite him to the draft, and then he starts to fall and fall and fall. And what I don't care if it's the NFL Network, ESPN, NBC, who the hell ever, they're gonna have that camera in that kid's face the whole time. They won't be putting the camera in the people that invited him their face and have them discuss why they invited him. They're gonna have it in his face, and that is embarrassing for families and kids.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it with Will Levis at the draft.
Yes.
Was that in Kansas City where he was expected to go in the first round? He ended up sitting there all day. Yeah, I mean, and you don't want that to happen. I understand why that.
Did he have any mayonnaise on the table?
No, I don't think he did. What do you make of the tight ends in this class? It talks about a prospect that the Jets could maybe go after, Tyler Warren out of Penn State. I'm really intrigued about the kid out of Michigan, Colston Loveland. I think he's a really good type. And I think Daniel Jeremiah broke it down into two different styles of tight ends. You have the Rob Gronkowski type, the type that does a little bit of everything, a much better blocker.
Yeah.
But then you have the receiver type that's more along the Travis Kelce line that is always seeming to be open. And I think the nice part about this draft, you get one that's elite at both. I think that Tyler Warren is more along the Gronk line where he can do a little bit of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Loveland is a great receiver more along the Kelce line. I think that
it's been on that
those
team.
are two stud tight ends that whoever drafts them, wherever they do, would be really, really good players.
Which team has the running back that they still want to run the game, run the ball, and you get the guy that's like the Gronk type? But if you have a quarterback who can let it go down the field and you have the talent around him to where he has one-on-one matchups against a linebacker or a safety or whatever, that'll be for that guy. Because with Kelce, just think about it. We always say, well, why is he always open? You got to cover every damn body else. And normally the person that ends up covering him is not good enough to cover him one-on-one.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see because I like both of those guys. And Tyler Warren, if you didn't get to watch him, watch some of his highlights this year. He had a play this year at Penn State, B-Mitch, where he snapped the ball and then caught a touchdown pass.
He did what?
He snapped the ball and then caught a touchdown pass. I don't know how they lined it up that he was legal, but he snapped the ball, played center. It was some funky formation. He snapped it and then caught a touchdown pass.
I don't see how that could be possible.
I can't remember. I'll have to look it up in the break, but there was a play where Tyler Warren snapped the ball.
Was it like I'm trying to think of like a unbalanced look to where he can be the guy. If he's the last person down the line, let's say he's here and a wide out is out there, he can still be a eligible receiver.
So here it is. He lined up in the tight end spot. And he lined up as a tight end, but he was on the end and he was snapping the ball. So the quarterback's behind him.
So and they had the receiver outside of him.
Yeah. So
so he's eligible.
So what happened is he snapped the ball, their quarterback threw it out like it was a screenplay, and then as soon as he snapped the ball, he ran straight up the field, ended up mossing a dude down the field too.
But that right there just said that was very unintelligent coaching on the defense side of the ball. Because if he's snapping and he's on the end of the line, he's not getting off the line.
Yeah, and
I'm smashing him. I would tell my guy, one hit him in the hip, one hit him in the shoulder.
Do you you know what number Tyler Warren was wearing at Penn State?
No.
44 for John Riggins.
Yeah, I remember the story. JP told that story now.
There's no chance that guy watched John Riggins.
No, but
I didn't watch John Riggins.
I mean, his mom and dad did. Somebody in his family did, and they told him about it.
I love that. If he were available, which there's zero chance he would be, if he were available at 29, I'd run the card in. If Colston Loveland were available at 29, I'd run the card in. I love both of those guys. I think they're going to be a lot of fun to watch in the league. All right, we'll wrap things up next with Heard It Here First. Maybe dive a little bit deeper into some of these things as well. Wrap things up next here on B. Mitch and Finley. Final couple minutes here. B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP. JP going to be back tomorrow. We might have an answer from the NBA to our question that we posed at the end of the show yesterday, a most overrated player. According to a poll from The Athletic.
Jeff's best friend.
Yeah, according to a poll from The Athletic, the most overrated player in the NBA, voted on by NBA players, Tyrese Halliburton.
I saw that this morning.
Yeah.
I saw
I
that.
agree. I was on the Halliburton's train last year. I thought he was going, it did not work out this season.
He's a good player. He's not that good of a player,
Man, we seen I like his play of point guard, bro. I love it. But he was transcendent. Like we seen it, and then it's just like he hit his ceiling. It's all good though.
I mean, he can shoot.
Yeah, he's a solid player.
He shies away from defense.
Real quick, before
most people in the league do that.
Before we get to Heard It Here first, what are these two teams going to do at quarterback? The Cleveland Browns are drafting at number 2, and doesn't seem like they're going to draft a quarterback from what people have said, at least in the first round. Maybe they end up trading back in, or maybe they take a quarterback with their second-round pick. But the Cleveland Browns right now on their roster, unless I'm missing something, Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett, and then Deshaun Watson's obviously hurt. He's going to be out for the season. Is that what they're rolling with? Or are they going to draft one of these dudes? And then Pittsburgh also, not a lot going on their depth chart. They are the one that's rumored to be going after Shedeur Sanders. You look at their depth chart at quarterback, and they got Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson. Both those teams got to do something at quarterback.
I really like you, but you asking us to explain stupidity. It's kind of hard when you're a smart person, you can't explain. People always say, man, why did they do that? I say, when you're smart, you can't understand stupidity. So Cleveland, what they're going to do, I don't have a clue.
I have no idea what they're trying to do. Because the other thing, too, about Cleveland is...
I'm going to give you some. Call 96.3 in the morning and ask Steve Harvey. He'll tell you. He's from Cleveland. He loves Cleveland. But he can't explain it.
I just don't understand, because for them, they're a couple seasons removed from being a decent football team. I know they're not anymore.
Yeah.
But it's not as if that roster is horrendous. Like, if they got a decent quarterback in there, they've got a good head coach, I think they could do something. I have no idea what they're trying to do. Pittsburgh is the one that's intriguing, because the thing that's really frustrated me about this Pittsburgh team, obviously I don't really care what happens with them, but from the outside, this is a team that used to be about winning Super Bowls, B-Mitch, and it seems like recently the only thing that matters in Pittsburgh is making sure they finish above 500 so they keep that streak going for Mike Tomlin.
Well, I think they got to figure out a way to get them a quarterback and roll with them. Their defense gives them chances. Lately, it's been their offense been the problem. So either Mike got to hire somebody that's real good or something.
Well, and that's why I wouldn't blame them for being aggressive. If they wanted to come up in the draft to make sure they get a guy, or if Shedeur is there at 21 and that's who they take, I just feel like they've got to do something soon, because they're never going to fire Mike Tomlin, doesn't seem like, and maybe they shouldn't. But at some point, the team has to win some football games other than just saying, we're going to win enough to sneak in the back half of the playoffs and then get bounced right away by a team that's much better than us.
Yeah. But the mere thing is, when they don't have the top players all over, they make it to the playoffs. There are teams who have top players all around and don't make it to the playoffs.
Let's get to Heard It Here first.
Yeah.
I think we all took the Capitals of some sort, so I think we all win in some sort. I think some other people were taking some stuff too. You got what we had, Brian?
Yeah, everybody lost.
How's that?
With parlays, except for Landfill. He hit his parlay.
What did Landfill even have?
He had Strome Point and Capitals.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. All right, so everybody lost except for Landfill. So Landfill's 1-0 to start the week?
2-0.
2-0.
2-0. Okay.
Yeah, that's what parlay means, Toby.
Sorry.
To help you out.
I'll go with I'll put in a parlay since I won't be here the rest of the week.
That means you won't win. You
I don't
waste
really
your
care.
time.
I'm gonna waste my
we
time
won't
anyway.
let you win anyway.
Athletics.
Oh, you want to know why, B. Mitch?
Right.
They're facing the
Man
Rangers.
City.
Patrick Corbin's on the hill. You take a Man City. I'm going to take the Washington Nationals to beat the Baltimore Orioles and give me the Milwaukee Bucks with Damian Lillard back on the floor to beat the Pacers tonight.
Damian Lillard, huh? It might be a problem for Halliburton tonight with old Dame on the court.
What do you got, White Brian?
I'm going Grizzlies plus 13.5. It's their season on the line.
Plus 13.5. That wouldn't have played well for you the other night.
At all. Plus 40 wouldn't have played.
Can't lose by 50 again, right?
Who they play tonight?
OKC
Thunder.
again.
I'm going to take OKC.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. I will say this national series could be intriguing, B-Mitch, because you have the worst starting rotation ERA in the big leagues coming to town in the Orioles, and you have the worst bullpen ERA in the big leagues for the Washington Nationals. So you could have a lot of early leads for the Nats that get blown and the O's come back and win. It could be a high scoring series. I think the over under for tonight is 9. I think that still might be an over situation because I think the O's are going to give up runs, and then the Nats late innings once their starters come out probably going to give up some runs too.
Wasn't the O's supposed to be the contender last year? And they're bad already this year?
They're frustrated, B. Mitch. They didn't spend enough money to bring back some of their starting pitching, which they desperately need. And Grayson Rodriguez is hurt, so they're in a bad spot. Appreciate Thor Nystrom for joining the show at 11 o'clock today. Barstool Nate, great as always, and Alan May for joining us. The Capitals are up 1-0 in the series. They're back on the ice tomorrow. James Wood bobblehead night tonight. First game of the Nats and the O's at Nats Park tonight. Been fun hanging out with you guys. JP going to be back tomorrow. Grant and Danny comes up next here on The Fan.
We're brought to you by Main Street Bank, cheer local, bank local. What a scene it was last night at Cap One Arena. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs did not disappoint. We got free hockey in D.C. as the Caps and Canadians needed an extra period to settle the score, and D.C. did just that. 2 minutes and 26 seconds into the extra session, it was the grade 8 Alex Ovechkin saying, adios, Montreal.
Chikrin is there too. As the puck comes toward Beauvillier, Ovechkin was into vicinity, and a shot here from Beauvillier. It's hit, they score, and Ovechkin got it. His first overtime game winner. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Montreal.
John Walton on the call via the Caps Radio Network. Ovechkin's game-winning overtime goal was his first in 44 playoff attempts. Not so good news for the fellas. It was announced earlier this morning that the team would be without defenseman Martin Farivari for the remainder of the postseason. NFL offseason program underway for a number of teams, including the Commanders, who had their players report for duty this morning. The GM of the Commanders, Adam Peters, set to address the media this afternoon ahead of Thursday's draft. You can hear his presser right here on The Fan at 4:30 during Grant and Danny. Other NFL news, 49ers tight end George Kittle, a no-show for day one of their offseason program as he tries to come to terms with the team on a contract extension. Brock Purdy, who's in the same boat, did report this morning, so good news for Niners fans. Nats baseball on tap tonight as they begin a 2-series homestand with the Battle of the Beltway. Nats and O's set to lock horns for the next 3 nights. Mitch Parker on the bump for D.C. It's a 6:45 first pitch. Pregame coverage gets going at 6:30 with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler right here on The Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
What's up? Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. Got a great show planned for you today. Plenty of NFL draft talk. We will get you set for the Nats and the Orioles. Linnell just told you about the Battle of the Beltways taking place at Nats Park. But the heavy lifting early on will be done by the Washington Capitals, who are up 1-0. An overtime thriller last night. They beat Montreal. It has to be this way, Danny.
Yeah.
It can't be easy. They were up 2-0 after 40. And it's always funny to know who the real ones are that have been around the longest. Because as I'm walking the concourse last night, people would come up and they'd be like, hopefully they can hang on. I'm nervous. That means you've been there.
You've seen it.
You've been scarred. You've watched this movie before. I had a couple people come up and be like, we haven't had one of these games in a long time. These free, easy games. And
you sweet summer child.
2-0, bud. This is not 9-0. But alas, after 40 minutes of just whooping Montreal's ass, just dominating them physically, playing as quality a 2 periods of hockey as the Caps have played all year long, they hit everything that moved. Hockey happened, man. Yep. It's so weird how it can just turn like that. They can't get the puck out of their own end. They can't possess that little black rubber. And next thing you know, it's 2-2 and we're headed overtime.
As you said, it can't just be simple. It can't be the better team for 40 minutes, whatever math you want to do, 41 minutes, 39 minutes, 44 minutes overall. I don't know, whatever it was. They were awesome. That was the thing that has been missing, that intensity, that whatever you want to call that, human nature, whatever excuse or reason you want to provide. We talked about it. They hadn't been doing that for a while.
You got to feel a lot better.
100%.
You didn't think they'd be able to flip the switch.
I didn't.
They came out in the first period last night. They had 20 hits in 20 minutes of hockey. They were destroying Montreal. The physical advantage, the size advantage, the board-rattling hits by Washington in that period, it was unbelievable.
It was fantastic. It was absolutely fantastic. And it was scoring chances, puck possession, ice tilting, all of the things that 1 seeds do. That's what a 1 seed looks like. And then it didn't. Then they had their disease where they can't get out of their own end, and it's turnovers, and it's 7-minute shifts, it seems like, where Montreal's getting guys in and out of the lineup, cycling the puck for an hour and a half at a time, and it's a shooting gallery, and everyone's trying to win a big stuffed bear. It just felt like once they scored that power play goal, it was like a different game. It was like if you'd only seen the first period and came back in the third, you go, oh, this is a
They're playing a doubleheader. It's a new game. Unbelievable.
I make a concerted effort not to be an anti-ref guy. I did not like the penalty on Pierre-Luc Dubois that led to the power play that got Montreal on the board in the third period. What did you think of that penalty?
I thought it was horrendous.
Dubois falls down. Now, you got to be in control of your stick, and that little flail of his stick that ends up hitting a boot and tripping a Canadian, it's ticky-tack, you can call it. For me, it's the playoffs, bro. I'm sorry, that's not a penalty. A trip's got to be a trip. What a trip is like what happened to John Carlson on the power play, where someone slew-foots me and takes me out, could have hurt me. Very obviously a trip, not called, by the way. Should have been a 5-on-3. That's a trip. The whole I'm getting knocked over and my stick hits someone as I'm falling. I know you got to be in control of your stick. I'm not saying it was a terrible call. I did not like the call.
So I thought it was terrible, and I'm not sitting there telling you that's why they couldn't get their act together for the next 20 minutes and Montreal tied it.
Didn't help, though.
It certainly didn't help. So to me, I understand, like, I don't know. In sports in general, like, what we're talking about is, are you doing something to gain an advantage? That's what rule violations are to me, right? Where you, in football, you line up incorrectly, or somebody's beating you as a lineman and you reach out and hold him. It's trying to reclaim an advantage. This was literally a guy that was hit the way that he didn't see coming. So I don't want to say ambush, because it wasn't dirty. I thought it was just a good hockey play. The Montreal player was hustling back to try to, dislodge the puck from Dubois and knock him around. And he didn't see it coming, got blindsided, went down in a very awkward way. Not the kind where you prep yourself, where you know it's coming and you brace yourself against the boards. And if you lose control of your stick then, when you're in control, trip, call it, send his ass to the box. That, to me, was somebody that was going down, like someone with a bunch of shopping bags falling down the escalator. I mean, that's what it looked like to me. He's not in control. If you want to blame him for that, I guess that's fine. But to call a penalty there, I go, he got beat. He got knocked down. Sure. That's punishment enough to me.
I am not sweeping the third period under the rug and acting like it didn't happen, okay? It was terrible. And for about 13, 15, 16 minutes, whatever you want to say, from really like 4 minutes into the third period until there were a couple of minutes left, that was as bad a stretch of hockey as you can play.
Mm-hmm.
You get outscored 2-0. They didn't shoot the puck on net once during that time.
Yeah.
But a lot more of the game looked nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like the first period, the second period, which was the Capitals just dominating, manipulating tempo. OV scoring on the power play from his office, the carryover from the regular season. OV.
It looked like a replay of the record-setting goal.
Absolutely. It was beautiful. 1-0 after one. Then they get the goal from Anthony Beauvillier, who was unbelievable. We talked so much about him yesterday, replacing Alexi Protas, this huge loss, your best player at even strength. He's not on the top line with Ovi and Stromer, and Beauvillier ends up making a really athletic play, acrobatic with the stick. I thought it may have been above the crease.
So that's what I ask you about. Why didn't Montreal even bother to challenge that?
Good question. They obviously had a long look at it, and they decided it wasn't worth it. I would have. You can't take them with you. But there was a long wait before they dropped the puck.
Mm-hmm.
I was in the barn thinking they were going to.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't. But that was a great play by him. He had a team high in shots on goal, by the way. 5 shots for Beauvillier, who was awesome on the top line at +2. Overall, I just, going into that final period, you felt like they can't lose this game. They've played too well. But you're one Montreal break and goal away from that tightness, that
whatever
anxiety,
that thing is,
that nervousness. And it happened. And then the game was tied and they're going to overtime and the energy was let out of the arena. And it was just nervous anxiousness.
Well, I want to ask you what it was like in the barn, because on television, after I got home picking up my kids at various sporting events, sit down, with the DVR, start watching the game a little bit later than everybody else, but was able to the intermissions. It felt like all, as you said, 20,000, whatever, just puckered with ghosts of years past.
It was a madhouse.
That's what it felt like, right?
Early on.
Yeah.
And then it was just like, not again.
Oh, no.
And I think most arenas would be that way when you blow a 2-goal lead in the third period. But here, to your point, the feeling is not like, I can't believe this happened. The feeling is, not again. Or why, guys? Why does it always have to be this way? And you're just picturing Montreal pouring out onto the ice with the overtime game winner, because you've walked home, if you're in the city, or you've metroed home or driven home so many countless times after you lose one of those heartbreakers. But it wasn't to be last night, thanks to the great 8, Alex Ovechkin. By the way, at the game last night, I bumped into Jake Irvin and Mackenzie Gore of the Washington Nationals.
Oh, very nice.
They were sitting down on the glass last evening, had front row seats. Irvin, who we've had on the show, is a massive hockey fan from Minnesota, was wearing his Ovechkin sweater. And Mackenzie Gore, who loved it. I mean, he was all in, just seeing his reactions to some of the stuff last night. Texting with Jake after the game about how much Mackenzie got hooked. They had a blast. They had their girlfriends. They were down on the glass, so it was good to see the Nats representing. I saw Gunnar Henderson was at the game.
A couple of Orioles were there, too.
Orioles shortstop and Phenom, so that was cool. Night off for both of those teams as they get ready to play today, and I'm sure Gunnar and them are staying right here in D.C. somewhere. Maybe they're going to commute back and forth, but I'll bet you they got a spot in Pentagon City for the week, so why not go check out the Capitals in the playoffs?
By. That was cool.
I want to listen to the goals, though. You already heard the John Walton call, as heard here on the Fan from Linnell right before we came on, but the two TV calls from history last night, Alex Ovechkin had never scored a playoff game winner. And it was the Great Eight, the year that's been all about him, breaking Wayne Gretzky's record, a year after he didn't have a single point, a single goal against the New York Rangers in 4 games in a sweep with multiple goals last evening and 3 points for the Capitals. Let's hear Joe Beninati on the call. This was the local Monumental Sports broadcast.
It squirts loose. On tempo, ready, rebounded tight. Score! For the first time in his career, Alex Ovechkin has a Stanley Cup playoff overtime goal.
Joe B was jacked up. Locker, by the way, we're going to have him on the show tomorrow. I want to ask him about this. His reaction, he's so good at not jumping in and just letting the crowd and the scene tell the story. But his reaction, there's a camera on him, was as if he was in a library and someone was reading him a book that he didn't care about. Like there was no fist pump, there was no smile. You know he's loving it.
Yeah.
But he is he's
locked in. He's
professional.
He's like, it's the football equivalent of looking for flags.
But
right?
Like 30 seconds after the goal, he like puts something, he's eating something. He like puts, I don't know if it was a peanut or a piece of gum, or he like puts something in his mouth. I got to ask him about it. The video is hilarious.
So good.
Ovi is 39 years and 217 days old. 4th oldest player in Stanley Cup playoff history to score an overtime goal. Only 3 older players have ever done it. The Capitals now 18-12 on home ice in game ones, 28-21 all time in game ones. Ovi dragged him into the fight last night, boy.
Yeah, thank goodness.
7 hits for the all-time leading goal scorer. His demolishing blow in the corner on Cole Caulfield, when the guy that has scored more goals than anyone in the history of the league just decided to skate past the puck to go blow up Caulfield as he was trying to play it, was one of the most hilarious things I've ever seen. That's your captain and my captain. One of these looks different.
Oh, captain, my captain.
My Lord. I tweeted the video if you guys haven't seen it. And the angle, like low from, behind the glass, whatever camera was rolling that they showed in the arena. It was perfect. He knocks him in the air probably 6-7 feet.
That poor little fella.
Just
that poor little guy.
Honestly, that hit was symbolic of the first 40 minutes.
Yeah.
The Caps were a damn freight train, hitting everything that moved. It was as if all of their prep for the couple weeks before, resting everyone and getting everyone ready to go, allowed them to play the greatest 20 minutes that any team's ever played.
It was to gear up for whatever that was, where it's like the puck is down here and so are we. Like here's some business.
I got to give the national telecast credit, by the way, because while normally I cannot stand a national call of a big Caps moment, they were all over it right before the draw. Not only did they point out that Ovi had never scored in the offensive zone, but they were kind of calling out Montreal. Have you heard this yet? So they're like, Patrick Laine's out there. And what they mean by that is he's terrible defensively. And they're like, this is weird. They've got a bad defensive forward group out there in the D zone. And the Caps immediately score the game-winning goal.
Well, there are a few things that Ovechkin hasn't done. Not many, but he's never scored overtime game-winning goal in the playoffs. Really interesting here. He's on the shooting spot on the left wing. The Canadians have Demidov and Laine on the ice, a rookie and a player not known for his defensive play. The puck is free, and a great chance for Beauvillier. Ovechkin scores! Now he has that playoff overtime goal. What else can he do? Washington wins 3-2.
That's pretty damn good.
That's pretty good.
McDonough and Ferraro take a bow. Like, they both got their little lines in. Boom. You can't beat that.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
That's legit.
The level of it, obviously, Ovechkin finding his way, like after the initial fracas, hoping for that play that they run, where will hopefully win the face-off. He kind of slides in, takes that shot through some traffic that has been so lethal to goaltenders. doesn't get that, but then just goes, I can just go in front of the net real quick. Just parking right there.
Yep.
Unbelievable from Beauvillier. Unbelievable pass.
Oh, it was sick.
And
that play he made.
And Ovechkin just plucking it right out of the air. Not quite on the ice, but had to be through some traffic.
The more
Incredible.
I watch, too, I'm pretty sure he heel kicked the puck. Like, he went between his legs and then kicked it to Beauvillier to start the whole thing off the draw. I think that was all world, like otherworldly ridiculous to get the whole thing going. I was way more nervous, tense, anxious, just miserable in the third period and overtime last night than I thought I would have been for a game one. Like, for a game one, going into overtime, my feeling was way too, this is huge, and I can't afford to lose this game tonight. It felt like an elimination game, how I was internalizing it. I don't know why.
I think because there'd been so much buildup, right? Agree or disagree? I'm not. Well, let me try it again. I think because there'd been so much ado about are they going to be able to flip the switch? Are they the same team? I know they've been injured, and how much are they going to miss Protas? And now it looks like there's no Faravari for the postseason. We didn't know that last night,
right?
But it's a major deal, and they'd earned it. They were so good, and you're going to lose this one.
Well, the flip side,
you know what I mean?
That,
Like
yes, you're right.
This is the one that's going to get away from you.
When they won the game, I was in Nats Brewers wild card game. Soto just hit the ball into the outfield, and they took the lead in the 8th mode. I was jumping around, hugging strangers. I smacked the guy on the ass. I don't know him.
Mm-hmm.
If you're listening, I'm sorry. If you don't know me and you're thinking about me today, that's good too. I just smacked a stranger on the ass.
Smacked him right on the butt.
On the butt.
Okay.
When I get into that mode, I just start running. Like, I probably have to think more about it because like I could get arrested or something.
Mm-hmm.
I just start grabbing people and like kissing them and hugging them.
You make advances.
I can't control myself. Remember when I just started grabbing Juan Soto's dad, but I didn't know it was his dad? And me and this dude, who's like a really svelte, like ripped 40-year-old guy from the Dominican, just start jumping up and down, hugging each other like girls at a concert when we're 13. I was like, that's the mode I was in when Ovi won the game. It's just the happiest I can possibly get. There's no other feeling like it for me. And that's game one. I can't be doing that for game one. I don't know.
You got to pace yourself a little bit. Is what you're saying.
Kind of like what on a scale where I did that. What do I do? Like jump out of a helicopter for game 16?
So that one, I didn't feel that way last night, and it's interesting. Just breaking it down. I'm so annoyed that Montreal came back and tied it. That was more relief to me. Do you know what I mean? That was like
I think my relief was part of the joy.
So I didn't get the jump around joy, which is interesting, and I'm wondering.
I'll bet you if you were in the arena,
it might have been different
in the lower
I'm
bowl
sure.
with 20,000 people wearing red. You probably would have high-fived some folks.
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, that to me is that one of those. Oh, thank God. Thank God they didn't lose that one.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Just again because that story's been written 1,000 times. All you have to do is change the date. Where they outshot, outhit, outskated. Actually, they didn't outshoot for a while. I mean, they were dominating that game. It was like 2-1 in shots. And Montreal, what do they have? 20 of the last 22, 23 shots in the game to take the shot lead for it. But the Caps were so good that they won that game until it got ripped away from them. So that to me was just relief. That's all I could feel was kind of a nice exhale, and I slumped into the couch.
So at 3:00, Sam Brookhouse is joining us from Sumer Sports. We're going to talk NFL draft with him. And at 5:00, Chad Reuter's going to stop by. He covers the draft for NFL Media, NFL Network, NFL.com. So I'm looking forward to catching up with those guys. We do have a lot of draft content for you today. We're going to have Adam Peters' press conference from Ashburn as well. You'll hear that in its entirety right around 4:25 or so on Grant and Danny. But next, want to give you guys an opportunity. I know many of you were in the arena last night, and the rest of you were probably watching the game. Who you giving your game one attaboy to? You get to pick one player, one storyline, what or who gets your attaboy. We're going to give you our 3 stars of the game. Next, we'll do that at 800-636-1067. The Caps take game 1. They play tomorrow night, game 2 at Capital One Arena. Remember, we're going to be out at City Tap House again from 2 to 6:15, taking you all the way up to pregame tomorrow night, just a few blocks from the arena. So make sure if you're going to the game, you come on by and hang with us. This is The Fan. Hey, it's Grant. Do not miss your chance to bet on all the clutch shots and legendary performances with FanDuel. They're America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check it out. Do whatever you want. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets. Same game parlay, live in-game. If you don't miss, bonus bets. That's right. Bonus bet $5. If it wins, you get $250. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. My promo code. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet. Expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The Caps got their second season underway last night at Cap One Arena. It's a physical matchup versus Montreal. It was the return of Logan Thompson in net. He was brilliant, registering 33 saves on 35 shot attempts, but it was the great 8 Alex Ovechkin coming up huge for DC. He lit the lamp twice in the 3-2 overtime victory, including the game winner, giving the Caps the 1-0 series lead.
Chikrin is there too. As the puck comes toward Beauvillier, Ovechkin was into vicinity, and a shot here from Beauvillier. It's hit. They score, and Ovechkin got it. His first overtime game winner. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Montreal.
John Walton on the call via the Caps radio network. Caps will regroup before taking the ice tomorrow night for game number 2. NBA postseason continues tonight as the Bucks look to avoid falling down 2-0 against Indiana. Good news from Milwaukee. They'll get Damian Lillard back. His first action since March 18th. He's been out with blood clots. Out west later on tonight, the Lakers will try and avoid going down 2-0 to Minnesota. That one's set to tip at 10 p.m. NFL news, according to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Giants and Browns have been fielding calls on their early first-round picks. According to Schrager, those teams looking to trade up to number 2 and number 3 are doing so to try and acquire Travis Hunter from Colorado, Penn State pass rusher Abdul Carter, or Boise State running back Ashton Genty. Nats baseball on tap tonight as well. It's game 1 of the Battle of the Beltway series. Mitch Parker on the bump for DC. It's a 6:45 first pitch. Pregame coverage is going at 6:30 right here on The Fan. This April, get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Top line stand here. As they will not yield to the second unit. Strome going to be the puck carrier across center. To Wilson right side, driving into the zone. Across to Ovechkin, a shot, he scores! Alex Ovechkin leads it off here in game 1. It's a power play goal!
Capitals got a huge DC Sports Week started last night at Capital One Arena. Tonight, the Nats play the Orioles. They're giving away James Wood bobbleheads for each of the next 2 games. Of course, the Caps and the Canadians, game 2 tomorrow at Capital One Arena. And then you got the NFL draft on Thursday and Friday. You'll hear from Adam Peters on this show at 4:30 today in 2 hours. See what he has to say about the NFL draft. We are Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on The Fan. We're going to get to the phones in a second, so line them up at 800-636-1067 if you want to tell us which Cap gets your attaboy after a Game 1 victory. Danny, let's give our 3 stars of the game from last night.
It's an easy one. The first one, it's Ovechkin. And it's not just because he scored twice. He did. I mean, sometimes, goals are dirty work from other people or the pass or things are created. How about he hit every single player on the ice from Montreal, numbers approximate. I mean, he was a Tasmanian devil last night. It wasn't just camping out in his office, maybe getting a slapper or 2. No. It was everything. A complete 200-foot game for Ovi.
Yeah, I think we can agree there. We can make him our Caps Elite Player of the Game, presented by Elite Power and Energy Corporation. Let Elite Power and Energy install a backup generator for you and fill your propane tank so you don't lose power when the storm hits. 24/7 service complete and powerful solutions. Elite Power and Energy Corp.com. Ovi has to be the elite capital. He'll be number 1 on both of our lists. You score 2 goals, including the game winner in the playoffs. You lead your team in hits. You tickle twine and light a lamp in overtime. It kind of makes it easy on us. I think we could probably then divvy things up 2 and 3. I'm going to go with Anthony Beauvillier as my number 2 star. I actually thought he was the best player on the ice for the Capitals. Ovi was more important with the 2 goals and the 3 points, but Beauvillier filling in for Protas on the top line, a major storyline going into the game, was absolutely exceptional. In fact, if you look at expected goals based on offense generated, Beauvillier at .62 led Washington last night in that category. The goal that he did score, which made it 2-0, was massive on the scoreboard, but it was also just an incredible play. To play that puck down to himself, it's kind of the grimy, greasy goal in front. And you put the puck in front of your skates, you bang it home 5-hole. Awesome shot, awesome play by him. he could not have been better. He was just active all night. He was speedy. He matched up with Montreal in that way. I thought he was amazing, and he surpassed all of my expectations. But to me, Danny, he looked like a guy who's played in the playoffs a lot, and he has with the Islanders. He's had some really good playoff runs with them. I just thought he was marvelous.
Thought he was splendid too. He makes my list, but he wasn't second for me. Logan Thompson, given the context, given the fact that we haven't seen him play in some time, given the fact that he hasn't faced live shots in weeks, basically, to come back, and I thought was nails, at least for the first 45 minutes or so, give or take. I think Charlie Lindgren had one game where he saved 90% of his shots over the last month or so of this season. Numbers are approximate. 94.3% last night from Logan Thompson. I thought got himself out of position trying to make a frantic save on that game-tying goal there for Montreal, but that was a clearance issue as much as it was a Thompson issue, but, trying to fly around there in kind of a scramble situation, maybe got himself out of position a little bit, but I thought he was splendid, with whether everything from handling the puck to rebound control for a guy that hadn't been in there for a while. I thought he was great.
My third star, Brandon Duhaime. This one's a little bit off the radar from a box score standpoint because he didn't generate any points, but I think particularly in the playoffs, just looking at goals and assists doesn't quite do it. 21 shifts last night. His fourth line with Nick Dowd and Taylor Radish, really significant. But he had 2 shots on net. He blocked the shot. He had 5 hits early in the game. He was a huge part of the presence for the Capitals. I keep saying just kind of rattling those boards and hitting everything that moved that was in white last night. Duhaime, who they call Doggy, he is my favorite hockey phrase is like drag you into the fight. He's one of those guys. It's pretty obvious what that means, but his energy gets you going. And it's not a surprise that last night before the game, they had him read the lineups. This is a hockey thing, but in the locker room before the game, they'll bring in, maybe it's a celebrity or somebody's dad, or sometimes it's a kid or whoever, somebody, with some correlation to the club to kind of get the boys going. And they just shout out who's in the starting lineup and everybody claps along with them. Well, last night to kick off the playoffs, it was the dog, Brandon Duhaime, who ended up screaming out the names and then eating the piece of paper that they were written on.
We got Paul! Hey! Stormer! Hey! Oh! Hey! Sandy! Hey! Rising! Hey! Oh,
Oh, he's going to eat it.
Oh, he's going to eat it. And then Doggy just eats the piece of paper. Hockey, man. It's just different. My favorite clip from last night, though, we always talk about the theatrics and some of the fun they have right before they go out on the ice where they're whacking each other. That's where the Ovi, Chikrin, Bands thing started, where Oshie and Wilson used to whack each other in the butt and they check each other's cups and do all kinds of weird stuff. Well, last night, there's this hilarious clip of Logan Thompson. Have you seen this? I'm going to show it to you in the break. He's doing the goalie thing where he's standing there. Remember, he hasn't played in weeks. He's trying to lock in for the playoffs. And he's visualizing like the goalie does, where he's watching the ice and he's looking left and right and they're skating past him. Nobody's there. It's just his weird thing that the goalies all do. Behind him, you just see like blurred, because it's not in focus, like Nick Dowd and all these guys like wiping each other's face and just doing all the kid stuff that they do, acting like 7-year-olds. But the goalie is like in the front of the car, like, I'll turn this thing around.
Like locked in,
Exactly.
ready to roll.
Couldn't be more serious. And then behind him, they're all like punching each other in the stomach and, whatever else weird stuff is going on. So funny to me.
So good. My third star, you already touched on it, Anthony Beauvillier. This is the thing that I want. And here's what I mean. Not just a guy that's a marginal player on one team coming and outperforming. I don't mean that. The thing that I have coveted for a long time is the thing that terrifies me, the speed. I am terrified of opponents' speed. I want them to feel my dread, and that's what he provides. I don't know how good he's going to be for 82 games in terms of point production and the like. I know that in the postseason, when every shift, every second is 100% hair on fire, max effort, the closing speed, winning battles to pucks, getting to places, and being a constant pest and problem, taking away space with this speed. Less heavy. I don't care about heavy. The speed is what I love, and he provides so much of that. He was a bee buzzing around their faces all night long. Ends up with 2 points, obviously, which were massive, including the game-winning assist and that incredible goal, which you touched on. But I love that speed. I love that he brings that element.
But it's not an either or, right? I'm like, a lot of times you say it's speed or it's size. It can be both. The guy like Tom Wilson has both.
Sure, yeah.
The guy like Protus has both. The Caps this year are very big and very physical and heavy, which is like a negative term for you, but they're also fast, and that is ideal. They won the game last night more because of how they played in terms of heavy and big and physical and leaning on Montreal. And also, I think it has longevity issues for a team. Like it is a a good way to establish something. I mean, think about if you're one of these players that's getting rocked in the first period last night. You're going to keep digging those pucks out of those corners when you're getting demolished every time you go in. You're going to keep getting along the boards to play those pucks when Tom Wilson's bearing down. That's only game one. You get 20-plus shifts. You take one of those hits every 3 or 4 shifts. All of a sudden, by game 2 and game 3, a little less commitment.
Not as excited.
In the corner. And maybe that's where you lose a puck, gets played in front, and it creates a goal. Let's go to the phones. We'll start with Rich in Newmarket. Who gets your attaboy?
Attaboy's going to Alex Alexiev for stepping into Martin Olivari's footsteps there and playing a real steady, solid, heavy game. No glaring errors. And this is a guy who hasn't played a meaningful game since November. I thought he was flawless, and it just shows a lot of how Hershey's developing these guys, and they're coming in, and it's not too big of a moment for them.
Yeah, you need him to be ready, right? And I give Carberry a lot of credit, who's going to be the coach of the year, the Jack Adams Award winner in the NHL this year. But he got him up to speed by giving him a few games here at the very end. And I think that was huge. Even before Faravari got hurt, he had gotten him a look just in case. And then Faravari goes down against the Islanders, which, by the way, Danny, they announced today he will be out for the entire playoffs.
Yeah, it's surgery on his knee, which is a bummer.
Season-ending injury.
Just killer. You've been ahead for so long. You've had everything won up for so long, and it's just such a kick to the gut for the guy. You know what I mean? Like, they've done everything right, and this is sort of that last little cruel twist of fate for a guy that I think is underrated for them. You know, I mean, there's nothing sexy about Faravari all the time, but just I think he does everything pretty well. More physical than he gets credit for. He's a good little puck mover. I like him back there, but I like Alexiev's size. I don't know how it's going to play over a series or throughout the postseason, but that's a big, nasty son of a gun back there, which you can use.
So here's the problem, is when you were just talking about wanting the speed over the strength and the heavy game, I mean, Faravari can skate really well. Mm-hmm. For a defenseman, he's outstanding. In fact, a lot of people probably don't know this. He had their fastest clocked skating time last year on the team. Now, that would not have been the case this year. I'd be stunned if it was. But this was a year ago. He had the fastest clocked time in terms of skating. They'll miss that.
Mm-hmm.
And especially in a matchup like this, you can't play Dylan McIlrath, who's huge and physical. We've seen him fight into heavyweight bouts, but he doesn't skate well enough. So it's pretty easy to go to Alexiev. Alexiev last night got high-sticked, didn't end up drawing a penalty because it was on a follow-through, but he had 2 teeth fall out on the ice. In fact, I just got a picture sent to me from somebody who scooped the teeth up off the ice, which is hilarious. I'll post that at Grant H. Paulson. If you want to see 2 teeth that fell out on the ice.
If you need to see that,
you can check my Twitter. Kind of gross. But he's going to play. It's the most hockey thing ever. Think about this, boys. He gets his teeth knocked out. Spencer Carberry said, yeah, he's doing some pretty severe dental work today. But not 1 second was spent by anybody thinking he wasn't going to play. It's just his mouth.
Right.
It's just his teeth.
Does he need teeth to play? No.
Who cares?
Let's go.
Put a mouth guard in and let's get back on the ice. But he played 14 minutes, 18 shifts, had a shot, had 3 blocks, had 2 hits, only gave the puck away once, took it away once. I thought he was very, very solid. And that was a huge key to a Game 1 win. But Villiers replacing Protas on the top line was outstanding. Alexiev was very solid replacing Faravari. And then Thompson made the start, even though we didn't know if he would. Let's go to Chris and Ashburn. Who gets your attaboy?
It's kind of redundant, I believe, but it's got to go to Ovechkin. Not only did he get the entire squad hyped, he led off right away and then finished the game. And I think that's who we can all rely on and who we have for 20 years. So I don't think there's a question.
When you say it that way, by the way, and it's a great phone call, thank you. So true. Yeah. 20 years later, you're showing up for Caps hockey in the playoffs, and 39-year-old Ovi scoring the opening goal to get him on the board, and the game winner in overtime to pull him across the finish line.
Broke his leg a couple months ago, by the way. I mean, insane. I mean, you already superseded his point total from last year in the postseason. Just to let you know,
well, he
this
only needed
different.
1 to do that.
I know. I didn't want to bring up that point, but yeah, I mean, it just tells you, like, it's not just some passenger role. It's not just some ceremonial thing.
Carlos, Savannah Park, who gets your attaboy?
My attaboy goes to Coach Carberry. Between the break of the regular season and the playoffs, everyone was questioning whether or not who he would start. He keeps everything close to the table. He keeps you guessing. He keeps the other team guessing. He started Logan Thompson. That man has not missed a beat. my attaboy goes to the coaching staff. And let me end this phone call by giving you all my Shannon Sharp. All right, listen, Montreal, shopping at the mall, Chris Paul, Paul Wall, we ain't scared of y'all. Capitals of 5.
Thank you.
Okay.
Awkward day to be giving us a Shannon Sharp, I will say. I don't know if you've been looking at the news lately. That's number one.
Yeah.
Number two, was that a Shannon Sharp impression?
I don't know.
What was that?
I don't know.
It seemed like he just started reading a poem. He just started rhyming.
Okay. Aside from the news,
yes.
Previous to the news,
yes.
Was Shannon Sharp known for like slam poetry and like as a sign off or something? I don't know.
I can tell you, and I take a little pride in this. I don't think I've ever watched 5 minutes of any show that Shannon Sharp is on. So I'm not going to be able to. I'm not your guy on that one.
Okay.
JR's in Boston. Hey, JR, how are you?
What's up, fellas? How are you?
Hey, buddy.
Dude, so listen, I feel like it peace because like obviously I've called in before and talked about how like I was concerned with like the mental toughness of them playing sharp and stuff. And so my attaboy goes out to the entire defense. Like the giveaways, the ridiculous, hey, here's a free breakaway, here's a free odd man rush. They basically almost wiped it out to non-existent for almost the entire game. Like any Caps fan walking away from this game, I don't know how you couldn't be a little afraid of like 2010 because the goalie's spitting on his head. Like the idea of the high danger shots, the Caps had like 20 in the first 2 periods, but only scored on one of those high danger shots. Their goalie spun on his head and stole goals. It should have been like 5-0. The Caps played one of their best games easily of the year, and I was impressed.
Yeah, the first 40 minutes were astounding, and it could have easily, probably should have been at least 2, if not 3-0 after 20 minutes. Connor McMichael almost scored twice in the first 70 seconds.
Yeah, it would have been nice if one of those had gone in.
Please
say
next time, maybe just put one of those in the net.
Just put it in the net.
Have you ever gone number 2 in your pants during a radio show?
Not during the show.
Important clarification.
Yeah.
Shaquille O'Neal almost did that on television last night. Wait till you hear this audio.
Was real close.
Next on Grant and Danny. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Thanks so much for checking us out. You can listen all over the DMV on 106.7, our flagship. Of course, wherever you go, coast to coast, the always free Odyssey app is at your disposal. And we are streaming in high definition. You can watch us on video right now on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You just drop a what's up chat. See what everybody's up to in the chat today over on YouTube. Thank God we did not lose one of the great shows covering sport in our society. Turner Sports shutting down meant that we could see the end of the group that is Ernie and Chuck and Kenny and Shaq sitting at the desk. And it's going to be together moving forward now because we'll get more moments like last night. See, the best thing about it's not Inside the NBA. Is that still the name of it? Inside the NBA. The best thing about Inside the NBA is not even the basketball, generally. Basketball's fine. They'll break it down. They speak truth to the power. They'll call out teams and players more than almost any show. But it's the non-basketball stuff to me that is the most entertaining. Like last night when Shaq gets up in the middle of a segment and just starts two cheeks sliding his way away from the desk.
And we've all had that walk. We've all had a moment.
He looks like
the panic.
He's about to make a mess on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone's like, what? They knew what he was doing. They didn't have to ask him, but they're like, bro, right now, like we're literally on live. At first, I thought it was video from when they were just sitting there watching basketball. And then I realized, oh my God, this is in the middle of a segment.
Chuck's about to make a point.
What I love about it is the casualness of him not caring, where they're like, dude, we're on air.
Keep going, Chuck.
He's like, don't worry about me. And it, like, but what about the TV thing that we're doing? He almost threw a curveball last night. The old two fingers went down.
Underestimate the other thing about Kawhi is, you all right, big fella? Catching a cramp.
Catching a cramp.
Go ahead, keep talking, Chuck. Yeah, we're on TV. I know what we're doing. Go ahead. Yeah, that's that olive oil you've been drinking. I know. Hey, take some matches with you. Hey, listen, he couldn't hold it. After 40, he can't hold it no more. That's a first. He can't hold it.
I love, too, you don't see this visually, but Ernie goes palms up.
He's going,
Jordan against Portland. He's like, wait, what? And he just kind of looking at the camera like, what am I supposed to do to keep this circus on track?
And Shaq's so dismayed. Just keep going. What?
Well, how about when he first stands up? Is it Kenny that says,
yeah,
you okay, big guy?
And then
like what's going on over there? You having a moment? You need something? And then Chuck goes, you catching a cramp. As if he's just going to stand up because his leg fell asleep.
Yes.
And then they realize,
and then they know
something's happening here. As soon as you see him walking, the video is hysterical.
It's so good.
We've all been there. You're either going to get to that toilet or people are going to be talking about this for a little while.
Like you're at new pair of pantaloons territory. Like you hope wardrobe is stocked for the
You're at underwear is getting thrown out at work territory.
Uh-huh.
You don't want to be at underwear is getting thrown out at work.
Never a place you want to be.
Let me hear it one more time.
Underestimate the other thing about Kawhi is, you all right, big fella? Catching a cramp. Go ahead, keep talking, Chuck. Yeah, we're on TV. I know what we're doing. Go ahead. Yeah, that's that olive oil.
I know what we're doing. Go ahead.
Take some matches with you. Hey, listen, he couldn't hold it. After 40, he can't hold it no more. That's a first. He can't hold it.
Unless he's got something. That wasn't something planned, was it?
No,
that was not planned.
Hey, listen, he was in the back talking about he's going to drink alcohol and clear up his
No, he's been drinking the olive oil. You know what?
Olive oil and clean his gut. It's cleaning his gut.
Wow. Do you think? I mean, only because it's that show is it charming and hilarious, right?
100%. If that happened on any other program, I'd go, what are we doing?
Yeah.
That's the most unprofessional. For whatever reason,
correct.
They've built up so much, I don't know if it's credibility or what, that's not the right word, but just so many deposits in the bank.
Well, it's
where,
just
of
part
course,
of the
that's
charm.
exactly
It's baked in.
Yeah,
you know?
it's real.
I always say there's like different rules for different people, but there's also a different expectation, right? I remember like one time I got really mad about something. I don't remember what it was, but I screamed about something. And people made the biggest deal about it. Everyone was like, are you okay? And they're tweeting me like, why are you so upset? And I don't scream very often. If you scream, it's a little more normal.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
it's like a Tuesday.
When we talk about something off the beaten path with, an attractive actress or something, it's kind of like, whoa, what are these guys doing? Whereas it's for the junkies, it's just Wednesday at 9.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? There's an expectation of kind of what you're getting. And with that show, that works. But
right, if it was a shoddy show on ESPN,
I'm just trying to think of a show where I would see that, like College Game Day. If like
Desmond Howard had to just leave the set.
Desmond Howard just stands up and you're like, I guess he was about to poop his pants. Like, what is going on?
I suppose we're doing that now. But something about it. I don't know how or why it fits. And of course, they flip immediately into here's the little behind, just enough behind the scenes where it's like people drinking the olive oil, like it's going to clean his gut, and they put boom right away. They're into the behind the scenes shtick.
Well, and by the way, that was a 15-minute bit they did.
Yes,
where they watch their games back in the back.
So good.
Where they're just sitting there and Shaq's like, my gut, and they're like, that's going to make you go to the bathroom, right? No wonder.
Yeah, what does clean out your gut mean to you?
Exactly. Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, I know. We just keep going.
You ever had a scare? Well, actually, I know you've had a scare.
Yeah,
there were a time where you made Ryan open the door and hold it open for you because you didn't think
I didn't think I'd make it.
You didn't think you'd be able to exert the energy to like pull the door open without
so
something.
In other words,
out.
I was holding the quarter in there, snare drum tight, fighting. I mean, just fighting to the end of that segment.
Yeah.
We had actually a guest.
If I would have tickled you,
done. If we had a guest on, I think. And the guest was giving these long answers, and I'm sitting there like, oh my God, like my head rolling back and forth, just like, oh, take me away. And so I told Ryan to open the door because if I had to change any exertion for that, because it's
these
snare
are
drum,
heavy soundproof doors.
No,
too.
but if I had just pulled it all, that exertion would have released that grip that I had down there, and that's it. And so I barely made it to the restroom. I mean, barely. I hadn't gotten to the full position yet before
Harry
explosion.
Dunn when he plops down on the toilet at Mary's house.
Yeah,
I'm
not trying to use the toilet. It's not
Sam
working.
Brookhouse, who covers the NFL draft for Sumer Sports, is going to join us coming up in just a few. Want to ask him what Washington might be looking at 29. How's the board going to fall for them? And speaking of the draft and the Commanders, Adam Peters is talking today. We'll have that press conference for you at 4:30 on Grant and Danny.
We're brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The Caps got their second season underway last night from Cap One Arena in a physical matchup versus Montreal. It was the return of Logan Thompson in net. He was brilliant, registering 33 saves on 35 shot attempts, but it was the grade 8 Alex Ovechkin coming up huge for DC. He lit the lamp twice in the 3-2 overtime victory, including the game winner, giving the Caps the 1-0 series lead.
Chikrin is there too. As the puck comes toward Beauvillier, Ovechkin was in the vicinity, and a shot here from Beauvillier. It's hit, they score, and Ovechkin got it. His first overtime game winner. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Montreal.
John Walton on the call via the Caps radio network. The Caps will regroup before taking the ice tomorrow night for game number 2. NFL offseason program underway for a number of teams, including the Commanders, who had their players report for work this morning. The GM of the Commanders, Adam Peters, set to address the media this afternoon ahead of Thursday's draft. You can hear his presser later today at 4:30 during Grant and Danny. Other NFL news, 49ers tight end George Kittle, a no-show for day one of their offseason program. NBA playoffs in full swing. Shams Charania of ESPN is reporting that Celtics star Jason Tatum is day-to-day with a wrist injury. Nats baseball on tap tonight. It's game 1 of the Battle of the Beltway series. Mitch Parker on the bump for DC. It's a 6:45 first pitch. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler get you warmed up at 6:30 with Nats on deck. Good news for the Nats on the injury front. According to sources, both C.J. Abrams and starting pitcher Michael Soroka are set to begin rehab assignments with AA Harrisburg. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
You know, we've come to a consensus, the entire organization, is to stay at that pick, and I guess you'll find out Thursday night who we pick.
Closing in on the NFL draft, which is just 2 days away. Linnell and Toby are going to have coverage for us here at Odyssey DC deep into the evening. That'll be excellent. Danny and I are going to be at a watch party during the draft. We're not going to be live on air Thursday out and about. We'll be in studio during our show. But when we're done, we're going to get over to National Harbor and to MGM and Tap Sports Bar, where we're going to be hanging out watching the draft. The last time we were there and the Commanders they picked Emmanuel Forbes.
So
just so you know, when we're there, they make picks.
Selections do happen
right
when we're there, unless they don't, and they don't pick before midnight or there's a trade. But the point is, selections have been made before.
Come hang out, watch the draft with us, high five when cool things happen, and eat some wings. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kandori and Murad, wants to know they're going to help you to draft a will, set up a testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today. KMLawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's KMLawyers.com. Kandori and Murad, big Caps fans. I was texting with Wasim last night. He was fired up. The boys are up 1-0 in their series. Let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Sam Brookhouse of Sumer Sports joins us now. Sam, we're finally here, man. 2 days away from the NFL draft. What's good?
Man, I'm getting antsy. It seems like no one has an idea what's going to happen from pick 2, which apparently is now on the block, with reports that the Browns and the Giants to trade as a nihilistic analyst who always wants people to trade back at the beginning of the draft season, or whether quarterback. It feels like 2 to 32 day one is going to be the Wild West, and it hasn't been that way in years, so I'm excited for it.
Oh, it's going to be incredible. I want to go back to what you just said, though, because I get myself in some trouble overanalyzing the semantics of these things from time to time. But I thought that the Peter Schrager report on ESPN that you're referencing was a nothing burger non-report. He just said it in a way, like very slowly, that made it seem like he had news. But to me, he said that teams are calling the Browns at 2 and the Giants at 3, and they're not hanging up. Like, did I miss something? Of course they are. Why wouldn't they? And why would they hang up? That doesn't mean anything.
So here's my kind of thought of it, and it really matters about 2 and 3. And there's 2 pieces of information that I've kind of latched on to going even back into Shrine Bowl talks where Joe Shane and Brian Daboll were close to Shedeur Sanders. But if I have the number 2 pick and I'm the Browns and I know that I'm in an immensely analytical franchise, they employ the Jonah Hill character from Moneyball, Paul DePodesta. He is now a vice president, has been for many years for the Browns, immensely analytical. Andrew Berry has an analytical background as well, their general manager. I am absolutely blowing up the Giants' phone at 3 just to see if they want to draft a quarterback. And if they want to draft a quarterback, say, well, we're taking calls from the Steelers. We're taking calls from the Saints. Because if they can trade back one spot, get extra draft capital, and still get Travis Hunter, who they've used, the word Shohei Ohtani to compare to, that's a real win for me. So I think that's a lot of what's going on. Probably, even some maybe prank calling just to see what you could get. After all, Luka Doncic was traded this year, right? So who knows what could happen. But I think it is, to your point, kind of a lot of that, a lot of feeling out what could happen, seeing if there's any home runs out there. And if not, you just take the pitch and end up making the selection at 2 or 3.
So this reminds me of 22 here, Sam, in terms of the draft, where there weren't any quarterbacks really highly thought of to go high. It was Trayvon Walker went number 1 overall to the Jaguars. Right. So this, I think we got a pretty good feel. Tennessee won. It's Cam Ward, maybe not a sexier film, but that's what we know. Just kind of to your point, I really have no idea. From 2 to 3 on, I think that influences everybody else. Like, do you get the sense that nobody really knows what Cleveland and New York are going to do? Or do you think maybe this is just his information of the last week to sort of see what happens?
I'm kind of the mind that no one really knows what's going to happen. I think if you just were to look at the data, the consensus big boards, the consensus mock drafts, which, as you know, includes some beat reporters who may have more information on any given team and some evaluators who have more information from the scouts themselves. There's really a class of 1 at the top, and that's Travis Hunter. There's questions about guys like Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, Mason Graham, even Ashton Genty, who most of the questions are about him at the running back position, just more generally in the first round. There's questions about that. So it seems like a class of 1 in Travis Hunter. So I think it would be okay if the Browns just went ahead and selected him. But I think there's a very, very unique thing that we really haven't seen, I guess maybe since like the Daniel Jones draft, where quarterback 1 is very far away from consensus big board 1, consensus big board 1 being Travis Hunter, Cam Ward being in like the 17s of most consensus big boards. Then you drop to like the 20s or 30s. That's another big gap down to Shedeur Sanders. And then you go to, 50, day 2, or round 2, round 3, Jackson Dart. Those big gaps between the quarterbacks, the most important position in football, lead to so much uncertainty. I, for one, think it's probably a 1 or 2 quarterback first round. But guys like Thomas Dimitroff, who have sat in that seat, my boss, the president at Sumer Sports, he has sat in the seat, he has felt the quarterback pressure, and he has dealt with other people who are massively feeling the quarterback pressure as well when trying to make these calls on draft days. On our SiriusXM show on Fridays, he said that he thinks it's going to be 4 guys, that the pressure is too high. These teams are too in need of quarterbacks, particularly the Steelers, the Saints, the Giants, and that they're going to pull the trigger when the time is right, whether that's trading up to get a guy at the back of the first round or just selecting him with their pick. He thinks there's going to be 4 guys. So to summarize, I think it's the Wild West out there. No one knows, and everyone is operating with a degree of uncertainty, and they're really going to have to bet on their analytics teams and their evaluators to get a sense of the availability of these quarterbacks if they want to try to grab one, whether that's day 1 or day 2.
Would the 4th be Milroe?
Now, that is an excellent question. Coming out of the Senior Bowl, it felt as if he was the clear 4th, right? In recent weeks, everything from betting odds, the poly market, prediction markets have massively shifted because he's attending the draft. And the NFL has said that they don't want guys attending the draft who will not be selected. They invited him to the draft. Do they know something we don't know? Now, all of a sudden, he seems to have the best tools especially running the ball out of any of these quarterbacks. That shows up in our Sumer scores talking about running the ball at the quarterback position. Do the Steelers like him because he can have more tools than Justin Fields did last year, more tools than Russell Wilson did last year? I don't know. Clearly, there is something that we don't understand when it comes to Jalen Milroe. But what I can say, he struggled with accuracy this year. He took a lot of sacks, even though he was pretty good at avoiding, what should have been clear sacks. And he just wasn't immensely productive through the air, despite having Alabama, having Ryan Williams out there at the wide receiver position. So I think right now he has to be in the QB3 discussion with Jackson Dart, and he is certainly probably quarterback 4.
Sam Brook, Sumer Sports with us here on G&D. So looking big picture, I get the sense this could be 7, maybe 8 defensive ends or edges.
Mm-hmm.
I guess now we have to refer to them as guys that rush the passer for a living. Might come off the board here in the first round. The reason I bring that up, just as a phenomenon, but B, that might be what Washington's looking for at the end of that first round. Your thoughts on this edge market?
It's very unique, and it brings about a question that us data scientists like to always get into when it comes to the draft. And that is, how do we know that any given one of these guys will be better than all the rest? So it seems as if Abdul Carter has set himself apart. He did so with excellent play. He was one of the most disruptive pass rushers in the league, in the NCAA this year, was an immense part of a Penn State team that made a deep run in the college football playoffs. But how do we know that he's better than any of the other 7 that people really think are primo prospects? And the difference really is that he has less questions. Everyone kind of in that second tier has a big question, whether that's Jalen Walker. Can he make the move from the off-ball linebacking position to the edge rushing position full time, if that's possible? To Mike Green, did it at Marshall. Can he do it at the NFL? Shamar Stewart, excellent in our Sumer scores, which grade on the frame by frame basis, but not super productive. Not a lot of tackles for loss, not a lot of sacks. Every one of those guys has a key question, but I think really a lot of them could be real contributors if they fall into the right situation for them that can answer those questions. When I'm talking to the scouts that we have on our team, when I'm talking to Thomas Dimitroff, they say that you scout for what the guy can do, not for what he can't do, because good coaches and good front offices build around what the guys can't do to accentuate what they can do. And I got to tell you, 7 to 8 of these guys, including if you want to include Jahad Campbell, who is probably a true off-ball linebacker but does have edge rushing upside, have a lot of things that they can do really well.
Sam Brookhouse is with us, joining us ahead of the NFL draft from Sumer Sports. So a guy that I keep coming back to when I try to do the Venn diagram here of who's likely to be available and who do I think Washington likes based on what I'm hearing is Nick Scorton. Started at Purdue, finished at A&M, ended up having just 5 sacks this season, but he did have a 10-sack year 2 years ago in the Big Ten. What can you tell me about him, and what would you think about him as a pick for Washington at 29?
So it's an interesting setup with these defensive linemen from Texas A&M. In particular, you'll hear some names from these defensive lines that have a ton of studs. The first one you mentioned, Nick Scorton, Texas A&M. Shamar Stewart was on that line. Shamar Turner, who will be drafted probably day 2 or day 3, also on that line. Michigan and Ole Miss, similar things. Walter Nolan will probably be available in that zone, defensive tackle out of Ole Miss. But with Scorton in particular, immensely productive at Purdue, something that I'm really interested in is his run defending capabilities. High tackle for loss rate when you're looking at all the snaps that he took and the production that he got against the run. I think his ability to be a bigger edge rusher who could potentially play the run super well while also providing some pass rush upside is key for his projection. And I think he probably could fit into, a team like Dan Quinn's defense and the Commanders' defense. A guy who has been falling, though, is named James Pierce out of Tennessee. Edge rusher has likely been falling due to off the field concerns, which I'm not a private investigator. I don't have all the data when it comes to, the record or anything that these guys are hiring people to dig up information on. But what I can say is this time last year, he was expected to be one of the top guys in the draft. And at the end of the season this year, he was still considered to be a top 5, top 10 level player. He's dropped since the combine, even though he had an excellent combine. The pieces are all there. You got to put him in a position which makes sense to, nerf some of those character concerns or effort concerns. And who better than Dan Quinn to do that? Bringing in a speed rusher. We've seen him do it with Dorrance Armstrong. We saw him do it with Michael Parsons. I think it'd be a great fit. James Pierce, if he ends up falling to the Commanders, if they end up filling that edge role with James Pierce.
So Sam, help me with the Texas A&M defensive ends. Why do they have like a sack and a half more than I do this year? Is there something schematic wise, like the Scorton especially? But I really want to go to Shamar Stewart, who is like off the world or out of this world combine measurements and athletic scores and things where you go, oh my God, look at this. And then he had a sack more than a guy selling popcorn in section 415. Why so little productivity in that regard from those defensive ends? I would just feel a lot more confident drafting either one of them had they ended up with, in the 5 or 6 range. Now, I'm not talking about even a world beater, just something more there.
So I want to start off at the high level. Data analysts research has found that sometimes when you're looking at sacks or just production, that it doesn't go year to year super well. So a guy, for example, in college who has 1 million sacks may not have 1 million sacks if he's really converting every pressure he gets. What we really want to know is how much he's beating the offensive lineman and how many pressures, which is a kind of subjective measure, but basically a measure of how is he disrupting the passer, even though he may not necessarily getting a hit? Basically, what can he do by himself to cause problems? All of those guys are very good at doing that. There was some schematic interesting elements. For example, Shamar Stewart, bigger guy. I think he looked more like 280. He weighed in at 267 at the combine. I think he was probably playing at a more around 280 at A&M. He was lining up in what we call the 4-eye, the inside eye of the tackle. A lot harder to rush the passer there because you're not getting those one-on-one matchups. Sometimes the guard can help. Sometimes the center can help. That positional versatility is really valuable to teams, but it doesn't show up super well on the stat sheet that you get in your local newspaper when I'm talking sacks and tackles. As a result, when you look at the frame-by-frame, millisecond-by-millisecond level, he was immensely productive, and he was doing really good things in our artificial intelligence Sumer scores, even though it did not show up in the sack total. But sometimes you got to go down to it, like bringing it back to Moneyball. If he can hit so well, how come he doesn't hit good? He's going to have to turn a little bit more of that into production at the next level. But the question becomes, will he just be in a better position to do so in an NFL defense than he was necessarily lining up in the 3-tech and the 4-eye all the time because of the talent on that Texas A&M defensive line that could just completely dominate with pretty base techniques offensive linemen at the college level.
Sam Brookhouse, you see why we enjoy his insight from Sumer Sports. We're going to hear from Adam Peters in about an hour, so we're looking forward to seeing what he has to say about pick 29. Should be fun. Last one from me, trading back out of that round, this narrative that people are going to want to come up to get the quarterback, to get the 5th-year option. I can't even think of an example of that in the last couple of picks post Lamar Jackson, but every team always wants to trade back, right? I mean, I'm sure the Chiefs have liked the idea of trading back for years. They haven't been able to pull the trigger. Should we expect that Washington can do that?
I'd suspect so. I've struggled to find trade partners per se, but here is probably the profile of a team that wants to trade up. The first is going to be a team that needs a tackle. There's only a couple guys who people really slate to not be a swing offensive lineman in this draft, period. Some people even think Will Campbell and Armand Membu all the way up at the top will probably end up being a guard at the next level. I don't necessarily agree with that. We've talked to Duke Manyweather, their trainer. He doesn't seem to think that. The data doesn't seem to indicate that, but that's just the general thought to give you an idea. In the back half of that first round, there's going to be a couple of guys who are going to be in discussions to be a true tackle. That's Josh Connerly out of Oregon, Simmons out of Ohio State, and probably Ariante Ursery, who is going to be more of a borderline day 2 guy out of Minnesota. If those guys start coming off the board, I'd suspect a team who really needs a tackle to kind of want to move up. The Chiefs are an example of this. If those guys start going, I wouldn't be shocked if they try to move up 2 or 3 picks, as they did last year for Xavier Worthy, in order to secure a guy that they think is going to be a tackle at the next level. The second, we talked about a little bit, those edges, after those 7 to 8 edges, if they all go in the first round, there's not going to be a lot more in that market until probably round 3 or round 4. And once you get into round 3 and round 4, there starts to be a lot of question marks about those guys. So that's the profile of a team that the Commanders may want to look at, a team perhaps looking to grab an edge before they all run out day one, or a tackle before they all run out day one. If they end up doing that, I would suspect them to try to go with a secondary player, primarily the cornerbacks in this draft. I'm talking Savon Ravel, Benjamin Morrison, all guys that struggled with injury, but appear to have, a borderline blue chip, just performance element to them or athletic element to them, despite the major question, what's dropping them down into a different tier is a major injury. I'd suspect they end up going secondary if they end up trading back and allowing a team to select with their pick.
Sam, great with us as always, man. Appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the draft.
Appreciate y'all. I'm excited.
Sumer Sports, go check him out. Sam Brookhouse joining us on Grant and Danny. I want to get into what he talked about at the very start of the interview, which was the suggestion today that maybe the Browns at 2, the Giants at 3 could be trading back. Let's do that next on The Fan.
Brought to you by Taste of Tyson's Corner. What a scene it was last night at Cap One Arena. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs did not disappoint. We got free hockey in D.C. as the Caps and Canadians needed an extra session to settle the score, and D.C. did just that. 2 minutes and 26 seconds into the extra session, it was the grade 8 Alex Ovechkin lighting the lamp for his first career playoff overtime goal, giving the Caps the 1-0 series lead. Despite the win, Coach Spencer Carberry warned the team post-game to keep their foot on the gas.
Anytime you win a game 1 is a big game, and to win in overtime, because them coming back. One thing I've learned about their coach, their team, this team will not go quietly into the night.
Game 2 of this best-of-7 series set for tomorrow night. NFL news, according to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Giants and Browns have been fielding calls on their early first-round picks. Sources tell Schrager those teams looking to trade up to number 2 and number 3 overall are doing so to try and pursue Colorado two-way star Travis Hunter, Penn State pass rusher Abdul Carter, or Boise State running back Ashton Genty. NFL offseason program underway for a number of different teams, including the Commanders, who have had their players report this morning. The GM of the Commanders, Adam Peters, set to address the media this afternoon. You can hear that presser later today at 4:30 during Grant and Danny. Nats baseball on tap tonight as it's game 1 of the Battle of the Beltway series. Mitchell Parker on the bump for D.C. It's a 6:45 first pitch. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler get you warmed up at 6:30 with Nats on deck. Taste of Tyson's is Saturday, May 3rd from 1 to 4 p.m. Experience their wide array of food and beverage offerings with food samplings, cooking demos, chef appearances, live entertainment, raffles, and more. Visit TysonsCornerCenter.com/events for more details. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
If I have the number 2 pick and I'm the Browns and I know that I'm an immensely analytical franchise, they employ the Jonah Hill character from Moneyball, Paul DePodesta. He is now a vice president, has been for many years for the Browns, immensely analytical. Andrew Berry has an analytical background as well, their general manager. I am absolutely blowing up the Giants' phone at 3 just to see if they want to draft a quarterback. And if they want to draft a quarterback, say, well, we're taking calls from the Steelers. We're taking calls from the Saints. Because if they can trade back one spot, get extra draft capital, and still get Travis Hunter, who they've used, the word Shohei Ohtani to compare to, that's a real win for me. So I think that's a lot of what's going on. Probably, even some maybe prank calling just to see what you could get. After all, Luka Doncic was traded this year, right? So who knows what could happen.
And Sam Brookhouse of Sumer Sports, who joined us just a few minutes ago. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan. He's referencing there this idea of a possible trade back that would turn the draft on its head. What's really incredible is, in a way that I would say far exceeds that of most years, there is tons of uncertainty after Cam Ward won. Because I think everybody knows he's going first overall to Tennessee. Beyond that, your guess is as good as anybody else's. I think 2 and 3 will probably be one of 2 players, and it's just whoever doesn't go second between Travis Hunter, the two-way player at Colorado, then Abdul Carter goes, and vice versa. But after those 3 picks, what the heck's going to happen? Nobody knows. But Peter Schrager was on ESPN today, and he suggested that teams are calling the Browns and the Giants, and so much has been made about, I'm using air quotes here, but this report, I just don't see this as groundbreaking, but here we go.
There have been phone calls made to both the Browns at 2 and the Giants at 3 with the intention to move up, from several different sources telling me there are teams who are looking to get up in this draft to either the 2 or the 3 spot. The assumption being to move up to the 2 or the 3 spot, it would be for Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, or the running back, Ashton Genty, who everyone expects to go somewhere in that 5 to 7 to 8 range. There have been teams making calls, and those teams are not immediately slamming down the phone. The Browns at 2, the Giants at 3. Everyone assumes it's going to be chalk, that this is going to go Cam Ward, it's going to go Travis Hunter, it's going to go Abdul Carter. Not so fast. I think the 2 spot gets very interesting if the Browns are listening to a Godfather deal for them to trade back and someone to trade up into the top 3.
So that's a lot of words, and it's done in the way of like, I've got something very important.
It's the Schefter School of Enunciation. Peter Schrager has gone to class.
Please listen to me here. Here's what he said. Teams are calling the team with the second pick and the team with the third pick to trade up, and those teams are answering their calls. Okay. Sometimes pizza has pepperoni on it.
What I'm hearing is the draft will take place on Thursday. That's what it is.
There was one nugget in there that I think actually is interesting or newsworthy or notable or worth saying on national television, which is that he did say that he thinks teams are coming up possibly to get Ashton Genty. Now, I don't know if that was his opinion being added to the idea that he knows these teams are calling, or if he's been told that at least one of the teams is coming up to get Genty, although I don't know how anyone would know that. But that would be the new development here. Genty right now, the ceiling looks like 6 to the Raiders. And if you want him, you better get in front of Las Vegas at 6. So it's possible he goes 5. I don't believe that a team is going to trade a King's ransom, the Godfather offer, as he puts it, to go way up the board to get a running back. We don't really see that. That's yesteryear. That's Ricky Williams in the wedding dress on the cover of SI with Mike Ditka. But that, of all the stuff he just said, is the one thing that interested me. Genty in the top 3 gets a from me. The rest of it was a yawn fest.
Well, it's also what are you doing? I'm not talking about Peter Schrager, but I mean what's happening? Teams that are incentivized to have a bidding war. You owe nobody anything if you're the Cleveland Browns at number 2. You have multiple options. Take multiple players, trade back. It is to your benefit for there to be clamoring for your pick. That can only be good. You're not required to take it. You're not required to take the trade-up offer, but you're hoping that people offer you more and more and more the Godfather offer. So who benefits? So there's where your story, most likely came from. If you want Ashton Genty, you don't just sit there and try to go in front of the Raiders at 6. Maybe you got to do it at 3. Maybe you got to do it at 2. Again, who benefits? So this is the silly season. This is the week that we're in, right? Or the multiple weeks leading up to it. Everybody but Tennessee has to worry about it. Everyone else is dependent, right? So you're basically saying from a player's perspective, this guy's rising. From a team hoping that somebody falls, so maybe a negative slant, or this guy's falling down boards. You're hoping to kind of flush something out to get the result that you want. Because again, everybody else is kind of waiting and twiddling their thumbs to figure out what Cleveland's going to do at 2, the Giants are going to do at 3, and yeah, they kind of hold the keys to this draft. So it makes perfect sense that Schrager, whoever else, would be able to get the word out for an executive going, dude, our phone is ringing off the hook. If people are clamoring for this number 3 pick, whether they are or not. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not as if the report's false, because I'm sure somebody told him that. But my point is, who's benefiting? And that's what's happening right now during the season. The same way during free agency, when you hear about all the interest of players generating, who's hoping that there's more interest for his player. More interest means potentially more money for everybody involved. It's a normal part of the process. So, yeah, I basically hear that and I go, you got a nugget. You spoke to somebody. Maybe you spoke to a couple people. That's totally fine. Thanks for passing that on. I will sift through that and get Genty. People are maybe trading up for him. Hot and heavy. That's interesting. But I'm with you.
Cam Ward going 1. We know that. And then it's wide open. I do think Hunter and Carter, in some order, are going to be 2 and 3 to the Browns and the Giants. I don't think either of those teams trade back. And then at 4, things get started. Really, you can make the case they start at 2 because we don't know who the Browns are taking. But I just don't think they'll make a pick that won't be Hunter or Carter. For the Patriots, I'd like to see them go Will Campbell, the tackle from LSU. You got to help Drake May out with some protection there. The Jaguars pick at 5. Everybody's mocking Mason Graham to them, the D lineman from Michigan.
Michigan kid, yeah.
Schefter said today he does not think they'll take Mason Graham. Now, Schefter is not only the most plugged-in NFL insider, but he also went to Michigan. And I would imagine because of his Michigan ties, is got some inside information on that program, so I'll take his word for it. But the Jaguars at 5 could be really interesting as far as Ashton Genty goes. Because remember, Liam Cohen, their new head coach, he was the OC in Tampa last year, and their rookie running back, Bucky Irving, completely changed that offense, changed the complexion of the whole organization, as one of the tougher guys to tackle in the National Football League statistically, making people miss in the open field. If they go get Genty at 5, as an offensive-minded coach coming over to Jacksonville, his goal is what? To help Trevor Lawrence? I don't think it's a big enough need because they've got Bigsby, they've got Etienne, but I wouldn't be shocked if they did that. Genty, though, to me, won't get past 6, but it's going to be probably as surprising a top 10 in terms of just not knowing with any certainty what's happening as we've seen in years. Tim's in Haymarket. What's up, Tim?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good.
Hey, man.
Just want to say, you said trading up for a running back's a thing of yesteryear. The Lions traded up for Gibbs, and it changed the entire dynamic of their offense. Just wanted to it's still a thing.
Well, that's true.
It's far more rare, I would say.
They did do that, but what I'm talking about is like coming up the board into the top 5. Peter Schrager saying that someone's going to go up to 2 or 3 to take Ashton Genty. Jahmyr Gibbs went 12th, I think.
Sounds right, yeah.
That doesn't sound like a big deal. That's closer to the second round than number 2 overall. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think they moved up and they gave up a 3rd-round pick to do it. I don't remember how many picks they moved up, but let me look this up here. The trade involved the Lions sending their number 6 and number 81 3rd-round pick to the Cardinals. They received 12, 34, and 168. So, yeah, it was like a convoluted thing where they gave up a 3, they gave up multiple selections, and they moved up 6 picks. Or whatever it was. I don't remember the exact number here.
Because they had 2 first-rounders that year, if memory serves. They also took a linebacker.
But they went up to 12. I'm saying, like, this idea that someone is going to come from 18 to 2 to take Ashton Genty.
Yeah, you're talking about the Herschel Walker deal. You're talking about the Ricky Williams deal where we go, our draft is done. We moved up to, to
the
get
Julio
Ricky.
Jones trade.
Julio
Like when the Falcons made, you see that for quarterbacks. You almost never see it for position players anymore. Our double plays next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We are blitzing at 4 o'clock today around town. We'll get you ready for the Nats and the O's. It's James Wood Bobblehead Day over at Nationals Park. And we still got to get back into the Caps as well because they took a game 1 from Montreal last night and tomorrow have a chance to go up 2-0 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. You're listening to Grant and Danny. At 4 o'clock in 15 minutes, our Beltway Blitz on the Caps, the Commanders, and Nats O's, which gets started a 3-game set today. James Wood bobbleheads, back-to-back days, today and tomorrow, out at Nationals Park. I was told they're expecting close to 30,000 people at the game tonight.
Very nice.
Some of that could be some spring break, local flavor, so some extra people getting out, but I think the bobbleheads will certainly help.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt.
That's
People
a big
like 'em.
crowd.
Mhm.
A lot of people coming down 95, plenty of Nats fans getting out to see the game. Let's get to our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on the new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Only one episode in, but it's really good. This is a GP recommendation. Got my Boston Red Sox documentary in season with the Red Sox, whatever it's called. The Clubhouse, I think, is the name of it. This dude, Greg Whitley, I'm not sure how to say his name. I know this. He makes phenomenal documentaries.
Yes, he does.
This dude knocks them out of the park. The Last Chance U, Cheer. I mean, again, he made a documentary, multiple seasons, about a junior college cheerleading program that had me riveted. This dude is now to the point where he can make a documentary about a fleck of dust that follows him around for eight episodes. And I'd go, the new Whitley just dropped. Can't wait. This guy's so good at it. It's fantastic. If you like sports at all, this Clubhouse series with the Boston Red Sox, you already recommended GP. Only one episode in. I finished it finally, or gotten going on it finally in a little bit of spare time, but it's excellent. Really, really, really good. The thing that kind of hits you more than you realize, and I think you pointed this out, is the players of course you realize they're human beings, they're 360 panoramic individuals with ups and downs and different things going on in their lives, but like they wear it harder than you'd ever think. I mean, part of it being a big leaguer is that makeup, is having that nothing bothers me, nothing affects you. You're playing 162, can't get too high, can't get too low, but these guys get low and are vulnerable and show it. I thought it was, again, even in that first episode, talking about some of the setbacks, the failures, beating themselves up for good performances or bad or otherwise. Really, really good. Again, nothing else to say about it. It's outstanding.
Yeah, I think just the perfect peeling back behind the curtain of the operation, which is at this point what I'm looking for in all my documentaries. Ideally about sports, but if it's not about sports, that's fine too. I want to get the behind the scenes. Did you see the new trailer for the Netflix doc about wrestling? WWE?
No, he's doing that one too, by the way. It's called Wrestlers or whatever.
Yeah. I don't know what it's called, but it's Triple H allowing you to see basically the behind the scenes in a way we never have before. They're going to show how they put a match together. They're going to show how they go about writing the various angles in this adult male soap opera. And we've never seen it.
Yep.
So he, unlike Vince, is saying, I think people are still going to be able to watch on Monday night and enjoy it for what it is, even if they know a little bit more.
You're not going to spoil it before Thursday night.
Made.
Yeah, before Raw or whatever.
Because other than the little kids in the crowd, everyone already knows that it's fake. It doesn't change their enjoyment, right? Like, nobody in the crowd at WrestleMania when John Cena was fighting Cody Rhodes, and for some reason I still don't understand, Travis Scott came out and made the whole thing stupid. When that all happened, like the 40-year-olds in the crowd with their hands on their head that are just like mouth agape, can't believe what just happened. Those dudes know they're not really fighting and that Cody Rhodes isn't really in pain, but they're still emotionally invested.
Yeah.
And so Triple H's point is this only helps us. If they know more about our people, they're going to like them more. If they know more about how we do things, they're going to appreciate it more.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really, really smart.
Yeah, it's a sports phenomenon that's now everybody gets. I mean, nothing has exploded like Formula One, nationwide, worldwide, etc. 100% based on that documentary.
Time for my double play. All right, I want to talk about an issue I'm having at home, and I want to know if any of you guys, boys in the back, you can relate to this possibly. I've got a mouse in my house.
Buddy.
I don't know if it's more than one or if it's just one, but I've seen a mouse like 3 times over the span now of a couple of months. And this past week, after we thought like the mice problems were long gone, because it's been several weeks, apparently my wife saw like droppings on the basement carpet, and she's up against the wall board. And she's like, we still got a mouse. And I'm like, really? So I got someone to come over, and they did whatever they do. The problem is, and this is where I have questions, they didn't to my knowledge, lay down traps, or they were like, we could do traps or poison, but you have dogs and babies and kids, and we say you probably shouldn't do that. My wife's like, well, we're going away for a couple days anyway, so maybe you could do that. So there's a little confusion as to what they did and what they didn't do.
Okay.
So I've got to ask that question.
Okay.
But shouldn't I see the traps? Like, I looked all around in my basement. There's no traps. Now, they did leave 2 in the garage.
Okay.
But how am I supposed to get the mice out without traps? Is there another way to do it?
Yes.
Do they lay something down that smells so bad that they'll leave the house or go away and not come back?
No,
Or
there's some treatments
is there
that way.
something invisible that I don't know about?
So extensive dealings with this here. So you come to the right place. All right. Multiple layers to it. What happens oftentimes, and I'm going somewhere with this, what happens oftentimes is somebody else makes a change to their environment. So what happened to us in our old place in DC was there was an apartment building, a couple hundred yards away. Somebody sealed something or closed off an entryway or something, which caused this, the whole Northwest DC population of mice just to have to leave, and they went and found new homes. And there was this rush. So they're going wherever they possibly can within the neighborhood. So everybody had an infestation. I mean, there was to the point where you remember doing these shows where we caught a dozen over a handful of months. Caught. So who knows how many were getting in and out. And finally, it was to the point it was so untenable, we basically said, we need the people to come over and seal everything off. Seal off entryways to inside as best you can.
Yeah.
And once you're inside the house, seal off places that they could possibly go. So that's foam that expands, that's tape in certain places, impenetrable stuff, whatever. So the point is, once that happened, whatever was in there, you catch or don't.
Yeah.
But it means no more coming.
Okay, I'm guessing that
I don't think they did that.
Told us or said, here's what you have to seal off or whatever. I wasn't there is the problem. But so I got to figure out exactly what they did. But I just thought I'd go down and I'd see like traps and different actual objects, and I'm not seeing them. But like last night, I got home from the Caps game late. I plopped down on the couch. I'm watching the Kings and the Oilers. And right along the floorboard under the TV, it was too dark. But I just saw like the motion of like something running along.
And now for the rest of your life, by the way, anytime you see any shadow or any movement, you think it's that.
It's possible it wasn't a mouse, but I'm 99.9% sure.
Great chance it was.
Right along the floorboard below the TV in the living room, going toward the basement.
Yep.
And I'm like, I don't do this. I've never had mice in my house. I'm not going to be a mice guy today. I don't want to be a mice guy.
It sucks.
Chris is in Culpeper. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's going on? I actually work in pest control, termite, wildlife, and stuff. So, is this a townhouse situation, single-family home?
I have a single-family home, but it's like Lego houses that are like 15 feet apart, little alleys between them. But yeah, it's a single-family home.
Do y'all leave the garage open to air out anything? Or?
So, like never overnight, but we leave the garage open a lot because the kids are playing and doing all kinds of stuff in the driveway.
Absolutely. Well, what happened is, mice, they naturally just get into everything. So if you leave the garage door open, they're going to go in there and see what's happening. If you got bird seed in there or any type of food for pets, they're going to find it. And what happens is they use the bathroom in those areas. So if they start pooping and peeing in your garage and other mice are going to be attracted to those areas, they're going to keep coming. So you have to sanitize, seal it up. I would check around the AC unit, make sure there's no hole around there. Check around the garage trim, make sure they haven't chewed out the
But should
corners,
I just lay down traps? Is that good? Like how to get rid of them? Or
no, traps are great, but all you're doing is catching mice in your house. So it's kind of like counterproductive. All you're doing is catching them in your home. You're not really solving anything.
Yeah, the sealing service is where you got to go.
Yeah,
absolutely. Rodenticide, bait stations. It's all safe because you got children and stuff. It's all with lock and key. You check out, you treat the whole area. You have to go into the attic space because if they're using the bathroom up there, you can get a transfer effect where they just keep going up and down. So we treat those areas, treat the basement, take care of it that way. I'm more than happy to come out there for you. I can leave my information if you want me to come check it out.
Yeah, I appreciate you. I will ask you some questions and I will get to the bottom of that. I don't know what I'm allowed to do or not allowed to do.
Sure.
I'm always scared of getting in trouble, and I'm not a junkie.
I think you should reach out to this person who's helpful to you.
Yeah,
but we're not promoting anybody.
Questions, and then I'll pay a lot of money to someone else to make sure I don't get in trouble.
There you go.
Because I am not a junkie. But I grab that guy's information for me, and I'll at least ask him what I should do.
So you call. I mean, the whole point is he's right. Once they're past the threshold, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff you got to worry about. Well, if you put traps down, you got to wear gloves while you do it because they can't see very well, but they smell so well that they'll smell the human pheromones on the traps. and avoid them.
I just want to make something very clear.
Mhm.
I will not be getting any help from Chris and Culpepper.
He's allowed to help you,
He's
but not
going to fix anything for me personally. And remember, I have 3 children at home.
Yep.
And I desperately just need to provide for them. So nobody get me in any trouble or fire me. Or if CK's listening, please don't get mad at me. I just wanted to tell Danny that I had a mouse. That's all I was trying to do.
But he's going to give you advice. That's not illegal.
I don't need any advice anymore. He gave me all the advice I could ever need.
Come on. You can reach out to him for advice.
I just want to talk about the Capitals.
Okay.
They have a game 2 tomorrow.
All right.
I'm really excited about it.
I understand your reticence and nervousness. I share it. I never know what's allowed.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan, the Beltway Blitz on the teams in town you care the most about next.
We're driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The legend of the Great Eight, Alex Ovechkin, continues to grow as the Caps look to win their first playoff series since 2018. Caps were struggling entering last night's postseason game. Loses a 4 out of 6. They took game one from Montreal 3-2 in overtime, and it was the NHL's all-time goal-scoring leader who sealed the deal 2 minutes and 26 seconds into the extra session. Alex Ovechkin saying that's all she wrote.
Chikrin is here, too, as the puck comes toward Beauvillier. Ovechkin was in the vicinity, and a shot here for Beauvillier. It's hit. They score, and Ovechkin got it. His first overtime game winner. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Montreal.
John Walton on the call via the Caps Radio Network. Injury news for the Caps. It was announced earlier this morning. Martin Farivari will be out for the remainder of the postseason. NFL offseason program underway for a number of teams, including the Washington Commanders, who had their players report for work this morning. The GM of the Commanders, Adam Peters, addressed the media this afternoon. You can hear that full presser in its entirety coming up at 4:30 on Grant and Danny. Other NFL news, 49ers tight end George Kittle, a no-show for day one of their offseason program as he tries to come to terms on an extension with the team. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage, all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
It's a Tuesday on Grant and Danny. Nats O's from Nats Park. First of 3 tonight. James Wood bobbleheads. Nats setting the table, hopefully, for what could be a little DC winning streak. With the Capitals getting game one yesterday, they're back in action tomorrow night at home against Montreal. The Commanders trying to keep the good vibes going on Thursday. They have the 29th pick in the NFL draft. We're going to have all the coverage you need on all those big stories all week long on The Fan. Linnell, you and Toby, I know, are doing draft coverage here on The Fan and on 980. What is the schedule like for your draft coverage?
So we get started Thursday at 8 o'clock, right after Craig Hoffman. You'll get an extra hour of the Hoffman Show on 980. Then we'll go from 8 to 11, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, very cool. Danny and I are going to be out and about in Maryland. We're going to be at Tap Sports Bar over at MGM National Harbor for a little party. So we'll have you guys on, I'm sure, on the speakers, listening to your reaction. And then we'll have coverage all weekend long and everything going on with the Commanders. So we got you locked and loaded. The Beltway Blitz ready to go, though. So let's get it started on the ice. Mike Vogel covers the Caps, washcaps.com. Vogues, how about game one? Beautiful first 40. Ugly final 15. And the good guys win in overtime. What'd you think?
I would even say beautiful first 50 or close to 50, because the first 10 minutes of the third period, they outshot them like 7-2 or so. And
right.
They were fine. It was, you know what, everything sort of fell apart with that penalty was just a little squirrely, I thought. The Dubois call at that point of the game. And there was a missed offside right before that had a face-off screw-up. Things just got a little discombobulated there for a couple of minutes. All of a sudden, you're killing a penalty. They get a good bounce, and bam, it's 2-1. Now you know momentum's right in the balance. It's swinging. Somebody's got to grab it, and it turned out to be the Habs. So, yeah, things fell apart pretty quick, but I feel like they learned they got away with learning a cheap lesson there. Montreal didn't even get to squeeze off a shot in overtime, but I think when it's all said and done, both teams are going to look back at that game and have a lot of things that they can look at and say, okay, we can build on this. This is something that we like. This is something that we can work with. So I think it's going to be pretty interesting going forward. To see some of the adjustments that we'll start to see tomorrow night. It's always the way these best of sevens work.
Yeah, folks, that's what I was going to ask you about. If you're Montreal, you're the heavy underdog here. That should probably give you some confidence. You just took the 1 seed to overtime and you had them on their heels there for however many minutes you want to give them credit for. What do you expect to see different from them in maybe game number 2 and then the rest of the series?
Well, I think you won't see what you won't see is maybe the deer in the headlights that we saw from them in the first 40 or so, more like the first 20, really, Danny. I think they have a chunk of guys. I think there's 6 guys on that team that played for them when they got to the Cup final in 2021 against Tampa, that weird season where they were in the Canadian division and wanted to play Tampa Bay for the Cup. But honestly, that top line of theirs was flying all night. That we knew that was going to be that the Caps were going to need to neutralize them, and they did for 40 plus minutes. But they got one on the power play, and they get one late. So you know that's trouble. And Lane Hudson as well. He assists on both of those goals, and whenever he's out with those 3 guys, it's danger. They are dynamic. The 4 of those guys are of one mind when they're on the ice. And I thought Sam Montembeault played a really good game for a guy playing in his first, for a goaltender playing in his first Stanley Cup playoff game. I thought he was really sharp. And, Spencer Carberry mentioned it after the game. Maybe the biggest failing for the Caps was in not finishing one of those chances earlier in the game. Because if it's 3-0, it's a different story.
Yeah.
That 2-0 lead is the worst lead in hockey. 2-goal lead, whatever it is, 2-0, 4-2, especially at that stage. You look around the league too. There were other teams that let leads slip away in these first couple of days of the playoffs too. So, we kind of forget that. I mean, look at Los Angeles last night. They have 4-0 lead over Edmonton late in the second period. All of a sudden, it's 5-5 in that game. We forget the will that teams have at this time of year, where a 4-goal comeback in the regular season is maybe not going to be possible, but somehow it happens in April or in May. And I think it's more of a first round thing. You really don't see it, in the conference final or in the Stanley Cup final, but the first round is usually pretty lit. And for me, so far, it's been exactly that. So, yeah, I look for the Caps to just do a little bit, try to get to a little more of their game. Do what they did in the first period of last night's game. Be physical, be in the offensive zone, create chances, but just do it for more of the 60 minutes, because we didn't see a lot of it really after the first 20. And honestly, they got to find a way to generate maybe more second opportunities, some ugly goals in front. The Beauvillier goal is a good example too, where, it starts off as a rush chance, and he makes a really good play behind the net to keep Hudson from getting that puck out. Strome makes a good read, gets the puck on the wall. Ovechkin throws it at the net, and it's just Beauvillier going to the net, being there, and some really great hand-eye coordination to flag that puck down and get it on net. And then when Montembeault makes the save, to just bang the rebound back home, and he's kind of swaps it out of midair, not unlike what Ovi did on the game winner too. So
it's awesome.
Just some really skillful plays on both of those last 2 goals. But I thought they had other chances that were really excellent too, and credit Montembeault for being there on those. But to me, the real thing that the Caps can exploit in this series is just the inexperience of the Montreal defense corps. They've got 1,000 games on those guys. The Caps defense, even without Ferrabari, they've got over 3,000 games of NHL experience to just over 2,000 for Montreal, and 3 of Montreal's 6 guys are south of 200. So I think they got to find a way to make those guys squirm a little bit when they're in there.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Good talking to you as always.
See you, brother. To all of our Caps coverage on The Fan, presented by Elite Power and Energy Corporation and Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry. They handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. That's Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner. Let's keep the Blitz moving. Kevin Sheehan on the football operation. Kevin, pick 29. Everybody seems to think they're going to trade back. I certainly think they want to. Do you think they'll be able to?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on what players are sitting there at the end of the first round that are attractive to teams at the early portion of the second round. And, it's always about the fifth-year option, especially with quarterbacks. This isn't a great quarterback draft. Will somebody want to trade up into the latter portion of the draft to get a Jackson Dart or a Jalen Milroe? Maybe. It would be a great opportunity, I think, though, for Washington to trade back if it exists, because this is one of those drafts where you get like a stretch of maybe 15 to 60 where a lot of the players are the same. So why not take more of the same rather than less of the same?
Kevin, what's the sneaky thing that you wouldn't put past them? In other words, years ago, I remember nobody thought it was coming, but then they drafted Josh Doxson. That's the example that I've used. But everybody's looking at defensive end, rightfully so. It's an issue. It's something that they need. But let's say 7 or 8 guys go in the first round before they even pick. If they're there at 29, what's the sneaky thing you might see them do?
Well, let me just tell you, I laughed because that night Doc and I were doing a draft show from somewhere. I don't even remember. And I kept screaming, draft Josh Doxson, because my kid was at TCU, so I had watched every game.
Oh.
And I was like, he's really good. Little did we know that he was homesick and didn't love football. But what's the sneaky thing? Would it be sneaky if they took like an offensive lineman or maybe even a guard, at 29 overall, a guy like, the kid from Alabama, Booker, or if they took a Donovan Jackson, a tackle, and made him a right tackle? I don't know. I mean, quarterback, they're not going to take. And after, drafting Laramie Tunsil, you would say, well, they're certainly not going to take a pure left tackle. But I think the trenches are the emphasis. You saw that they wanted to get bigger and stronger defensively and offensively in the trenches to compete with Philadelphia, as an example. So that would maybe be a surprise that maybe shouldn't be. I don't think they'll take a running back at 29 after Genty. I don't think running backs should go in the first round. And I guess I'd be surprised about a receiver, but more surprised about a running back.
To double click on RB, though, just as a need, where do you rank it for them?
I rank it high. I think, they need to improve up front on both sides of the ball, especially stopping the run defensively and getting after the passer. But another playmaker in addition to Debo, I think there are backs in this draft that are better than the first down backs they have. Guys like Brian Robinson Jr. and even maybe a Chris Rodriguez, who I think a lot of us like, but for whatever reason, they don't love him as much. So I think they're going to take a running back. I just don't think it would be in the first round, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's on night 2 or day 3. And a guy that they take, it wouldn't shock me if they penciled him in as a potential week 1 starter.
Kevin, where do you think, and this is going to be convoluted, so stay with me. Last year going into the season, I'm like, I can't believe they're rolling with this group. And I had a couple different spots. And to their credit, they've earned credibility here. It worked out great, thinking about the receiver room or, a tight end as it was, or, whether it was linebacker, corner, et cetera. They overachieved. They went to the NFC title game. That's awesome. Again, this front office has earned a lot of credibility. But where do you think they think they're better than they are? You follow that? In other words, do you think they're all set at cornerback? Do you think they think they're all set at, say, linebacker or running back, one of those spots where you're going, I would use a pick here, but I don't think they view it that way?
That's a really good question. God, it was like a segment I remember doing last summer because Quinn had said something about, we're better in spots where you don't realize we're better than you think, or we're good at. And I think he was talking about the offensive line. I think he felt that they weren't, a terrible offensive line going into the season. It's a good question. I guess on some level, because they added a guy like Kinlaw, Wise, and Goldman, do they think they're okay up front? Do they think with Luvu as a pass rusher and with Armstrong as a pass rusher? It's a good question. I don't have a good answer for you, but part of me wonders if we don't get the edge guy that we want, we're okay. Year 2 of the system, people are going to be better. We've got a star in Luvu. We got a linebacker in Wagner that played at a high level. We can scheme up pass rush. We did it last year. I don't know. Maybe it's that area.
Kevin, excellent as always, buddy. Thank you. Enjoy the draft.
All right, boys. Enjoy it.
2 days away, Thursday, Friday, the NFL draft. We'll have all your coverage. here on the Fan. Danny and I will be watching the first round with you at TAP Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor. All right, let's keep the Blitz moving. Nats are getting ready to take on the O's. One of my favorite series is of the year at Nationals Park. Baltimore in town. Dean Kramer on the hill tonight against Mitchell Parker, who's been outstanding in the early going this season through 4 starts. And Ryan Ripken joins us, who does sports media and all kinds of radio up in Baltimore. Ryan, thanks for the time. How are you?
Oh, appreciate you having me. I'm good. I mentioned before, started my career in the minors with the Nats, so I got love for both these squads here, but I also love the fact that there's so much talent on the field with both the Nationals and the Orioles as we get ready for this Beltway series.
It's going to be fun. And what does this series mean? It's gone through so many different iterations. There was dislike, I think, at the ownership level. Then with the whole cable thing, which is above a lot of people's pay grades. It's weird. Like a next door neighbor could be an Orioles fan, the guy across the street's a Nationals fan, etc. Right now, State of the Union here, Ryan. What does this rivalry mean?
Well, it's just a fun little bragging rights right now, right? The Nationals came in years later, and I know a lot of people that still live in D.C. are still Orioles fans.
Yeah.
Why? Just because that they were the team that had been there for decades. But I'll tell you what, when the Nats won it in 2019, the Orioles are still waiting for that World Series title. It's been since 1983 that they've been to the World Series, let alone then to win it. So I think it's just a fun little right down the road. And yeah, I think it gets blown out with the whole media stuff. I know the organization's had tension. I think that's going to change. But for the people that are close, it's fun to have a little bit more incentive with what's happening. But I think the bigger thing is that there's just superstar-like players on both teams. So you're hoping that we're going to see these guys on these rosters for quite some time in these matchups.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, you and I, about James Wood's exploits, Dylan Cruz coming on among some of the young ascending stars for Washington. Give us a little preview of the Birds. They have been a disappointment in the early going. They're 9-12. They're not getting a lot of starting pitching. Cedric Mullins is at the top of the lineup tonight playing center field's been outstanding. He's got 6 homers with an OPS over 1,000. But Gunnar Henderson was injured, slow to get going. He seems to be really rounding into form. I was at Camden this weekend. He was lacing the ball all over the place. What should we keep an eye on here in this series with the Orioles?
Yeah, we should talk about Cedric Mullins' contract year, and said he's one of my former teammates in pro ball, so I'm so happy for him, and he's dialed in. Now, as far as some of the other talent, we can talk about the pitching concerns and that the starters haven't gone deep into games. Actually, to be specific, an Oriole pitcher has completed 6 innings of work, a starter, only 5 times so far in 21 games, and 3 of those are by Zach Eflin that's not even available. So pressure's on the bullpen, pressure's on this offense. And for the offense, your stars, Adley Rutschman was off to a slow start. Same with Jordan Westberg. And in that beatdown that the Reds gave the O's, the only silver lining was Adley and Jordan Westberg both had 2 hits that game. So you're going to need these young guys to kind of get going. Gunnar Henderson had to have his spring training essentially during the regular season because he had his oblique that sidelined him for the majority of his time in Sarasota. So I think you're just going to need those guys to start picking it up here. I think you're going to. But if you're going to have the struggles that you have with the starting staff, then your bullpen has to be good, which it has. But then those offensive young stars are going to have to start putting together good at-bats here, especially facing Washington starting tonight.
Ryan, what have you made of James Wood in his young career so far?
Insane opposite field power that I still can't believe how much pop he has. I think he's going to be a top 5, top 10 player in the next year or two. It's when you see guys, it's effortless. And Grant talked to you about this before. I've had 2 moments in my professional career where I've been around special players. I haven't had a chance to be around James Wood, but I want to explain this. Juan Soto, I played with in the minors. Gunnar Henderson, I spent spring trainings and watched them closely, and I both walked away of going, you're just different. It just sounds different. I have that feeling every time I watch James Wood, and I know he's going to figure things out and he's going to adapt, but the way he swings the bat, the way he plays the game, it's that same effortless, you're so talented and there's no ceiling for you. So I would not be surprised at all if we see James Wood an all-star here and for many years to come.
and he becomes a face of not just the Nationals, but of all baseball.
Well, Ryan, we appreciate it. Thanks so much for the time, man. Where can people find your work?
Just check out at the Ryan Rifkin Show on social media platforms, and reach out to me on X, Instagram. I always love talking ball, so I appreciate you guys.
You got it. Enjoy the series. O's Nats getting started tonight over at Nationals Park. James Wood bobblehead days. 2 days of bobbleheads, 10,000 given out tonight and tomorrow. I think it's a smart idea to get more people in the ballpark.
All about it, right? That is a lot of fun. He said it was like a nice little rivalry. I think it's a little bit more than that, but I don't know where it is right now with both these teams filled with young players that have yet to kind of make that ultimate leap into legit high-flying contender.
We doing it or we not doing it?
You want to do it when we come back?
Yeah, we'll do it.
Let's do it when we come back.
Skits and bits?
Because I was trying to figure out, like, if you want to do it now, but now we're kind of late. Let's do it when we come back.
I think we have to do it.
Yeah.
I don't feel good about it, but we have to.
It's one of those you have to. It's spring cleaning. You got to do it.
Yeah. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
You don't even know.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. The Caps got their second season underway last night at Cap One Arena. It was a physical matchup against Montreal. It also marked the return of goaltender Logan Thompson. He was brilliant, registering 33 saves on 35 shot attempts, but it was the great 8 Alex Ovechkin coming up huge for DC. He lit the lamp twice in the 3-2 OT win, including the game winner, giving the Caps the 1-0 series lead.
Chikrin is there, too. As the puck comes toward Beauvillier, Ovechkin was into vicinity, and a shot here from Beauvillier. They score, and Ovechkin got it. His first overtime game winner. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Montreal.
John Walton on the call via the Caps radio network. The OT playoff game winner, the first of Alex Ovechkin's career. The Caps will regroup this afternoon before taking the ice tomorrow night for game number 2. Nats baseball on tap tonight as it's game 1 of the Battle of the Beltway series. Mitchell Parker on the bump for DC. It's a 6:45 first pitch. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler get you warmed up starting at 6:30 with Nats on deck. Good news for the Nats on the injury front. According to sources, both C.J. Abrams and starting pitcher Michael Soroka are set to begin rehab assignments tonight with AA Harrisburg. The NBA playoffs continue tonight as Indiana looks to take a commanding 2-0 series lead against the Bucks. Good news for Milwaukee. They'll get Damian Lillard back tonight, who's been out since March the 18th with blood clots. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
You're going to hear from Adam Peters on Grant and Danny today as he gets ready for the NFL draft. We'll have that for you in an hour at 5:30. When I get back into the Caps here and get a feel for how you guys came out of last night. Are you feeling better about the series? We'll get to that in just a few. But we do have some business to tend to based on our Beltway Blitz, Danny.
Should turn my mic on. Yeah, this was just an interesting thing. I noticed it, brought it to Grant's attention. He noticed it too, and we decided we probably have to have a quick conversation.
We have to address it.
Just a quick combo. That's all it is. It's a quick one. Quick combo.
Darius is staring at us. Like, what is going on?
So is Ryan. Ryan's very curious.
He is. Darius, why are you looking at me like that? I don't like how you're looking at me.
Because I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on at all.
Danny, I'll let you take the reins here since you were the first one on the scene.
Well, I happen to notice we've got a little behind. Pull back the old curtain. You can hear the curtain opening now. We've got this call screening software, right? Where somebody calls in, when you call 800-636-1067 or one of our guest calls, etc., and you go through a couple lines of defense, right? You're going to speak to assistant producer that day, call screener, etc. And then whoever that person is that's filling out the software for us will tell you, hey, this is Mike in Georgetown or Steve in Manassas or whatever, right? And then kind of a synopsis of the point, just to help us know where to go with the phone calls, et cetera, right? It's just that's part of the show. That's part of the deal. So Grant's got the screen in front of him. I've got the phone bank, which has a shorter version of that. And for guests, a lot of times it'll say, for example, earlier we had on Sam Brookhouse, right? So it says Sam Brookhouse, says his name. And then with us, actually a helpful pronunciation for Brookhouse. Well, we just had on someone on the Beltway Blitz.
We did.
And I was very interested in that person and how it was typed out.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Who did we just have on the Beltway Blitz last? Who was the third member of the Blitz?
That would have been Ryan Ripken.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ryan Ripken.
Ryan Ripken. Yeah.
Are you familiar with any of his relatives?
Oh, yeah, I'm very familiar. There's Bill Ripken. There's Cal Ripken.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
There's so many Ripkens.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Was there anything interesting about how you spelled it?
I'm going to defer to the guy that spelled it.
Who did that?
It wasn't me.
Oh,
This is what I was trying to get
So
to.
I felt like this was coming my way.
Yeah.
I thought this was a Darius
No, I
segment.
thought this was a Linnell.
Wow.
So,
Linnell about
I'm a baseball guy. How dare you
that
think
was
that
a swerve.
was me?
Wow. I'm a baseball guy too, Darius.
We're about to find that out.
I didn't like your
So are you familiar with Ryan Ripken's relatives?
Cal Ripken, I would assume.
Right?
Yeah.
His dad.
But did you know when he called in or you guys got him on the line that that's Cal's son?
Yeah.
You did know that?
I did know that. Yeah.
All right. So how are we spelling Ripken?
R-I-P-K-I-N.
Yeah, there it is.
That is
now,
tough.
I saw that.
That
and,
is tough.
And I
One
went.
of the most important athletes in the history of the world.
Now, at first I could go, if you're near the I and you have a typo. In other words, I've been typing out Ripken, and I've accidentally typed a W because of what it's next to. You see what I'm saying? If you had typed a U or an O or an R or a T in there and just kind of let it roll, not even think, because you're not turning in a paper. This isn't an English paper. You're just typing on the call screen. You type out, you're doing something else.
Danny was just he was stopped in his tracks.
So it's a E instead of an I. I'm
Sure
now
is.
noticing.
Yeah.
That was the bit?
Yep.
That's the bit. This would be
that's
like.
it?
Well, it's not a that's it. See,
Yeah,
this is where
am I
we're going to
underselling it?
disagree.
If you'd misspelled Keston Herstad's name, you're forgiven.
Right.
Who?
That's
Exactly.
Heston Kjerstad.
You know
but
what I mean?
that's
Like, yeah.
fine. Guy, one of the most influential athletes in the history of the market. Right? Danny's hero. If you were old enough, your hero, my hero, everybody's hero.
Can I blame my age here?
Nope.
No.
Okay. It's a little bit tough.
Not on this one.
To my credit, last names that end in, that could be an E or an I. But for Cal, I get it.
For one that you've never seen and you're guessing?
Yeah.
You're right.
I understand.
Now, I will say, I did not know Linnell typed it. I felt better about confronting because we work with Darius and Ryan every day. So busting chops live on the radio feels a little bit better because there's a lot of deposits in the bank. I feel bad because Linnell rarely works with us. You knew it was Linnell. You had no problem going
I thought
in
it was
for his
Linnell, and
throw.
I went, oh, crap, it's Darius. Do I feel bad confronting Darius?
Well, the callers think that me and Darius are the same person a lot of the time. So
Do they?
yeah. I was co-hosting with Toby on Friday. The caller goes, "What's up, Darius? What's up, Toby?"
What did they call him, Darius or Darius, which he gets all the time?
Well,
or called you that, I guess.
No, he gave me the real Darius.
Okay.
So he was confident too.
Which is funny because you know that name, but then you have no idea it's the wrong person.
So my contention when Danny brought it up to me is I said, I'll bet you that you guys are busy doing a million things. It never crossed your mind at any point that we just have a guest on named Ryan Ripken. This is not Cal Ripken Jr.'s son. You may not know that he has a son. You're just throwing him on hold because he's a guy that covers the Orioles.
Well, we almost weren't even on time to call him because I was doing skits and bits with Darius that I had his number already. So this is even more embarrassing. Yes.
So it's in your phone
as
as
IN,
RIPKIN.
Well, I don't actually have the number. That was the whole bit.
Oh, and so what I thought was that Linnell didn't know how to spell Ripken. That's what I saw. That's what I thought right away.
You got that right then.
Wow.
Trout. No, I'm not asking you to spell Trout.
He started too, by the way. Did he? Cheat. I got that one.
I was gonna say like Trout, Machado, Harper,
Griffey,
right? Like there's just certain names.
Is
along
Griffey
the
two
way.
E's or EY?
EY.
Would that be crazy though? If
Well,
he's
I had
on
the
hold
Griffies. I
and
had
you
the Griffey
put
shoe.
Ken Griffey Jr. Let's go to Matt and Stafford because he's actually the one that I think confused you two. He texted me and was like, "I just made a big mistake," and I was like, "What?" He's like, "I got to retire. I just called Linnell Darius on air." Matt, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I was just going to call and offer up my mistake to throw some heat off of Linnell. But then before I could offer that, he ends up throwing me under the bus and bringing up the mistake. But I'm happy to say, hey, it happens. Mistakes happen.
Oh, yeah. Now all of a sudden you're like, this is great because you and Linnell can bond over your mistakes.
Yeah.
It takes some heat off of me now. Your mistake's a lot worse. But
R.I.P.
R.I.P.
K-I-N.
That's where it took a fork.
Oof.
Yep.
I just love Danny's face. There's not a lot I would say that like gets you really going and gets you into it. Danny starts pointing at the phone. He's like, look. I'm like, look at the last name. And I look at it and I'm like, oh my God.
Oh my God.
That's tough.
Life seeing that word written.
So is that what blows you away?
Yes.
It's like, honestly, it's kind of like Obama. It's a word. You've seen it so many times. Now he is younger than us.
Sure.
He's seen it way less.
If my 7-year-old wasn't sure and he phonetically spelled it out, because he never saw Cal, has never seen him on TV, he's never heard Cal comment on anything, doesn't understand that everyone around here worships the ground the guy walks on. I get that.
It's while tricky, I guess, it is not Ovechkin. You see what I'm saying? It's a semi-common name. You see Billy on television all the time. It's Cal Ripken Jr. It's one of the great athletes of all time.
That's tough.
I wanted to get into the Caps real quick, and we can set up the phones on this at 800-636-1067. We can start with you, Danny. Do you feel better about the series after yesterday? I would imagine you should if you were in your boat.
Yep.
Right? If you were the guy who thought that the way they played at the end of the year was going to be how they played in the playoffs. But also, the flip side is they barely won. You can make the case if you're the Canadians, like you did a lot of things poorly. You had a terrible first period. You were a deer in the headlights early, and you still went to overtime on the road. So they're going to be very confident, rallying the troops. So I could see making the argument the Caps played a really good game and still needed overtime after 50 good minutes. That's scary. So that's the question. Do you feel better or worse about the series after yesterday? They went up 1-0. And if you're one of the people like Danny, who was concerned about how they finished the season, how did yesterday's game quell some of those nerves for you? How you feeling now? 800-636-1067. We'll get into that next on The Fan. The Capitals win game 1 at home over Montreal 3-2 in overtime. There was a lot to like. Their top line was tremendous. Dylan Strome had 3 secondary assists. Anthony Beauvillier had a goal and an apple. Alex Ovechkin, multiple goals in a 3-point performance. And even without Marty Ferravari, who's going to be out for the whole playoffs, we know now, and banged up on the defensive end. I'm not quite sure how healthy John Carlson is. I'm going to be monitoring that. Alex Alexiev got knocked out of the game, lost a couple of teeth on a high stick late in the third period. I thought they were fairly buttoned up. They had problems clearing the puck at one point in the third period and kind of fell asleep at the wheel and got outshot substantially in the final 10 minutes. But they mostly dominated. And I think they answered the questions of how they played in the final 2 weeks. We heard ad nauseum. It's one and done. They're going to get eliminated. And who knows? Maybe they will. But it's not going to be because of the way they finished the season based on game 1. They came out, they flew around, they were able to flip the switch that everyone said they wouldn't be able to flip.
And that was my concern. So to me, it wasn't the couple of weeks where they're resting people. It's since 4 Nations where they were not the same team. Part regression, part injury, part not playing as well, part who knows, human nature, right? My question was, can you flip the switch? The answer is yes, they did. That's what I was concerned about. They did that. Now, if they lose this series, it's not going to be because of that. It's going to be because the fluky hockey bounce thing, or a puck ricochets 9 times, Cap's goal is disallowed because someone breathed wrong, or there's goalie tender interference because the rule says it has to go against the Capitals. That's hockey. That's normal. Hockey will happen, right?
This has always been my point. I'm not saying that they can't lose the series to Montreal. I don't do the 8 can't beat the 1 thing in this sport.
Because it happens. Yeah.
We've seen it happen to Washington when they were playing Montreal.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way. But yeah, it happens semi-routinely. It's the most random of the postseasons. It is the least determinable by quality. What I mean by that is the teams and the quality of the players, the talent on the rosters, control the least about the outcome. And so weird things happen. And so that's kind of where I was with the whole momentum thing. Your point is a good one, because you have constantly said it's a much larger sample where they haven't played at the same level. I think it was a natural regression because they were playing at a level that they couldn't have sustained. But that was not really the DC-wide opinion. That might be how you felt. What was really being hit into the ground and the dead horse that was being beaten was basically that they looked like crap for a couple weeks at the end of the year. That their goal margin over that time, really from the OV chase on, they didn't play good hockey, and that they were not going to be able to just turn it back on. And they did, and they should get credit for that. I thought the first period, legitimately, Danny, was perfect.
Was as good as they've played forever, yeah.
If you could bottle that and just have it whenever you needed it, they'd win the Stanley Cup. I mean, it was that good. It was heavy. It was physical. And someone could say, are you kidding me? They were only up 1-0 on an OV blast from the point on the power play. It wasn't that great. Well, look at the scoring chances. Watch the game with your eyes. Look at the number of hits that rattled the boards, the physicality, the amount of flesh they took from Montreal, and the way those guys' heads were spinning. I mean, they completely had them on their heels. Don't you think it was like a boxing match where you talk trash for months going in, you think you're going to win, then you just get eviscerated in the first round. You're going back to sit down in your corner, and you're going, oh, crap, what did I get myself into?
Yeah, I mean, Montreal deserves a ton of credit, by the way, for bouncing back and playing their best at the end of that game. And they're not going anywhere. They're pests, and they don't care that they don't quite belong with the number 1 seed. This is not easy. There's nothing people are looking past. That's a mistake, too. But I guess my point is, my question was, do they have that gear? Is that something they can reach and access? Can they go and whatever analogy you want to use, flip the switch, go into the top shelf and grab down their A game that they haven't demonstrated for weeks, if not months at a time? And that was put to bed last night for me. So my answer is yes, I feel a lot better. Like, the fact that they showed that already, I understand momentum happens. I understand Montreal is, it isn't going anywhere, and they're a pain in the butt, and the Caps are susceptible to, like every team is, moments of giving away a lead, or an up and a down, or a bad shift, or a clear that doesn't work out, or a soft goal, or any of the other million things that happen over the course of a hockey game. The question that I had, that I was going, I just haven't seen it. I am not confident. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I wasn't confident that they could sort of reach back in, turn this valve. It's like when you go in for the winter and you go, okay, we're turn off the outside hose, right? Because we don't want the pipes to freeze or whatever. And then there's a really balmy day, and you go, oh, I need to use the hose. Will it turn on? Will it just work? I think it will. I hope it will, but I'm not sure. Not a great analogy, but that's kind of my point. Can they turn that valve on? And the answer is yes. I just saw them do it. And that's all I've been missing is seeing them do it, and they did it.
It was one of those games where when it's over, you can remember one or two moments for almost every player where they either had a golden chance or they did something really well. We talked about Ovi on the top line with multiple goals. Strome had 3 assists. Bavillier had 2 points and a goal. On the second line, I thought Pierre-Luc Dubois was tremendous defensively, had a bad penalty at the end of the game, and that he was in the box at a time where you don't want him to be in the third period. But I didn't think it was a good call. Like, I can't get that mad at him for what was a ticky-tack penalty. Tom Wilson was so heavy and so physical early. He was running around just destroying people. Connor McMichael didn't finish either of his 2 opportunities, but rounding out the second round, he had 2 golden scoring chances from in tight, right on home plate, in the crease in the first, 90 seconds of the game? He had 2 near goals. Was it 2 minutes maybe at most? The third line, that in terms of expected goals last night, Andrew Mangiapane was third on the team. Behind Bavillier, 1, and Ovechkin, 2. It was Mangiapane next on the list.
How about that? Ahead of McMichael.
Which tells you that, his offensive game was on point, that he had his chances. There was 1 near goal and a beautiful feed from Ryan Leonard. Just an awesome pass from little kid
I
Leno.
thought Leonard was good too, by the way, last night.
I did too. I thought he was phenomenal. Didn't show up on the stat sheet, but he made a few tape-to-tape passes across the ice, through the neutral zone, like from one end to the other, where you go, damn, he's smart. And I think the word that Al Koken used on the show with us yesterday from City Tap House was he's instinctual, and you could just see it. When you sit in the arena and you see him going to the net when the puck's going to the point, like, he's so right. It's just a really smart hockey player. Lars Eller, who centers that third line, there was a shift where he had 3 huge hits. Most physical shift he's had as a Capital in either iteration. It was wild to see.
Forget who Leonard passed it to. So I apologize. I'm sure I apologize. But there was a move that Leonard made where he's from a dead stop, shakes a guy out of his shoes like a running back in the hole, kind of, zips past the dude below the end line, centers it perfectly for a golden scoring opportunity. Great play by the goaltender.
That was Mangiapane.
Was it the Mangiapane? Yeah. So, and I went, oh, all right. That guy's going to be a factor this series.
Yeah.
As you said, didn't end up on the score sheet. Very well could have. There are a few other plays, too, where 1 possession back, was a little bit physical with a push, showed an explosion to kind of trickle down the sideline, dumped it off to a teammate, and then immediately went to the front of the net. Pass wasn't able to connect, but it was like putting himself in the good spots.
He put Ivan Demidov on the ice with a nice little kind of hip check behind the play at one point in time as well. Did a little bit of everything. Fourth line I thought was very good. Dowd was noticeable. Brandon Duhaime was, I made him my 3rd star of the game when we did that earlier today. I didn't notice Taylor Radish positively very much. He was in the box twice, once on a roughing and once earlier for the first penalty drawn against the Capitals in the game. I think that was in the first period. He would have been, if I had to say there was like a weak link on as far as the forwards went, maybe he would have been the guy. Defensively, I thought Roy was really good as a stay-at-home defenseman. Sandin had some good moments. Alexiev lost the teeth on the high stick that ended up not being a penalty. There was a moment where Trevor Van Riemsdyk completely laid out and blocked a shot with his stomach. That was amazing. Chychrun had, I think, 4 shots on net, was pretty active. Carlson didn't seem to be moving to me like he's completely healthy. I want to monitor that because, remember, he missed a couple games at the end of the year. But overall, I felt great about the game. And you mentioned Logan Thompson earlier. Could you have asked for any more out of LT? Coming back without having played in a while?
With that kind of rust?
Give me a break.
Yeah, I thought he was fantastic.
Speaking of fantastic, Chad Reuter does a lot of mock drafts and has great content on the NFL draft. We're going to talk with him about what Washington could do at 29. You'll hear from GM Adam Peters coming up just before 5:30 on The Fan.
We're brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. What a scene it was last night at Cap One Arena. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs did not disappoint. We got free hockey last night as the Caps and Canadians needed an extra period to settle the score, and DC did just that. 2 minutes and 26 seconds into the extra session, it was the grade 8 Alex Ovechkin lighting the lamp for his first career playoff overtime goal, giving the Caps the 1-0 series lead. Despite the win, Coach Spencer Carberry warned the team post-game to keep their foot on the gas.
Anytime you win a game 1 is a big game, and to win in overtime because them coming back. One thing I've learned about their coach, their team, this team will not go quietly into the night.
Game 2 of this best-of-7 series is set for tomorrow night. NFL News, according to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Giants and Browns have been fielding calls on their early first-round pick. Sources tell Schrager the teams that are looking to move up to number 2 and number 3 overall are interested in Colorado star Travis Hunter, Penn State pass rusher Abdul Carter, or Boise State running back Ashton Genty. That's baseball on tap tonight as it's Game 1 of the Battle of the Beltway series. Mitch Parker on the bump for D.C. It's a 6:45 first pitch. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler get you warmed up at 6:15 with Nats on deck. Good injury news for the Curly W's. According to sources, both C.J. Abrams and starting pitcher Michael Soroka are set to begin their rehab assignments tonight with Double-A Harrisburg. NBA playoffs continue tonight. Shams Charania of ESPN is reporting that Celtic star Jason Tatum is day-to-day with a wrist injury. He's officially listed as doubtful for tomorrow night's Game 2 against the Orlando Magic. Looking to upgrade your office game at PVI? Will come to you and design the perfect office space for your team. No hassles, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your next purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
The NFL draft is 2 days away. Thursday night, the Commanders pick at 29. On Friday, round 2, and then Saturday, we go deeper into the weekend with the Commanders hopefully having moved back at some point and adding some selections, have a new draft class for Adam Peters. Show's brought to you today and every day by our friends, the law firm Kandori and Murrah. They're going to help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a consultation for free with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. You tell them we sent you, you'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Right now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We are joined by Chad Reuter of NFL Network. They provide live coverage on the draft from Green Bay starting Thursday going through Saturday. First round coverage airs at 8 p.m. East time on Thursday night on NFL Network. Chad, thank you for a few minutes. Do you believe what it seems like we're speculating based on reporting, and that is that really after the first pick or two, this could be one of the most mysterious top 10s in a long time?
Yeah, there's a lot of scenarios. It's funny. When you do a mock draft, even a 7-round mock draft, you think of so many scenarios. There's so many different things that can happen. You just have to pick one and run with it. And just because we don't know if the quarterbacks are going to go high or not. We don't know if running back Ashton Genty is going to go fourth even to New England. The offensive tackles may not be top 5 caliber. Tyler Warren at tight end could go 7th. He could go 13th. I mean, there's a lot of we know who the top players are, but the order just is not really clear right now.
Where's the biggest variable? In other words, if it's 2 to Cleveland, then maybe that's the answer. But the thing that could kind of send the most cascading effects down the draft.
I think it would be where Shedeur Sanders ends up, if it's at 3 to the Giants, 6 to the Raiders, or if the quarterback doesn't go until 9, maybe to the Saints. I think he's kind of the key to see where they're at and or how the rest of the top 10 is going to play out.
So it sounds like you think Shedeur Sanders to the Giants at 3 is still a viable possibility, and then you even talk about 6 and 9. A lot of what we're hearing from guests at this point is that he's going at the earliest, maybe 9 and probably deeper into the first round. You're not buying that?
Well, I don't think anybody really knows. The thing is, even if somebody with an NFL team tells you that, they're they're either not interested in that quarterback themselves, so they don't value them as highly as other teams that might, or it's hard to know what's smokescreen and what's not. So I look for last year, for example. A lot of people refused to put Bo Nix and Michael Penix in the top 12 of mock drafts. And guess what? Both went there. So, the quarterbacks are very hard to figure out sometimes. It's really such a organizational decision on whether you take a guy, and 30 teams could not consider Jackson Dart a top 10 value, but the New Orleans Saints might. And then they make that pick. So it's really tough to tell. I don't think anybody can really say with any certainty how high these quarterbacks or low these quarterbacks are going to go.
Chad Ruder, NFL Network, with us here on Grant and Danny. What's the best position group in this draft?
I would say defensive tackle. We may not have a ton of them going round 1, but you're going to find contributors all the way through day 2 into day 3. You're going to find guys at the end of day 3 who are going to contribute immediately. It's a really deep group. I think there was 39 at the combine this year, and there's usually like 28, 29, something like that. And then running back would probably be next because, again, you're going to find a lot of day 3 contributors, and it's a pretty deep group at that position. So I'd say those are the top 2.
Chad Reuter, NFL Media, joining us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. The Commanders have the 29th pick, and the number one storyline with them is whether or not they're going to be able to trade back. What's your general philosophy on teams wanting to at the end of the first round and then some of the complications therein?
Well, it just depends on whether they're going to take themselves out of the running to get one of their true first-round grades. I mean, there's 32 first-round picks, but there's only usually 18 to 22 true blue-chip first-round grade prospects. So if they have a chance to get one of those guys, moving out gets more difficult. But if they can maybe, make a deal with somebody early in the second round, late in the first round, the Eagles are going to want to move up. The Chiefs are going to want to move up. And depending on what other teams do, they may even want to move up 1 or 2 spots to get a guy. And maybe Washington can grab a 4th or 5th round pick out of that kind of deal. So there's not too many trades from the second into the first round, but that is a possibility, possibly for a quarterback. If Jackson Dart falls into that late first round category, maybe one of these teams early in the second round makes a move for him. So there are some possibilities there, but it doesn't happen as often as you would think, because teams, again, even at the end of the first round, they want to get that one guy that's still left on their board with a first round grade.
Obviously, guys will slip through the cracks here and there, and the 3rd rounder, 4th rounder, the 5th rounder turns into a star. But just kind of thinking about the normal run of things, what's the gap between Ashton Genty, who obviously is consensus number 1 running back, should be in my opinion, he's really, really good, and say the running back that you could get in round 3, 4, or 5 in this particular draft?
I think it's a pretty large chasm. I don't think Evel Knievel could make it with a motorcycle over that chasm. I think he's legitimately the top guy. He's a top 5, if not top 3 prospect in this draft. We've seen what Saquon Barkley did. We've seen Christian McCaffrey when he's not hurt, how good he's been. And a guy goes in the top 5 regularly as a running back. So I'm not really, I think there's a pretty large gap. Still, you can find good backs in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round. It's not that, but he's a difference maker. And I think, he's going to go, he's not going to make it past the Raiders at 6, for example, if he's still on the board.
How egregious a pick would it be for Washington to take Travion Henderson at 29 in terms of where you think he's going to go?
I wouldn't say egregious. I would say maybe optimistic in terms of relative value.
Like, where should he go? Where it makes sense?
I think that's more of a 40 to 60 range kind of pick to me. again, because he's not. It's Genty and Omarion Hampton. If they were to somehow get Omarion Hampton, then great. But then Henderson's a good back. Don't get me wrong, he is a good back, but I don't think he's. Again, it's difficult to know without who else is available there, right? But I wouldn't. If everything played out correctly, then maybe I would say, hey, not a bad pick. But if one of the safeties is still available, if an offensive lineman could help them, another edge rusher could help them. I mean, there's a lot of other areas where there may be better value, and they can get that running back a little bit later.
Do you think either Mike Green of Marshall or Donovan Ezeraku of Boston College will be available at 29?
That's who I have them taking in my latest mock draft is Ezeraku. I think that makes a lot of sense for them. We know Dan Quinn likes speed, and he's needs it badly. And if Ezeraku, if there's one thing he can do is he can go after the quarterback. Great spin move. Not the tallest, biggest guy, but he is he's a difference maker on the edge, and I feel like that's a really good fit for that team.
Chad, I always like to ask people this who cover the draft. Who's somebody you like better than everybody else, and who's someone you're a little bit lower on than everybody else?
In terms of, let's see, who would I like better than everyone else? I don't know that there's a guy that I love. Okay, so a lot of people don't have Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State, the receiver, in the top 20. A lot of people don't. And I think he is getting the same kind of unfortunate label as a slot receiver that Justin Jefferson did coming out of LSU. And it really has it's really based on the fact that he was forced to play there at Ohio State because of first Marvin Harrison Jr. and then Jeremiah Smith came in as a freshman and was superstar downfield threat. But I think Egbuka can do more than being a slot receiver. So I think I'm higher because I see more potential than maybe others. As far as a guy that's maybe down the road a little bit more than others, I don't know. Some people were putting Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M in the top 10 for a while. I mean, he's explosive off the ball, but a guy. And look, it's not just about stats. I mean, you have 4.5 sacks over 3 seasons. That's not great if you're supposed to be an elite edge rusher, but you have to look why. And the reason why is because he wasn't able to chase down quarterbacks as much as you'd like, and he wasn't able to quickly change directions if they got out of the pocket on him. And that's an issue for me. But if you use him correctly, he could be a good player. But putting him that high and do it was a little too much for me.
Call your shot. Shedeur Sanders goes to
the Raiders.
At
6?
The Raiders.
At 6. Yeah.
Not a lot of people are penciling that in.
I haven't seen that
by the
much,
way.
yeah.
That's kind of unique.
Well, and here's the thing. Like, he plays behind Geno Smith for 2 years. Makes all the sense in the world. He's known Tom Brady since he was a kid. He's worked with him on the field and off the field, and Aldale. The Raiders love names. Mark Davis loves names. And who knows if he had conversations with Deion Sanders about being a head coach of that team, at some point in the last couple of years. I know he's been there and they've had some discussions. So, there's a lot pointing in that direction. And if Ashton Genty's there, that might change their mind. But if Genty's gone, and there's a decent chance he's gone, then I can see them going that direction.
Jackson Dart, first rounder?
Yes. No question in my mind that he'll be a first rounder. It's just a matter of how high he goes.
Jalen Milroe, first rounder?
I don't think so, but it would be very interesting if Washington gets some calls late in that first round to see if Cleveland or the Giants or somebody likes to move up for him.
Good information, Chad. We're looking forward to Thursday night. It's almost here. Thanks for hopping aboard.
Yeah, thanks, guys, for having me on.
You got
Thank
it.
you,
Chad Reuter of NFL Media. You can check out NFL Network's coverage of the NFL Draft. Starts at 8 Eastern on Thursday. It's live from Green Bay. I actually really like that the draft now travels city to city. I think it's added a lot to the event. When they first announced that, I thought it was unnecessary, and I'd kind of gotten used to it. I went to the draft many times in New York when they had it at Radio City Music Hall as a young guy, and I really liked it. Good atmosphere there. It was fun. But I actually think it works.
Yeah, smart for them to do, too. right? It may like too many of the leagues. I think it just feels sometimes like it just revolves around for basketball, for football in New York, for hockey it's Toronto. So doing stuff like that, where we're not just going to do it in New York because it's New York, it makes it feel a little bit more. Yeah, that's as a reminder. You small markets, you medium markets, everybody. It's not just a New York showcase, and I think other sports could benefit from that too.
I think the best player in this class is Abdul Carter. And what's going to be interesting is if he actually falls to 3 and the Giants get him. Be a massive win for New York. They would have kind of stubbed their toe and accidentally, I think, fallen into a wonderful situation. I really like Travis Hunter as well. Let's say he goes 2 to Cleveland, though. The winner of those top 3 picks to me is the Giants. Cam Ward at quarterback out of Miami to Tennessee is a no-brainer.
Mm-hmm.
They still need their passer of the future. They've got an offensive-minded play-calling head coach who came over from Cincinnati, having worked with Burrow in Brian Callahan. But, they need to give him a kid to work with at quarterback. So that to me is easy. That one you just kind of take out of the equation. But the Giants sitting pat and getting Abdul Carter is kind of, fortuitous gift for a team that's done a lot of things dumb for a long, long time.
Yeah, just by staying put, right? I mean, they gave a huge contract to Brian Burns. They've got Kayvon Thibodeau still under contract, who missed a bunch of time. And, non-playing Washington division, I would say, has been something of a disappointment in terms of some of the production. But looking at it, yeah, you get a guy that maybe you don't need desperately, but is so good, you just say, that's fine by us. We'll take the best player on the board.
I don't see Shedeur to the Raiders. Reuters studies it way more than I do and is way closer to it all. But that one doesn't make a lot of sense. I think if Genty's there, they take him. Now, if he goes to Jacksonville, let's say at 5, then all of a sudden 6 becomes really interesting. But I still don't see Sanders after they just went out and brought in Geno and paid him money.
Yeah, so he's got, in his latest mock, he's got Genty going 4 to the Patriots, which I've seen no smoke on. He's the only one there. Mason Graham goes 5 to the Jaguars, and then Sanders 6 to the Raiders.
And Schefter, for what it's worth today, who's plugged in at Michigan and, of course, all over the NFL, did say he doesn't think the Jags take Mason Graham. But, hey, it's that time of year where everybody's
lying,
in disagreement. Yeah. Adam Peters speaking with the media today ahead of the NFL draft. You'll hear from the Commanders GM next on Grant and Danny. Just a couple of successful gentlemen on the co-pair program. I am down about 25 pounds. Danny's on the program with me now, having success as well. This is the old EMP 180 with a new name. We've got listeners who are telling us they're having amazing results as well, like Nick in Alexandria, who's down 30, and Leslie in Ashburn, who's down 26 in just 2 months. It's a great program. They give you a coach. They help you through any of your issues. If you want injections that help you quell your hunger, you can get those. If you want to do it the old-fashioned way without those, that's on the table too.
Yeah, real-world examples of stuff, right? So went out to dinner with my wife. I guess it was this past weekend. I didn't remember. All the days run together during spring break, but had a babysitter. We went out. I was able to wear a pair of pants and a blazer that I couldn't have worn a month ago. That's because of the success I've had on co-pair. Those are the real-life, day-to-day type little milestones that make me so happy. This program works. They will coach you. They will find your challenges, and they will figure out with you a way to best them. Give them a call just like we did. 855-888-0180. That's 855-888-0180 or copairhealth.com.
We're brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. The Caps got the postseason underway last night at Cap One Arena in a physical matchup versus Montreal. It was the return of Logan Thompson in net. He was brilliant, registering 33 saves on 35 shot attempts, but it was the great 8 Alex Ovechkin coming up big for DC. He lit the lamp twice in the 3-2 overtime victory, including the game winner, giving the Caps the 1-0 series lead.
Chikrin is here too as the puck comes toward Beauvillier. Ovechkin was in the vicinity and a shot here for Beauvillier. It's hit. They score! And Ovechkin got it! His first overtime game winner! Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Montreal!
John Walton on the call via the Caps radio network. The Caps will regroup before taking the ice tomorrow night for game number 2. Some not so good news for the Washington Capitals. It was announced earlier this morning that the team would be without defenseman Martin Farivari for the rest of the postseason. NFL news, the 49ers in tight end George Kittle at a contract impasse. Kittle a no-show for day one of their offseason program as he tries to come to terms on an extension with the team. Nats baseball on tap tonight as it's game 1 of the Battle of the Beltway series. Mitch Parker on the bump for DC. It's a 6:45 first pitch. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler get you warmed up at 6:15 with Nats on deck. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. Superior fiberglass windows from TheWindowman.com. Now is the time to replace those drafty, cheap vinyl windows. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Friends in DC, the Caps. Congratulations on the win last night. Congratulations to our friend Spencer, and best of luck to them and Ovi. That was incredible last night. I've become a huge Caps fan since I've been here, so best of luck to them.
Very well done by Adam Peters.
Tip of the Caps,
synergy across town between the Commanders and the Capitals. Of course, Jake Irvin, Mackenzie Gore, I mentioned, bumping into last night. They were on the glass, rocking Caps gear as the Capitals went up 1-0 on the Canadiens. But speaking of Adam Peters, he and Lance Newmark met with the media today out in Ashburn, and they went into detail on their draft plans. Here's how it sounded.
Really fun, exciting week for all of us in the building for the draft. But then also, it's really cool. All the players are back. So everybody was sitting in these seats right now. I think you guys are in Jaden's seat. You're in Bobby's seat right there. And so we got a big crew coming back. So ton of juice in the building. As you guys can see, a lot of cool things are happening around the building with the construction and everything. So really thrilled about all that. A lot of good stuff coming down. And then this weekend's going to be a lot of fun, too, with the draft.
John Keim, ESPN. Before we turn to this year, looking back at last year's class, because as Dan said, guys take that year 1 to year 2 jump. And with only 5 picks, a lot of the improvement's going to come from that group. So I'm curious if you could talk about it, both you guys could talk about a couple guys in particular, about the expectations for this year. Jerzan, Ben Sinnott, and then Jordan McGee.
Yeah, those guys, it's cool that you asked about those 3 because all 3 of them have been here working in this building for quite some time. Even we just started today with the off-season program, but they've been working their tails off really for the last couple of months. I see them in here almost every day. So really excited about each of their future. They're the right types of guys. They're the guys we want. They're commanders. Yeah. And so I think you'll see a big jump in each and every one of those guys play this year.
Yeah, I would echo that. They're 3 guys that are extremely dedicated to getting better. Like you said, they're commanders. They've worked really hard this offseason to improve, physically, mentally, every part of the game. They want to be contributors next year, and they're doing everything they can to do that. So they're definitely wired the right way, and they've worked really hard to be in position to do that.
And then I'm also curious for Adam, what has been your experience going when you're trying to vet a guy that has a quote unquote character concerns? What's the process you go through to come to a conclusion that okay, he's good or they're not so good? What kind of research do you put into that? And, how do you get comfortable with the decision?
Yeah, that's a great question. Excuse me. And it really starts with the scouts, and that's where all the hours that they put in and all the information, all the people they talk to at the schools and the players' hometown and everywhere else, they dig up anything they can to find out what makes each of these guys tick. And so you say a character concern, and we drafted a guy in San Francisco who had character concerns, and he turned out to be one of the best players at his position, one of the best teammates I've ever seen, one of the best locker room guys, and just an outstanding human being. So you got to be careful where you get that information and who's giving you that information, and know your sources and all of that. But each character concern is really case by case, and you really figure out what the incident, if it's an incident, what it was, why that happened, find out all the information from them, from everybody you can, in order to make the best decision for your team. So, and there's a wide spectrum of character concerns. From, you have off the field things, you have football character, there's not really character, but then like mental and learning that you look into. So all those different things play into it, but everything's case by case, and try to get as much information as you can.
With only 5 picks going into this, are you hoping to trade back?
I'm hoping to trade back. Well, we talked about this at the owners' meetings a little bit, and you're really open to everything, and you're open to moving up if the right moves up. If Abdul Carter falls to 27, I might want to try to move up too and get him. but I mean, if there's a great player that we want to sit and pick, we'll do that. But if there's an opportunity to move back, then we're certainly open to that too. With 5 picks, like you said, that's something you'd like to do, is add picks. But you always have to have somebody who wants to come up too, and we'll find that out. We're making those calls this week, and we'll have an idea of who wants to come up, and if we want to do that, and we'll also have an idea of who wants to move back in the first round ahead of us, and so we'll know what we can do there.
I believe last year you indicated that if a player you're taking in the first round, you'd like them to start and have an immediate impact. Along those lines, are there positions that you typically don't like to draft in the first round? I mean, do you usually like to stick to premium positions in the first round, or is it situational?
I think you could really go anywhere in the first round. Last year we went quarterback. I don't think we'll do that this year, but I think what we've done is we've made ourselves given ourselves optionality to pick anywhere. So I don't think we have a philosophy of going premium positions or quote unquote premium positions in any round. It's really just trying to pick the best commander for us that's going to help us the most.
David Aldridge with The Athletic. I'm wondering, I know every year is different. Every team's built organically. You can't depend on what happened 2 years ago or 3 years ago, but the fact that you all did have so much success bringing in guys on short contracts, bringing in veterans on short contracts, does that inform you at all in terms of perhaps we have the right group of people here that can utilize veterans on short deals to continue to build the team and allow us to not have to necessarily have 9 picks every year in a draft to build the team quicker?
Yeah, I think, I think getting, it's all about, a lot of that's about opportunity. And if you can get guys on longer contracts, obviously you'd like to have as many picks as you can, but the way we're structured currently, we'll have to do that for a little bit and do these 1-year deals. But I feel really good about our staff, our scouting staff and our coaching staff, identifying the right guys to get on those 1-year deals. And a lot of those guys we brought back this year, which really proud of and really, really glad that we brought those guys back. So I really have a great trust in those staffs to be able to identify those guys. And, it's not something you want to live and keep doing over and over and over again, but until we get a really good foundation of draft picks throughout over the years, we're going to probably keep doing that. And as long as we bring in the right guys, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, 2 years in a row, we've gone to the combine with our roster in the high 40s, and we've been at the draft in the 70s. So, we've really been productive in those 60 days, 2 years in a row. And I think every time we've brought somebody in, we've had a plan for them. Mm-hmm. It's been sincere, like, hey, we think this guy has a chance to do something here. Mm-hmm. And it's going back to your original point, I do feel that we have a great foundation here in terms of getting people into this building and maximizing what they have to offer in terms of potential and helping them reach their best, their personal best. I do think it's a really good environment for people to develop.
Ben Standing with The Athletic for both of you guys. Last year, you guys drafted, of your 9 players, 7 were team captains in college. Obviously, you clearly like what comes with that, the leadership and so on. But now that you have a year into this, the culture set and things along those lines, to some degree, you're always building. Is that as strict of a situation? Is it like, hey, we've got to get guys who are captains, or is that a little bit less so this year because you already have a bit of a baseline when it comes to culture?
I think you're still always looking for those types of guys, no matter what. Now, the draft isn't always going to fall that way, but I don't think we're ever going to waver from the types of people we want to bring in this building. And whether they were captains in college or not, I mean, whether they are leaders or not, quote unquote leaders, people lead different ways. But we're just going to try to bring in good people. And so if they were captains in college, that's great. That shows you something. But if they weren't captains, that doesn't mean they're not leaders and they can't become those and can't become the types of guys we want in our building.
And in terms of the edge class, obviously you guys have done in free agency, you've got a rotation pretty much everywhere. You could say we can play tomorrow. So I get that. But in terms of the edge class, is there anything in particular you might be...
took my answer.
Yeah. Any in particular you might be looking for? Obviously, you guys were a little bit deficient last year against the run. You also lost Dante Fowler, get more sacks. Is there anything you kind of looking at with that group in particular that you think you guys need more of this year?
Yeah, it's a deep class, which is cool. There's something, I think, for everybody, whether you're a 4-3, 3-4 team or multiple. There's guys that are great against the pass. There are guys that are really good against the run. So whether you're taking that high in the draft or somewhere deeper, there's going to be some good players there. So that, along with a lot of other positions, we'll be open to taking. And I think what's cool is even though we have some really good players in each of those rooms, whether it's edge or O-line or corner, which I'm sure you guys are going to ask about that too, but we have really good players, but we really, DQ preaches competition. So those guys are going to come in and compete, and the best guys are going to play. And the more good player, you can't have too many good players in a room, I guess.
Scott Abraham, ABC 7, last year versus this year. How much more comfortable do you feel, Adam? Obviously, last year was your first NFL draft of running the show, and now here you are, your second year. Just kind of take me through the mindset of maybe the differences last year versus this year.
Yeah, well, we've done everything once, so that's good. Understanding all of that. We're in a different draft room, which is cool. It's better now. But I don't think there's a whole lot different, to be honest with you. I think there's always, I don't ever want to be comfortable or relaxed. I always want to have a little bit of an edge and make sure that, we're crossing every T, dotting every I, making sure we're leaving no stone unturned. And what I do love is the people we're working with, and the coaches and the coaches and the scouts, the way they work together, the way they really pour everything into it. Even after a long season, the coaches turned the page and jumped right into it. And just the teamwork, the camaraderie, and just another year of doing that together. Everybody knows what to expect, so you're not teaching everything for the first time. So I thought the process was really good this year, and we'll continue to tweak it and get it better, but certainly pleased from where we're at.
This is the first time in a long, long time the quarterback question has not been asked during a NFL draft process. What is that like to solve that starting quarterback position? How does that open up a draft in a draft board for you guys?
Yeah, that was I think that's every team that wants that, right? Is to get your quarterback, and so we feel great, not only about Jaden, but about the whole quarterback room, and we feel awesome about that room. And so now, I mean, how it opens it up, we don't have to look for a quarterback anymore, which is cool. But really just looking for ways to support him and the rest of the team, and make them better.
Lake Lewis, CBS 6 TV in Richmond. Last year you made a trade with the Eagles, and now that's a team that you're going to have to try to get through to get to where you want to go. Does it change this year for you if that call were to come from them as far as possibly trading or any team in the NFC East?
Yeah, that's another really good question. You think about that, but I think it's like a lot of things, case by case. And what is the trade? Is it the best move for your team? And you can't do. I don't personally believe in being scared about trading with a team within your division. If you think the trade's a good value for you and you can get some good picks to help your team get better, then definitely consider it. Some cases it won't be. And so some cases you think, all right, maybe we don't want to do that for whatever reason, but I don't think that we'll ever shy away from that, taking those calls. And a lot of times you'll have a lot of picks on, or a lot of trades kind of lined up. And in that particular instance, the Eagles trade was by far the best trade in terms of value that we got. So we made that trade.
Sam Fortier, Washington Post. How much do the coordinators factor into your decision-making? By that, I mean, hey, we spent a lot of resources to go get a couple top line guys for Cliff. Maybe we should use the top pick for Joe. How, if at all, do the coordinators factor into your decision making during the draft?
The coaches are really involved. The coordinators are really involved in the draft process. And so when we're going through our draft meetings, every position we go through in offense, Cliff is in there meeting with us, which is, it's a long time for a coordinator to be in a meeting room. And then for the defense, Joe's in there. So they both give their opinions on really every player that we talk about. And so they put a ton of work in, and they do a great job of teaching us their vision for the player. If there's a player they really like, or the player that maybe they think is a good player, but maybe we don't have a vision for them, or they aren't the best fit for us. So really constant dialogue between those, during those meetings, and then really from those meetings when they finished up last week until Thursday night and through the weekend, just understanding, okay, what do you think here between these two guys? And, we'll come to a decision all together, but their input is really important for us. Thanks, guys.
General Manager Adam Peters, his assistant Lance Newmark, the media out in Ashburn ahead of the NFL draft, which kicks off 3-day event on Thursday with round 1, then Friday rounds 2 and 3, and then Saturday rounds 4 through 7. You just heard from Peters there. We've talked a lot on this show over the last week about what we would do. Let's actually talk about what we think the team wants to do, what they are going to do if we had to make some predictions. We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
this is some basic characteristics that you kind of look for in just about any football player of any team, right? But you're really just seeing the competitive spirit of a lot of the guys we have. The guys, I mean, you throw in like Frankie Louvu's competitive spirit, you know, Bobby Wagner's professionalism, his consistency, his leadership. You know, I can go down the line, but I think there's so many different things that really go into that, and it's not a one size fits all. I don't think either. But the guys that are great competitors, that are great teammates, love football, and I think those are probably the three biggest factors that would go into it.
That is Adam Peters, GM of your Commanders. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Daniel, we've talked about what we want Washington to do. Let's talk about what they're going to do. Right now, this moment, what do you think their plan A is with the 29th pick?
I think they want to trade back desperately. I think that's like priority one. Now, you don't do it just to hear yourself make a phone call or to consummate a deal, whatever, right? You do it because you think it's going to help you the most. I think they look at this group of who they might be able to draft between 20 and 45, 20 and 50. It depends on, I'm just sort of making up nice round numbers. And they go, I'm making this up. Landon Jackson at 43 with an extra third is worth more to us than Ezeraku at 29. Whether you agree with that or not, I'm just saying, I think that's their perspective. I think they would rather have multiple shots at this thing because everybody in this range, I don't think they view as special. Now, that's not based on talking to them because they're very tight-lipped, but that's just sort of based on consensus with this draft. Who knows? I mean, eye of the beholder obviously matters so much. You can fall in love with prospects. And you heard about, in one of Peters' answers, talking about how this, it's so collaborative and scouts are on these guys. And then you have guys with conviction. So it always happens kind of throughout that somebody might be stronger on somebody for one team than maybe somebody else. But to me, I think they want to trade back.
So I think they are very willing to trade back, and they'll be happy to do so. But I think they want to find their top pass rushing edge in this draft. I think their sincere hope is that their guy is there when they pick at 29. Now, who that guy is, I'm not very sure. I'd imagine it would be either Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College or maybe Mike Green from Marshall. Now, Mike Green from Marshall's probably not going to be there. At 6'3", 250, having led the FBS in sacks in 2024 with 17. I think he will be long gone by the time they're picking, maybe 10, 12, 14 picks earlier. He could hear his name called. Ezeraku, we just heard from Chad Reuter this hour. He's got mocked to Washington. I think he could be gone as well. 6'3", 248, really rangy, edge defender, guy who can be slippery, hard to get your hands on, has some speed coming around the edge, had a huge year with 16.5 sacks this past season. Very, very productive. I think maybe it's one of those two guys. Perhaps it's somebody like a Nick Scorton or a Shamar Stewart, but I think they have penciled in edge, and they're hoping one of those guys is there. You can't force it, though. If the right player's not there, you've got to move back. I think they'd be very content to do that. Do you think they'll actually be able to trade back? Because while we've disagreed on, at 29, how likely it is to get it done, I think it's actually a great spot to move back. The problem is, they're not alone in wanting to do that. Mm-hmm. And I think it's a very real possibility that they don't find the dance partner because they'd have to take 80 or 90, maybe 95 cents on the dollar. And so they just stay put. The edge is gone. And now maybe the most likely possibility is you have to pivot and go, say, corner or another position. And a lot of the experts we keep having on are saying that corner spot with someone like Will Johnson from Michigan or Max Hairston from Kentucky, that could actually be where the value is right there if you're just playing the board.
Yeah, again, that's if 7 or 8 defensive ends go. It means,
or even 5, and it's 4 of the guys you really
fair
wanted,
enough. Yeah, and you have a do not draft on Pierce. I'm making that up.
Yeah,
right?
they have not really shown, according to reports, like as much interest in Pierce with the interviews and the things that they're doing as some of the other guys. Maybe that's subterfuge. We don't know.
Right, exactly. I mean, again, they try to keep it close to the vest, unless they're at 2 and they're picking guys up from the airport and taking them to the Topgolf. But everything else, I think I don't think they'll be able to trade back. Well, I don't be able is the wrong word. I don't think they'll get the deal that they want to be able to trade back. I don't think they're going to do it just to hear themselves do it. I don't see enough teams wanting and having the steamies to move up. I think that you'll get your standard call. I'll give you below value to move up 4 spots so we can get an extra year for a first rounder on somebody, be it a tackle, an end, maybe a wide receiver slips or a corner, or maybe Milrow, a quarterback, something like that. But to me, I think they're going to have to end up sticking there at 29 and letting the board come to them.
You know what's getting, I think, more likely, or at least maybe the chances aren't changing, but I'm becoming more open to it and expecting that it becomes a possibility the closer we get to the draft is safety. I don't necessarily believe that they have to add a starting safety because you have Quan Martin, who's an ascending, young, terrific player, and they actually signed a projectable starting safety in free agency, so you might have two there. But after losing a really important player in Jeremy Chin last year, it doesn't seem like there's going to be a lot of safeties off the board. So I don't know what that looks like, but let's say, they really like Malachi Starks from Georgia or Kevin Winston from Penn State, or I don't know, Amenori maybe goes. But, one of the safeties right at the top is sitting there staring him in the face, and they have a first round grade and they think he's the 12th player on their board. I could see a world where they possibly go safety. We will continue to talk draft here in a moment. I want to discuss, earlier than Washington at 29, where the possible spots where those edges come off the board are. But also, next on Grant and Danny, the Nats are welcoming the Orioles to town. They're a little over an hour and 15 minutes away from first pitch over at Nationals Park. They're giving away James Wood bobbleheads. Going to be a great crowd at the ballpark tonight. Where are we at, State of the Union, on this rivalry between Baltimore and Washington with the Masson dispute resolving itself? You're listening to The Fan.
We're brought to you by Main Street Bank, chair local, bank local. What a scene it was last night at Cap One Arena. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs did not disappoint. We got free hockey in the district as the Caps and Canadians needed an extra period to settle the score. And DC did just that. 2 minutes and 26 seconds into the extra session. It was the grade 8 Alex Ovechkin lighting the lamp for his first career playoff overtime goal, giving the Caps the 1-0 series lead. Despite the win, though, Coach Carbs warned the team post-game to keep their foot on the gas.
Anytime you win a game one is a big game, and to win in overtime because them coming back. One thing I've learned about their coach, their team, this team will not go quietly into the night.
It was announced earlier this afternoon the team would be without defenseman Martin Farivari for the rest of the postseason, so a little bit of a bummer for the Caps. NFL News, according to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Giants and Browns have been fielding calls on their early first-round picks. Sources tell Schrager the teams looking to move up to number 2 and 3 overall are pursuing these 3 players: Colorado two-way star Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, the Penn State pass rusher, and Ashton Genty, the Boise State running back. Nats baseball on tap tonight as it's game 1 of the Battle of the Beltway series. Mitchell Parker on the bump for DC. It's a 6:45 first pitch. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler get you warmed up at 6:15 with Nats on deck. Good news for the Nats on the injury front. According to sources, both C.J. Abrams and starting pitcher Michael Soroka are set to begin rehab assignments tonight with Double-A Harrisburg. NBA postseason in full swing. Shams Charania of ESPN is reporting Jason Tatum of the Celtics officially going to be listed as doubtful for tomorrow's game number 2 against the Orlando Magic. Tonight, the Indiana Pacers look to take a 2-0 series lead versus the Bucks. Good news for Milwaukee. They'll have Damian Lillard for the first time since March the 18th. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny. We'll take you up to 6:15 on The Fan. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler, and pregame of Nationals baseball at that time.
We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
There is no bigger giveaway at this point in Major League Baseball than the bobblehead. Baseball, more than any other sport, does significant giveaways over the course of the year. Why do you think that is?
Because there's so many games, and it's hard to get up for a Wednesday in June,
One of 81.
Yeah, or Tuesday in April. Just, it's such a dreary thing that you're trying to find ways to make it special and just get more butts and seats, more people through the gate, because that's how you sell your concessions, your pennants, your jerseys, your whatevers.
Because Caps do really good giveaways, Wizards do as well. The only one that doesn't necessarily is the NFL. There's no such thing as like a culture with like bobbleheads in the NFL. I guess there's a feeling that they don't have to appeal to or appease.
You might get a T-shirt once a season or something, to
Good
wave
luck.
a towel or whatever.
You get something like that, cheapy little thing. But yeah, I don't think they've given away a shirt or like a baseball level thing at Northwest Stadium in years, have they? I mean, it's been forever. Again,
You know better than I would.
Given something very cheap and small away, but baseball culture is really cool stuff, potentially. You're getting a replica ring. You're getting bobbleheads, or it used to be, remember the wood bat day? Now, they don't do that because it's a weapon.
Dude, the Caps, we went to stick night every year.
That's awesome.
Back in the day.
They didn't do that when I was a kid. You could do towels, or the Caps before Thanksgiving every year do a gravy boat like Zamboni that they give away that's very popular. But you can get creative. It can be fun. But the bobblehead is the Taj Mahal, essentially. This is what everybody's hunting for all the time. A lot of them will end up on eBay or whatever market people use now, Amazon or whatever. And that's the tough part of it, is someone's going to be scooping 7 or 8 to try to sell them. But the big giveaway in terms of bobbleheads this season is probably going to be the James Wood bobblehead. It's an oversized bobblehead. They're giving it away tonight and tomorrow at Nats Park. Both nights, the first 10,000 fans. But I love this because they are finally celebrating the face of this franchise. I have said that for too long, over the last year and a half, they've done too much about the past. And last year was the 5-year anniversary of the World Series. Well, I would make the case 5 years is too soon to really do a lot of the throwback stuff they did about the World Series, going 19 from 24. I think you probably wait till year 10 to do that. But because the rebuild has been lengthy and the excitement at the ballpark's been minuscule, and because they've stopped spending money almost completely on players at the ownership level, they had to do something. And I understand that. And the marketing staff did a really good job with it, actually. But they tried to get some butts and some seats with a 5-year anniversary. This year, they're celebrating 20 years of Nationals baseball. So last year, it was the World Series. This year, it's 20 years of the organization. That is more reasonable, I'd say. But go over there and find me James Wood stuff. Posters on the wall.
Yep.
Where is I've been saying this since we got back from spring training, but where is my parking garage sized face sweaty of James Wood beating up, dripping up with sweat?
Could just be a life-size picture of him because he's 1,000,000 feet tall.
Anything. Like, do something, please. They don't. And if you notice, there's not that many current player jerseys in the stands. I think part of it is they don't market their players well enough. I want Wood jerseys and Cruz jerseys and Abrams jerseys. I get that when you win a World Series, there's going to be Soto and Scherzer and Strasburg and Kendrick jerseys rocked for years to come. But I just think they've fallen short marketing their own young talent, and the time is now. So to finally get James Wood bobblehead here in his first full season in his second year with the Nats, this is a big mile marker, and I hope it's only the beginning of them celebrating one of the great young talents in baseball.
Yeah, I mean, it's been hard to market and go all in on, some of these younger players who are still getting their feet wet, still getting established. James Wood's done that. Now's the time. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how often you would want to have a billboard with a guy that's, has just been called up or whatever. I mean, there's been a lot of,
you could have had anything for C.J. Abrams the last couple of years, though.
Yeah, and they probably should have, and they should have. Josiah Gray at one point was an all-star as well, who's unfortunately been hurt. But it's now time to recognize what you got, and you got one of the golden boys in Major League Baseball in James Wood.
Mackenzie Gore has been a front of the rotation type arm who's meant a lot to them now. That's in his third season in DC. Give me something. You either want to build up your product or you don't. You either want to create a brand or you don't. One of the things that this radio station, and I give our program director a lot of credit for over the years, I think he does a really good job like developing people internally and allowing you to kind of create your own brand in a way that a lot of radio stations that I track and monitor as just a guy that listens to a lot of radio doesn't always do that. I think there are teams that do it better than others, and ESPN had this factory where they really create their own talent. Someone like Mina Kimes, when you've been blessed and they decide you're going to be a superstar, you're on every show that you're
put you over,
visible. You're going to be kind of front and center of everything. And it's really good, smart business. I just don't think the Nationals have been good at that. Now, your point is correct. You couldn't 3 years ago have a Ildemaro Vargas bobblehead game. Fine, no problem. Back then, you could have and should have done the World Series celebration with a Strasburg World Series trophy or whatever. But still in the big leagues, it takes one call from your marketing department to your baseball department. He'll be our opening day right fielder. James Wood's going to be the guy that hits the 30 home runs in left field. I should have showed up at Nats Park on opening day and seen the whole thing painted James Wood. I shouldn't be able to walk 200 yards without seeing something James Wood. And they just have not done that. And I don't really understand why. It's very much still, I'll bet you there's as much Wilson Ramos or like, Jason Worth stuff, who wasn't even on the World Series team, over there on walls and stuff as James Wood. And people don't have to agree with me. I just think it's wrong. That's not the way I would do it.
Yeah, it's not the way I would do it, certainly. Again, you're smarter people than me are making decisions when it comes to how do you maximize profit and get people excited. I would try to get people excited about what I got now, right? For a couple of years, there wasn't much going on. You had COVID and you were robbed of World Series celebrations. And I have sympathy for that. I legitimately do. So I'm with you in the sense that you've got one of the brightest young stars. You got one of the best young arms in baseball too, in Mackenzie Gore. That's who I'm featuring.
The Orioles are in town for the 3-game series that starts tonight. They've been a big disappointment early in the year.
To this point, they have, yeah.
Starting pitching's been a bit of a disaster, a lot of injuries. While they built up their system beautifully and became one of the best young, most talented teams in baseball, never took the next step in each of the last off seasons where they could have made one big splash trade or traded some of those prospects and cashed in the chips and really gone big with some reinforcements. They've kind of held on to a bunch of the young guys. And I think they had too many good young players ready at the same time that they actually stunted the development of some of those players, and it's actually backfired on them in an odd way under their general manager, Mike Elias. But their fan base is getting a little bit frustrated at this point. I mean, they've turned on Elias. They're very angry because, like Washington, the expectation when they got a new owner, David Rubenstein, who came in here and took over for the
Angelos family,
Peter Angelos family, was he's going to spend like all the years of not being engaged, not caring, not going and getting free agents for real money. It's over. And they still haven't done that. And so the question is, does Elias not want to? It seems like the philosophy is they don't want to pay a bunch of arms and they don't want to pay for a bunch of years of a pitcher, which I understand. It's just a philosophy thing. Or is it an ownership thing? But they are angry, that fan base. And sure enough, you get off to a 9-12 start with all that talent in a loaded division. If they come in here against the Nats and Washington can take 2 out of 3 and they go back to Baltimore 10-14 after losing a series to a rebuilding Nats team, I mean, there's going to be a lot of livid Orioles fans.
There'll be some annoyance. I mean,
I will be okay with that.
Yeah, this is a group coming off 101 wins a couple of years ago, 91 last year. And as you said, a buzzsaw of a division where the opportunity was right there. Now, you don't know if there's not a huge long-term pattern here established with this ownership group in terms of Rubenstein in Baltimore. So maybe you spend all your cash to acquire the team and you're kind of getting your feet underneath you and you have a new cable deal at some point and then you'll spend accordingly. Or maybe this is the philosophy. You don't know. With the Nationals, you got a pretty good feel. You kind of know what they are and you know what they're not, to borrow from the departed. They're not going to spend. And they don't see spending happening anytime soon until something changes. I don't know what that is. So that's still TBD. But yeah, the window's open for the Orioles. I mean, they're still, listen, if they just come back up to normal, where, Adley Rutschman's not hitting 200, and Gunnar Henderson's not hitting 205, and, Jordan Westbrook started 0 for a million, they'll be fine. But will they be elite with that division that keeps reloading? I don't know.
Let's get you the leadoff, brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. Lineups are out, and for the Washington Nationals, Mitch Parker's on the mound. He's 2-1 with a 1.85 ERA. Not a whole lot of strikeouts, not missing many bats, but Parker has been sterling in the early going this season through 24 innings, a team best 1.85 ERA over 4 starts.
Leading off and left, James Wood. Batting second, playing first base, Nathaniel Lowe. Batting third, playing second base, Luis Garcia Jr. Batting fourth, doing the catching, Keibert Ruiz. Batting fifth, your designated hitter, Josh Bell. Batting sixth in right field, Dylan Cruz. Batting seventh at third base, Jose Tena. Batting eighth in center field, your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young. And batting ninth, shortstop, Nasim Nunez.
Some news on the injury front for the Nationals. C.J. Abrams is in Double-A Harrisburg rehabbing today as he works back from injury. So it could be just a couple of days before they get him back in the lineup, which would be significant. Also, Mike Soroka is pitching at Double-A Harrisburg tonight.
That's a big deal.
So he's on his way back to rejoin the rotation for the Nationals. When they get him back, if you could then add, one more piece, maybe that's Cade Cavalli when he gets right. He's made a rehab start already. Then you could have a decision to make where maybe you could move Trevor Williams to the bullpen to help out. Maybe it's Cavalli who ends up in the pen. Not really sure, but they could figure it out that way. Lord probably going to go to the bullpen when Soroka's back, I would think, and they'll keep Trevor Williams in the rotation for now. But they're starting to get a little bit healthier. Game 2 tomorrow for the Capitals, so idle tonight. A little bit of a reprieve from the anxiety. Don't have to worry as much about the nervousness of playoff hockey, but the big news of the day was that Martin Feravari,
it's a bummer,
he is going to miss the entire postseason. He has been ruled out for the remainder of the year for the Capitals. Had knee surgery on a meniscus injury suffered in the penultimate game of the season against the Islanders.
You just can't stand that. It just sucks. Because the main goal was what? To be healthy and be ready for the postseason, and he wasn't. A couple of guys, I think there was a puck off the face for Jacob Chikrin, and a couple other guys were walking wounded there. But to find out that it's season ending for a guy that's done everything right, that's been a solid, if unheralded player at times for this organization, that's a bummer, man.
Our poll of the day was a runaway. Alex Ovechkin, your big winner. Our G&D poll of the day presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long-distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Ovechkin got 73% of the vote as to who got your attaboy for the Game 1 victory. 14% went with Anthony Beauvillier in a multi-point game, and Logan Thompson came in at 13%. Big thanks to all of you for checking us out today. If you missed any part of the show, thefandc.com is where you can find us. Danny, tomorrow we'll be out and about with the people again.
City Tap in Penn Quarter once again. When they have a home game these postseason, Caps will be there.
For Danny, I'm Grant saying so long. Big thanks to Darius, Ryan, and Linnell behind the scenes for their work on the show. Enjoy Nats baseball.
Thank you for coming.